In a rundown one-bedroom apartment, a youth stood before a mirror. His reflection stared back, but it was a face he didn't quite remember. He had short, rough raven-black hair, sharp features that still carried traces of youth and ember-green eyes that reflected the dim light. The boy leaned closer, as his brows furrowed. The reflection in the mirror didn't lie, yet something inside him screamed that it couldn't be real. But just as he studied his strange, yet familiar appearance, a blinding pain exploded inside his skull. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head as agony tore through his mind. It felt like someone had pried his skull open and poured molten lead inside. Memories flooded in, crashing over him in an endless tide, making the youth's body convulse violently as though struck by a seizure. His limbs jerked, his back arched, and his breath came out in ragged gasps. It was as if something unseen tore through his very soul. The flood of memories struck all at once. First they were gentle and warm, carrying the fleeting joys of childhood and laughter. But soon they twisted into something darker, showing a life that had its light consumed by endless despair. A strangled scream tore from his throat as the torrent intensified. Faces flashed before his eyes, before vanishing. Then, as suddenly as it began, the agony ebbed away. The youth collapsed onto the cold floor of the small, run-down apartment. His forearm draped across his eyes as he trembled and sniffled through the fading pain. His restored memories settled in place. As he sat up slowly, Adam wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. Initially, his memories had been temporarily lost when he inherited new ones of a life and world vastly different from his own. This was the reason for his earlier confusion. In those memories, there were no monsters or martial artists. But as his original memories returned, he found it difficult to distinguish between the two. He exhaled deeply, rubbing the back of his head. The fragments in his mind were tangled. New memories clashed with those of his current self, and his thoughts became too scattered to ponder their origin. To make sense of them, he decided to write down what he already knew about his world to ground himself properly. He rummaged through the old desk in the corner of the apartment until he found a half-used notebook and a pen. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he began to jot things down. First of all, the world in this new memory shares no similarity with the world I know. That much was obvious. The very existence of monsters was the reason for such a glaring difference. 500 years ago, the planet Urds had been peaceful, mundane, and blind to the supernatural. Until the rifts appeared. Tearing open across the globe, the rifts spewed an unknown energy into the atmosphere, an energy that warped the environment and the very laws of nature. And alongside that energy came the monsters. Grotesque abominations that devoured everything in their path, nearly driving humanity to extinction. But after years of frantic research, the energy released by the rifts finally received a name: Essence. And through this essence, humanity broke free from its mortal shackles. Their bodies, once frail, became capable of feats that defied imagination. Strength, speed, and perception were all magnified beyond natural limits. Eventually, they learned how to channel this essence directly into themselves through specially designed techniques and physical discipline. Thus, the martial era began with warriors who wielded essence as both shield and weapon. And with their rise, humanity clawed its way back from near extinction. The monsters were pushed into the wild zones, and civilization reformed under one banner: the Alliance. Adam's pen came to a halt midway through a sentence. For a long moment, he simply stared at the last line he had written, before his lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. The world understands nothing but power. His hands slowly clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening as his eyes slid shut and his fragmented memories began to settle. Images flashed through his mind: the blood, the screams, the sight of his mother's trembling smile before the end. His chest tightened painfully. He exhaled through gritted teeth, forcing the memories back into the corners of his mind before reopening his eyes, their emerald hue glinting with quiet resolve as he wrote. But how do I get this power? The faint scratching of the pen came to a stop, and the fragmented memories finally settled. He flipped the notebook shut, set it aside on the cluttered desk, and stood up. The cramped one-room apartment was barely big enough to turn around in. Stacks of old boxes lined the walls, and the air still carried the faint, lingering scent of detergent. Despite the years, Adam had kept this place spotless. He threaded his way past the narrow table and a half-broken chair, stopping before the small mirror nailed unevenly to the wall. The glass was old and slightly fogged, but it reflected him clearly enough, a youth with rough, raven-black hair, sharp features and tired ember-green eyes that looked far older than his years. This was the apartment he and his mother had shared. While living in the foster home, he would sneak back here whenever he could, cleaning the dust, fixing the cracks, and holding on to the only thing that still felt like home. When he turned 16, the legal age of adulthood, he finally left the foster system and returned here for good. Ironically, he survived the way his mother once had, taking up odd jobs as a handyman, patching walls and repairing broken pipes for meager pay. It was a quiet, heavy life, until 2 years later, on the day he turned 18, when everything changed. When he awakened, after humans first unlocked the mysteries of essence and created the technique to wield it, they soon stumbled upon another roadblock. Not everyone could use those techniques. Only a select few were capable of drawing essence into their bodies, and even among them, some possessed a stronger connection than others. This innate difference became known as talent, a unique trait that determined how efficiently one could absorb essence. With time, as humanity delved deeper into the study of essence, the term evolved into cultivation talent, especially after the discovery of rarer forms known as special talents. To quantify them, talents, be it cultivation or special, were ranked from G at the lowest to SSS at the peak, a hierarchy that dictated one's potential and future in the martial world. There was also the rankless category for special talents. It was lower than G rank, yet far rarer. Anyone could randomly awaken a talent after they turned 16. There was no fixed rule or method to predict when it would happen. Yet, despite centuries of research, there remained no known way to increase the chances of awakening except being born into one of the prestigious martial clans, where heritage and bloodline often seemed to bend the odds. Standing before the mirror of his cramped one-room apartment, his reflection stared back at him, showing the faint traces of frustration on his expression. I was in way over my head, thinking I could go far with a G-rank cultivation talent. He let out a dry laugh and shook his head. The new memories had given him a different perspective on the choices he had made so far. A weary sigh soon escaped his lips as his expression softened, and in the next instant, a faint shimmer of light flickered before his eyes. A translucent blue panel materialized before him. Name: Adam. Rank: none. Cultivation talent: G.
Spatial talent: Akip.
Slot: body 5 empty. This was the panel Adam received after awakening his special talent. Yes, he had awakened a special talent as well, but it wasn't exactly what he had in mind when he imagined one. At least it helps keep track of my growth, Adam murmured, scanning each detail. Adam focused on his rank first. 6 months of training, and my rank didn't increase at all, Adam muttered, a faint trace of understanding flickering in his eyes. Before receiving those new memories, Adam had been filled with ambition from the day he awakened. Awakening not only a cultivation talent but also a special talent was something many could only dream of. Convinced that destiny had finally smiled upon him, he poured everything he had into chasing that dream. $15,000. This was 2 years of his savings plus a risky loan. And all of it was spent on a standard essence absorption technique, a dirty bronze-grade knife, and a yellow-grade martial technique. It was a reckless decision, but an understandable one. For him, becoming a martial artist wasn't just about status or power. It was about killing those damn monsters that had taken everything from him. But reality didn't bend to passion. Without the proper resources or talent, even the best techniques were useless. The meager money he had set aside for necessities began to dwindle, and the weight of the accumulating loan interest crushed what little hope he had left. So, in a desperate gamble, he entered an unranked level 1 rift, and the outcome was inevitable. He'd been injured by a poisonous monster, and though he managed to escape, the toxin quickly spread through his body, knocking him out cold. Due to the abysmal state of his wallet, the only thing he could do then was hope his body would recover naturally. Although it did, there was nothing natural about it. Now that Adam thought about it, his life was nothing short of pitiful, from beginning to where it was now. Nearly dying to the very creatures you despised so much. His reflection stared back at him with quiet disdain. He didn't quite know how to describe the feeling swelling in his chest. It wasn't pity, but it wasn't indifference either. He exhaled softly and shook his head. The fact that he was still alive and had gained new memories in the process was another matter entirely. Adam knew he wouldn't figure anything out by overthinking it. He'd only end up giving himself a headache. Pushing the thought aside for later, Adam turned his attention back to the faint blue panel still hovering before him. His gaze lingered on the line that read,
Spacial Talent, Akip.
After a few seconds of focus, a small text box materialized beneath it.
Akip, ayos diveare to akip anitem.
The description was so bland it almost felt like an insult. But the real disappointment came from what it actually did. In all honesty, not awakening a special talent would have made no difference. The equip talent was true to its name. It did nothing more than let him equip items. A sword, a dagger, a piece of armor. Anything that could be worn or held could be equipped through it. But there was no real advantage to doing so. Whether he used equip or just picked the weapon up with his hand, the result was the same. Well, almost. There was one difference. When Adam used the equip talent, the item became stuck to his body, as if fused by invisible threads, and couldn't be dropped or removed unless he consciously unequipped it. The only real restriction was that he could only equip up to 5 items at once. What's the point of never dropping a weapon if you're not even strong enough to swing it properly? The idea was mind-boggling. The new memories made him realize just how naive he had been. He rubbed his temple in frustration, as his gaze suddenly darkened. He wasn't optimistic. He knew how brutal this world was, and the new memories only made it clearer. It was a place where talent dictated everything. Without anything special about him, survival was nothing more than wishful thinking. Hard work, dedication, and determination were all meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. And even if he wanted to live quietly, that path was already sealed. The debt hanging over his head would crush him long before old age ever could. Before he could spiral deeper into his grim thoughts, however, ding! A crisp notification tone echoed in his mind, and a new line of text blinked into existence on his panel. Notification. Second soul detected. Soul meets criteria for awakening. Analysis complete. Talent awakening initiated. Adam remained silent through the entire process. A faint burning sensation ignited in his chest, sharp yet fleeting, that it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a lingering warmth. He didn't waste time. The moment his mind cleared, he willed open his panel. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spacial Talent, Akip Kunakt.
Slot. Body 5 empty. Adam's gaze froze on the panel. During the induction of new martial artists, they were taught how rare it was for one to awaken a special talent. Those who successfully awakened a special talent were believed to have a huge advantage over those who didn't. Although Adam was an outlier, it didn't remove the fact that special talents were rare, and that was when only one was involved. On the other hand, 2 special talents seemed like something one would only see in web fiction. Though both were rankless, the fact itself was extraordinary. Could this be a sign? He stopped himself, unwilling to jinx whatever fortune might be stirring. Instead, he focused on the new special talent, and as his thoughts converged, a new line of text appeared before him. Connect. Allows the bearer to connect with the mind and soul. Adam went still. The words were brief, vague, and almost disappointing. A sense of déjà vu hit him. Still, he refused to jump to conclusions as he activated the talent. The activation came naturally, an instinct more than a command. The instant he triggered Connect, his surroundings warped. The world didn't twist or shatter. It simply shifted. Colors deepened, light bent, and a surreal clarity flooded his senses. It felt detached, like being suspended between sleep and wakefulness. Then he saw it. In the reflection before him, countless luminescent nodes glimmered across his head, all intersecting and pulsing at irregular intervals like a living constellation. But what truly caught his eye was the embergreen flame burning faintly over his left chest. It was silent, steady, and impossibly alive. Adam's eyes lingered on the embergreen flame flickering faintly over his chest. Among all the strange sights in this new vision, that flame drew him the most. It pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. He studied it for a while, trying to understand its meaning. Then, after a brief moment of hesitation, he reached out and touched it. His fingers passed straight through. There was no heat or resistance, just the solid feel of his own chest beneath. Then, talent is already equipped. Adam's breath caught instantly. Already equipped? A shiver ran down his spine as his panel flickered and shifted before his eyes. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Slot. Soul 2 empty. Body 5 empty. Adam froze. His gaze locked on the new slot addition soul. From what he knew, his equip talent only allowed him to equip physical items. Things that could be wielded or worn by the body. That's why there was a body category under the slot section with a limit of 5, being his body's maximum capacity. But with Connect giving him access to his soul and adding a soul category to his slot, it meant something else entirely. Does that mean I can equip my soul? The idea sounded absurd and too good to be real. But the thought refused to leave his mind. Instead of wasting time doubting, Adam decided to test it. Keeping his hand pressed to the green flame, he attempted to unequip his G-grade cultivation talent. He wasn't insane enough to mess with his special talents, but this one, he could risk. However, the moment he tried, another notification appeared. Talent is already equipped. He tried again. Talent is already equipped. Again. And again. The message didn't change. After several attempts, a dull ache built behind his eyes. His head felt heavy, his vision blurring slightly. Eventually, he gave up and sat on the edge of his bed, exhaling through clenched teeth. So it's still the same mechanics, he muttered, realizing the problem. Although his newly awakened talent Connect had increased the scope of his talent equip, the talent still followed a particular set of strict rules. 1. He could only equip an item by touching it directly. 2. He could only equip items that weren't already equipped. 3. He could only unequip items that were equipped through his talent. In other words, if he picked up a sword normally, it wasn't considered equipped by his talent, so he wouldn't be able to unequip it with his talent. But if he activated equip while picking it up, the sword would bind to him, allowing him to unequip it later through the same ability. The same applied to other people's equipment. If someone was holding a weapon, he couldn't equip it until they released it. Adam ran a hand through his hair, his eyes narrowing. And it seems, it works the same way for my soul. He hadn't used equip to bind his talents. They'd been awakened naturally. So there was no way for him to unequip them using equip. But does that mean there's no other way? He murmured, frustration bleeding into his voice. Then, halfway through the thought, his eyes widened. A spark of realization flashed across his face. He stood abruptly, the earlier dizziness fading beneath sudden excitement. That might work. Grabbing his jacket, a backpack and a knife, Adam slipped on his jacket and headed straight for the door. His heart raced with anticipation as he stepped into the dim corridor of his apartment complex. His destination, the Mission Hall of Sector 516. The Mission Hall was an organization operating under the vast authority of the Alliance. It was responsible for assigning and overseeing missions given to martial artists. Whether it was monster subjugation, rift containment, or escort duties, everything passed through its hands. But the Mission Hall of Sector 516 hadn't always existed. No, its establishment came 1 year after the Sector 516 rift disaster. A catastrophe that had claimed hundreds of lives and left the area in ruin. The backlash that followed had been immense. For once, The cries of the impoverished masses reached the ears of the Alliance. Their outrage painted the Alliance as negligent cowards who only protected the wealthy inner sectors while the outer zones bled. In response, the Alliance opened a branch of the mission hall here, in the poorest and most neglected part of the sector. At least, that was the official story. Adam didn't buy it. He leaned against the window of the bus, his expression calm but his thoughts sharp. This world respects martial power above all else. The weak can scream all they want, but in the end, a single martial warrior could silence a crowd. That was reality. So no amount of protest or moral outcry would have been enough to make the Alliance bend. Adam's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind running through the possibilities. The Alliance must have discovered something here, something the rest of the sector was too blind to see. The bus rattled along the uneven roads, weaving past crumbling buildings and old rift barricades. A few minutes later, it came to a stop before a massive gray structure that stood out among the decay. A sign etched in cold steel read, Sector 516 Mission Hall. Adam stepped off the bus, adjusted his jacket, and gazed up at the building, his eyes glimmering faintly with purpose. Adam walked toward the tall, slate-gray building, its glass doors sliding open and shut in a constant rhythm as people streamed in and out. Every one of them carried an air of quiet menace, broad-shouldered men and dangerous women whose mere presence rippled with power. Their steps were confident, their eyes sharp, their profession martial artists. It was almost laughable when he thought about it. Before the mission hall was established, seeing a martial artist in Sector 516 was something you could only hope for through a TV broadcast or sheer luck. But now they were as common as air. The once desolate sector had turned into a hub of strength and opportunity, all because of a single building. Adam stepped through the sliding doors. The inside was just as chaotic as the outside, an organized storm of voices and footsteps. To the right, the reception counters were packed with martial artists collecting or submitting missions. The hum of conversation mixed with the faint metallic scent of weapons and the sharp tang of essence-infused air. But Adam wasn't here for a mission. His gaze turned left, to the martial market. That side of the building was an entirely different world. Rows of stalls and glass-case counters stretched into the distance, each one displaying everything a martial artist could desire: blades, armor, cultivation resources, and even martial techniques. The mission hall market was the beating heart of the Alliance's economy, holding a monopoly so vast that the owner of a single hall was likely 1,000 times richer than the wealthiest man from the memories Adam had inherited. Adam's eyes narrowed slightly as he made his way deeper inside. If I'm right, they should have it here. He turned down one of the aisles, scanning the signs, weapons, techniques, potions, items, until his gaze landed on one that made him smirk. Corpses. Bingo. Monster corpses had countless uses. They could be used as materials for forging, potion making, or even food for martial artists. Their flesh brimmed with essence, making them both dangerous and valuable. But the moment Adam laid eyes on the first carcass displayed in the transparent stasis case, a strange wave of disgust hit him. It wasn't simple nausea, it was deeper. A vile, crawling hatred that boiled up from somewhere he couldn't name. His hands clenched unconsciously. This feeling again. It wasn't fear. It was loathing. A disgust that went beyond reason. So strong that, for a fleeting second, he felt that leaving the creature dead was too merciful a punishment. Adam shut his eyes and drew a slow breath. As the rage faded, leaving only a faint tremor in his chest. Calm down, focus. He exhaled and forced the tension from his body before stepping closer to the aisle. For now, he had a theory to test. The aisle was lined with stasis cases, each one containing a different kind of monster. Wolves with ashen fur and bloodied maws, kobolds with scaled hides and jagged claws, goblins whose twisted faces were forever frozen in snarls, and many more grotesque forms. The dim blue glow of the preservation fields gave the hall an eerie atmosphere, like a silent museum of nightmares. Most of the monsters here were unranked level 1, the weakest of the monsters. A few, however, carried tags marked unranked level 2, their presence rare and costly. Monsters were graded according to the rifts they emerged from, and every rift was categorized into 9 levels. Level 1 through level 9. Each level was then subdivided into 6 classes: unranked, normal, abnormal, hell, abysmal, and extinction. Sector 516 had advanced to a low-tier sector after the sector's rift disaster 9 years ago. So the rifts that appeared here were usually unranked level 1, with the occasional unranked level 2 showing up once in a while, and those were disasters in their own right. Each corpse was suspended in a transparent case, with their bodies being preserved within the containment field. Adam's gaze swept across them, his mind already elsewhere. I'll need to get my hands on one. His theory wasn't something he could confirm by simply looking. He needed physical and direct contact. Adam's thoughts drifted back to talents. From what he understood, talents were bound to the soul and not the body. And if the soul truly anchored the connection, then death, the destruction of that soul, should logically sever it. If a person holding a sword dies, and that sword remains in their grasp, can it still be called equipped when the person is nothing but a corpse? That was the question haunting him. If death unequips the soul's hold, then the object, or in this case, the talent, should remain free to be taken. When a man dies, his weapon doesn't vanish. Someone else can always pick it up. If his logic held true, then perhaps the same applied to talents. And if so, Adam's pulse quickened slightly at the thought. As he moved closer to the nearest case, its glass surface gleaming faintly under the light, he crouched slightly, inspecting the control panel at its base. "Now how do I open this thing?" he muttered under his breath. Before he could try anything reckless, a soft, melodious voice chimed from behind him. "Sir, how can I help you?" Adam froze, turning instinctively. The sight that met him made his mind stutter for a second. Standing there was a woman, but not a human one. She had a long orange foxtail swaying lazily behind her and a pair of sharp, fur-tipped ears poking through her ginger hair. Her eyes were auburn and gleamed with inspection as they studied him. The uniform of the Marshall Market clung perfectly to her form, emphasizing every curve, an obvious tactic designed to keep customers distracted. Adam blinked, momentarily thrown off. "It'll take a while to get used to this." The fox woman tilted her head slightly, her tone polite yet curious. "Sir." After the rifts appeared, tearing open the sky and spewing both monsters and essence into the world, everything changed, down to the very shape of the continents themselves. The violent surges of essence reshaped the land, shaping the world into 2 massive continents. The southern continent became the heart of order. Where the Alliance ruled, it was a bastion of civilization and martial structure. In contrast, the northern continent turned into a wild, unpredictable expanse, a place brimming with both unimaginable opportunities and nightmarish dangers. Between the two lay one of the only 2 oceans left on Earth, Oceanus Minus, a vast body of water so deep that even powerful martial artists dared not cross it lightly. It was upon that northern continent that humanity made a discovery that changed the understanding of life itself, the essential races. These were beings whose very existence depended on essence. Unlike humans, classified as members of the non-essential race, members of the essential race could not survive in areas where essence concentration was low. And, as history would have it, human greed soon followed discovery. Members of the essential races were captured, bought, and transported across Oceanus Minus to serve in the southern continent, treated as little more than exotic tools. In Sector 516, however, essential races had been a rarity, at least until the mission hall was established. After that, their presence grew, quietly but steadily, mixing into the underbelly of the city's economy. Adam's gaze drifted to one such figure now, a fox-eared woman. Her fur-tipped ears twitched slightly as her auburn eyes caught his distant stare. "Sir, would you like to buy something?" she asked, her tone polite but practiced, snapping Adam from his thoughts. "Yes, I'd like to purchase a corpse." He nodded, stepping closer to the transparent stasis cases filled with preserved monsters. He added, "But I'd like to check the quality before deciding on which one to buy." The fox woman, Julie, as her name tag read, smiled faintly and reached into her breast pocket, retrieving a small silver key. "That will be no issue, sir," she said, bending over to unlock one of the cases with a soft click. Adam's heart beat a little faster as he watched her work. Finally, in truth, he didn't have the money to buy anything. He was already drowning in debt. The very idea of purchasing a corpse was laughable. But that wasn't his goal. He needed to test his theory and his talents. Once that was done, he could simply claim he'd changed his mind and walk away. There's no shame in window shopping, not when the window might just open the door to power. No talent. The cold blue notification flashed across Adam's vision. His hand was pressed against the chest of a goblin corpse, fingers tracing the leathery skin as if assessing its quality. But in truth, he wasn't examining it at all. He was trying to equip its talent. Another failure. Adam clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to curse out loud. This can't be, this is the 7th corpse and still there's no success. His brows furrowed as he forced his face to remain neutral. 7 corpses, 7 failures, and the same infuriating message each time. No talent. Behind him, Julie's soft, clear voice broke the silence. "Sir, are you satisfied with this corpse? If yes, I'll package it for you immediately." Her polite tone carried an edge. Adam forced a rueful smile and pulled his hand away from the goblin's chest. "The quality of this one isn't good either," he said, feigning mild disappointment. Julie's fox ears twitched slightly. Her tail flicked once before she took a deep breath, silently chanting in her mind. "Calm down, Julie. Calm down. The customer is always right." Adam, however, didn't even notice. His thoughts were tangled in frustration and disbelief. He replayed every attempt in his mind. The stasis cases, the conditions of the bodies, his approach, nothing seemed wrong. Yet Equip refused to recognize anything. "Sir, if you describe the type of monster corpse you're looking for, it might make it easier for us to find one that suits your preference," Julie finally suggested. Adam blinked, then nodded at the suggestion. "You're right." He had thought about that earlier. There were several aisles in the market, some sold monster parts, others sold whole corpses. He had chosen this aisle specifically because the corpses here were intact. He wasn't entirely sure, but he felt that the corpse's condition also mattered, because a complete corpse might still carry traces of the soul's residue that allowed his equipped talent to function, but a damaged corpse might not have a soul residue leading to his equipped talent failing. This was just a theory, though. He would need to actually test it to prove it. But the corpse still has to be the problem, not my talent, he thought firmly. The notification says no talent, not action impossible. That means Equip is checking, but it's not finding any talent to equip. The realization reignited a spark of determination in his chest. Before he could tell Julie what he wanted, however, a noise rippled through the market. Shouts, clattering metal, and the distinct hiss of containment units' cooling systems. Adam turned instinctively toward the sound. It was just a group of workers pushing heavy trolleys into the aisle, each carrying freshly retrieved monster corpses, their bodies still faintly radiating essence. Adam's eyes lit up. "I'd like to inspect those corpses as well, hope it's okay," he said quickly, turning to Julie. The fox woman hesitated, her gaze flicking between the new arrivals and Adam's eager expression. After a short pause, she sighed softly and nodded. "That won't be a problem, sir." A small, satisfied smile curved Adam's lips as he followed her toward the newly arrived corpses, the faint glow of residual essence reflecting in his emerald eyes. As Adam approached the freshly delivered batch of monster corpses, Julie moved ahead to speak with one of the workers responsible for unloading and sealing them into the stasis cases. After a brief exchange and explanation of Adam's request, the workers didn't seem to mind. They simply shrugged and allowed him to proceed. Adam gave a short nod of acknowledgement before stepping toward the trolley loaded with monster corpses and getting a good view of the monsters. They were small creatures that were barely larger than ordinary rabbits, but their hind limbs told a different story. Each leg was thick with dense, corded muscle, built for explosive movement. His brows furrowed in surprise as he murmured under his breath, "Rapid hairs." The name alone stirred his shock. Rapid Hairs were normal level 1 monsters, a step above what he should even be seeing in this sector. The rifts that appeared in Sector 516 were typically unranked level 1, with the occasional unranked level 2 rift appearing once in a while. For something of normal class to show up here, it didn't make sense. The worker noticed the look of confusion on Adam's face and spoke up. "These monsters weren't hunted here," the man explained casually, wiping sweat from his forehead. "They were brought from Sector 360, by the mission hall." Sector 360. Adam's eyes flickered in realization. That was a mid-tier sector in the outer zone, a place where stronger monsters and higher-grade rifts were far more common. In contrast, Sector 516, a low-tier sector, and a new one at that, was at the very bottom of the outer zone hierarchy with low essence density, low-grade rifts, and low everything. Still, the thought lingered. Why would the mission hall here order monster corpses from a higher sector? It didn't add up. For a brief moment, suspicion crept in. But Adam dismissed it just as quickly. Not now, he had come here for a reason. Taking a slow breath, Adam shifted his focus back to the trolley. His fingers twitched slightly as he crouched beside one of the Rapid Hairs, pretending to inspect it. In reality, his eyes flickered faintly as he reached out, trying to equip the monster's talent. As Adam laid his hands on the corpse, he felt the difference instantly. The sensation beneath his palms wasn't the same as before. The earlier corpses sealed in stasis cases had felt cold, lifeless, and hollow. But this one was warmer. Not alive, but warmer than death should have been. Still, he didn't stop. His hands traced along the creature's matted fur, pressing lightly against its chest. Anyone watching would have thought he was checking the quality of the corpse. But in truth, he was preparing himself. Then, with a slow exhale, he whispered in his mind, "Connect." The world shifted. Adam's vision dimmed as though a veil had dropped between dream and waking. His consciousness expanded outward, and suddenly he could see a realm that existed beneath the surface of essence itself. Flames burned faintly in the chests of the living. They were bright and vibrant fires of existence. Julie, the fox-eared woman, glowed with a stable ember of golden flames. The workers nearby burned too, each with a different intensity, and over their heads, thin lines of light connected like a web of constellations, thoughts, emotion, and life intertwined. But the corpses, they were different. Where there should have been flame, there was only a dim, colorless orb, faintly pulsating as if echoing the memory of a fire long extinguished. And above their heads, the nodes remained, but the lines that once connected them were severed, having no flow, rhythm, or life. That was the difference between the living and the dead, one Adam had been forced to accept. Without hesitation, he willed his second talent to activate. Equip. The orb within the hair's chest shimmered faintly, as if reacting to his call. And then, "Do you want to equip the talent?" Rapid E? The notification appeared before his eyes, glowing pale blue in the dim vision of the Connect realm. Adam's heart skipped a beat. It worked. Unlike humans, all monsters were born with special talents, innate abilities unique to their kind. These talents were instinctive and ingrained in their very souls from birth. However, while every monster possessed a special talent, none had cultivation talents. A monster's growth was chained to their race, meaning no matter how much they devoured essence or fought to evolve, they could never surpass the limits imposed by their bloodline. Humans, in a way, weren't so different. Although, not every martial artist awakened a special talent like monsters, every awakened human possessed a cultivation talent, which determined the ceiling of their strength. Yet what humans lacked in special talent, they compensated for with will and ingenuity. Through martial spirits and the invention of conduits, special weapons and armors forged to channel essence, they broke barriers their innate limits could never have reached. Adam knew all that, but he wasn't thinking of that now, because the notification still hovered before his eyes. "Do you want to equip the talent?" Rapid E? Without hesitation, he agreed. The moment he did, a burning sensation bloomed in his chest. It was searingly sharp, but it was also fleeting. as it lasted less than a heartbeat before fading entirely, leaving behind only the faint echo of warmth. He exhaled quietly. So that's how it feels to equip a monster's talent. One after another, he inspected the remaining rapid hair corpses. Each time his palm touched the chest of their still bodies, the same notification appeared. Do you want to equip the talent? Rapid E? He accepted one more, watching as his equip panel flickered with a second entry. But when he tried a third time, error, soul slots full. The message repeated no matter how often he attempted it. Eventually, Adam sighed and gave up. That's my limit, for now. He stood, brushing off his hands as he stepped back from the trolley. Julie, who had been watching the entire time, stepped forward and asked in her customer service tone, "So, sir, have you made your choice?" Adam turned toward her, his expression unreadable, though a faint gleam lingered in his eyes. Adam stared at Julie for a long moment, the silence between them stretching uncomfortably. Finally, he let out a soft exhale and said, "These corpses aren't suitable either." A vein visibly twitched on Julie's forehead, her forced smile barely holding. But Adam ignored it completely as he turned toward one of the workers. "How recently were these monsters killed?" he asked calmly. The worker didn't seem to mind the question. "They were taken down about 5 days ago," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Adam gave a slow nod, his thoughts already spinning. So a talent can linger at most 5 days after death. But it may be longer. I'll need to keep testing to find the exact limit. The corpses he'd inspected earlier, the goblins, kobolds, and wolves had all been dead for weeks. The freshest among them was over a month old, which explained why none of them had talents. They must have deteriorated. But how do talents deteriorate? That was an interesting thought on talent mechanics. But Adam left these thoughts for later as his gaze returned to Julie. "I was hoping to find something fresher, preferably corpses killed today," he said evenly. Julie's ears twitched. She didn't speak at first, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. Her lips curved into a strained smile, but her tail betrayed her agitation, swaying sharply from side to side. Adam, of course, paid no attention. He clasped his hands politely and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble. I'll come around next time if I need anything." "You're welcome back anytime, sir," Julie replied, her voice rising just slightly on the word welcome. Adam nodded, unbothered, and turned to leave. His figure soon disappeared into the bustle of the market, leaving behind only silence and a fuming foxwoman. The worker whose trolley Adam had been examining looked unsure. Miss Julie, where should I put these corpses?" Julie's tail lashed out, smacking him across the face before she spun around with a huff. "Why don't you place them on my head?" The worker looked unsure, but then Julie snapped, "Put them in their cases." The worker set to work immediately. Meanwhile, Julie's tail swung behind her as she muttered under her breath, "I swear, if I ever see that handsome guy in here again." As Adam finished equipping the talents, he left the Marshall Market behind, his mind already shifting to the next destination, the Mission Hall reception, located on the right side of the main building. Though his expression remained calm and indifferent, his chest carried a quiet pulse of excitement for the experiment that had been a success. His hypothesis that his equipped talent could claim another's talent as long as its bearer was dead was no longer just a theory. It was now a concrete fact. Still, Adam refused to let the feeling show. Getting too confident now would only cloud my judgment. The thought steadied him. He walked out of the market and went straight to the reception hall. When he reached one of the reception counters, he was greeted by a human woman. Her uniform, though identical to the foxwoman's, hugged her figure just as tightly. Adam's gaze flickered for half a second before he let out a small, almost invisible sigh. It's funny how the same people responsible for managing rifts and monsters are the ones designing uniforms like these. For a brief moment, an image flashed in his mind, of old geezers gathered around a conference table, nodding in satisfaction as they approved the official design. He grimaced at the disturbing image, and with a small shake of his head, he pushed the thought aside. "Good afternoon, sir," the receptionist said with a bright, professional smile. "How may I help you today?" Adam, after calming down, reached into his jacket and pulled out his marshal license, sliding it across the counter. "I'm here for a Rift re-entry request." Adam hadn't let the Rift incident go, but since he'd been given a second chance because of it, he intended to use it well, starting with repaying the monster that led to his near-death. He still didn't understand how he was alive. His panel showed 2 souls were in him now, but it didn't feel like there were 2 souls. Instead, it felt like he was finally complete. To be honest, the whole situation was very confusing to Adam. "I'll get my answers when I get stronger. For now, I'll deal with what I can, starting with getting payback on the bastard that almost killed me." A calm, official voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Your fine is $10,000. Adam froze. "What?" The receptionist turned her monitor and slid his marshal license back across the counter. His photo stared up at him from the monitor, showing him from the chest up. In it, he wore a black tank top damp with sweat and a headband that read, "Never surrender." He had taken the picture right after awakening, back when he still tried to cultivate seriously. The UI read plain facts. Name Adam. Rank non. Cultivation talent G. Special talent equip. Rankless. And below, a single mission entry glowered. Unranked level 1 Rift Gob Valley. Beside it, stamped in bold red, failed. Mr. Adam, according to your registration agreement with the mission hall, a failed mission incurs fines. She paused before explaining further. The first failure will be 2 times the expected gain. Your second failure will be 3 times, and your third failure will be 5 times the expected gain with your license being revoked. She inhaled. "I'm sure you're aware." "I am aware." Adam nodded. She didn't soften her tone as she continued. "I'll process your re-entry into the unranked level 1 Rift, Gob Valley. But if you fail again, the fine will be $15,000 plus the previous $10,000, totaling $25,000. I hope you take the mission seriously this time, Mr. Adam." 25,000. The number sat in his skull like a stone. "I will be very careful." She printed a slip and handed it over. It looked like a normal receipt. "Make sure to pay your fine, Mr. Adam," the receptionist said before eyeing him with a hint of pity as she added, "Good luck on your mission." Adam took the slip as he left the counter with his shoulders heavier than when he'd arrived. The air at the bus terminal was thick with dust and the faint scent of diesel. Adam stood quietly at the edge of the cracked pavement, hands buried deep in his jacket pockets as the old, worn-out bus rumbled into view. He wasn't heading to the Rift yet. There was somewhere else he needed to be first. When the doors hissed open, Adam climbed aboard, took a seat near the window, and stared blankly at the blur of buildings as the bus rolled on. The ride didn't last long. Within minutes, the driver called out the stop, and Adam stepped down into a quiet, windswept street. Before him stretched a vast open field, fenced by metal bars that had long lost their shine. People moved in and out through the rusted gates, some with flowers, others with candles or offerings. Lining the fences were men and women curled up under ragged blankets, the kind of forgotten souls Sector 516 had too many of. To the right of the gate sat an old lady in a purple dress, her gray hair mostly hidden beneath a black scarf. She handed out roses with a trembling but warm smile. When she saw Adam approach, her face lit up with familiarity. "Oh, lad, you're here again," she said, voice rough but kind. She bent slightly, lifting a small bouquet of roses she had kept aside. "I picked these ones, especially for you." Adam accepted them gently. "Thank you, Martha." He gave her a small nod, then turned toward one of the homeless men by the fence. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the last money he had on him, a $5 bill, and placed it quietly into the man's tin bowl. "Thank you, Adam," the man murmured, recognizing him. Adam only nodded in reply before walking through the gate. Inside, people stood before tombstones, some whispering prayers, others clearing weeds or setting up small picnics. But Adam didn't linger on any of it. His steps carried him toward a far corner, where an old tree stood with roots like gnarled fingers gripping the soil. carved into its trunk, was a single name that was faint but unmistakable: Aurora. Adam stopped in front of the tree, the bouquet trembling slightly in his hand. "I'm back again, Mom," he said quietly. The wind brushed past him, carrying the scent of roses and earth. Aurora had died 9 years ago during the Sector 516 rift disaster. She had died to save Adam, but the way she did it was looked down upon by most. She had used dead mana. Dead mana was an invisible remnant of life essence that lost its purity, released only when those who possess it take their own lives. Although useless in combat, it possessed a peculiar property. Monsters despised it, and any area thick with the scent of dead mana became a natural deterrent, keeping beasts far away. Yet, while harmless to humans at first, if left to build up, it slowly poisoned the air and the ground, warping life itself. That was why the bodies of those who had dead mana and used it were never buried. The authorities burned them to oblivion, ensuring no trace of dead mana remained. Because of this, Adam had no body to bury. A name he carved into bark at age 9 and a few pictures were all that stood as proof that his mother had ever lived. He had wanted to build her an altar at home, but it wouldn't have felt right. Those who rest among the dead, even as symbols, would never be alone. That was his own belief. So Adam came here instead, to this lonely corner of the cemetery, beneath the tree that carried her name. He stood for a long moment, the wind tugging gently at his hair, before he bowed his head for 15 minutes in respect, then placed the bouquet of roses at the tree's base. The petals fluttered in the wind as he turned and walked away, his steps heavy but resolved. Adam had made it his routine to visit his mother's memorial place every day since he was 9, never missing a single visit. This time, however, was different. For years he had come for the small comfort the ritual brought. Now he came with resolve. Resolve to cast off his weakness. Resolve to start anew. Resolve to never surrender. Adam had changed, and soon the monsters would bear witness to that change. Adam arrived at the site of the unranked Level 1 rift, Gob Valley. The place was exactly as he remembered. A tall metal fence surrounded the rift's perimeter, its surface rusted by time and storms, but it still stood firm. At the only entrance, 2 guards waited, their uniforms bearing the insignia of the mission hall. They were acolytes, official staffs of the mission hall, and not freelancers like most martial artists. While every martial artist was required to register under the mission hall, they still worked for themselves. There was no fixed salaries or stability, just missions, blood, and whatever money they could scrape from the chaos of the rifts. But the acolytes were different. They didn't only fight. They also worked under the mission hall directly, drawing steady pay for administrative or support roles. Adam approached quietly, as one of the acolytes raised a hand. "Martial license," the man said flatly. Adam handed it over without a word. The acolyte scanned it with a small detector before nodding for the entry slip. Adam passed that too, the same one the mission hall receptionist had given him earlier. After verifying both, the acolyte's gaze lingered on him for a second. Then he stepped aside. Adam gave a small nod and walked through the gate. The moment he stepped inside, a rush of essence pressure hit him. Groups of martial artists were gathered near the mirage-like vortex that marked the rift entrance. Some entered with cautious confidence. Others stumbled back out, bloodied and exhausted, with their armor dented and smeared with monster blood. Their faces were pale but victorious. The air smelled of metal, sweat, and faint decay. Adam stood still for a moment, watching them. They all have proper conduits. Adam stared at the knife in his hand. It was a plain thing. Its blade was dull, and it looked like the kind of utensil meant for kitchens and small crimes. In truth, it was a conduit too, the lowest grade, a dirty bronze common knife. Conduits were tools that focused a martial artist's essence and multiplied their strength. There were 8 grades in total: dirty bronze, black iron, pure silver, champion gold, royal purple, rare platinum, epic diamond, and mythical. Adam's conduit sat at the very bottom of that ladder. It looked like nothing more than metal and a wrapped handle. He set it into the strap on his waist without ceremony. Conduit or no conduit, with an E-rank special talent, this rift is no longer a threat. As he walked toward the rippling gate, a lanky man near the entrance nudged a colleague and nodded in Adam's direction. "Isn't that the kid who came out all banged up yesterday?" The colleague, a broad-shouldered, bald man with a face like a hammer, squinted, then shook his head. "Most people tend to overestimate themselves after awakening. Figured he'd get a wake-up call after what happened yesterday. Guess I was wrong." The lanky man scoffed. "Poor kid. Hasn't even stepped into the martial apprentice rank." Although it seemed as if they cared, in all honesty, they just took Adam as a joke. Other fighters glanced up and the murmur spread like a current. Adam felt the stares and counted the minutes of scorn the same way a thief counts coins. It didn't matter. He hadn't come for their approval or pity. Stepping close to the Mirage-thin vortex, the air tasted like cold iron and rain on hot stone. The mirage-like rift hummed against his teeth. One step, and the past becomes a promise kept. Then, without hesitation, Adam folded forward and let the rift swallow him whole. When entering a rift as a group, every martial artist had to maintain physical contact. If not, the rift would scatter them the moment they crossed, dropping each member in random, often dangerous locations. But for solo entrants like Adam, that rule didn't matter. The moment he stepped through, the air around him warped and pulsed with thick essence pressure. A chill swept over his skin as colors bled and twisted, until suddenly, the world steadied. He stood in a vast open plain. Tall golden grasses brushed against his knees, swaying under a faint wind. A few crooked trees jutted out from the landscape like broken spears, and a large hill could be seen surrounding the area. The air carried the faint stench of iron and decay, the scent of monsters. Adam took a slow breath, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the terrain. Just like last time, I have to reduce the rift's monster saturation by 0.5% for an exit to form. He gave a faint, humorless smile. The truth was, he hadn't achieved that last time. He'd merely stumbled upon a temporary exit left behind by another group of martial artists. It had been luck, nothing more. Each rift operated under its own system of monster saturation, which was the measure of how filled the rift was with monsters. Every time monsters were killed, the saturation dropped slightly. For every 0.5% decrease, a temporary exit would open, lasting 3 minutes around the person or group responsible for the 0.5% decrease. And once the overall saturation reached 0%, the rift would collapse completely, sealing itself shut. But that was easier said than done. Killing monsters wasn't simple, and martial artists weren't tireless machines. The moment they paused to rest or recover essence, the rift would heal, its saturation creeping back up as new monsters spawned. That endless cycle had its advantages. More monsters meant more resources. But it also brought a deadly risk, a rift breach. Once a rift saturation reached 100%, the essence inside would begin to overflow, spilling into the outside world. Monsters would pour out like a flood, devouring anything that moved. That's why the mission hall maintained a safe saturation limit of 70%. If a rift went above that, they would issue a mass cleanup order, rapidly clearing it before it could overflow. But that safety only applied to stable rifts, rifts that behaved according to predictable essence patterns. Unstable rifts were the exact opposite, as they were chaotic by nature and their essence flows shifted without warning. They didn't need to reach 100% saturation to break. Sometimes all it took was a ripple or a sudden imbalance, and the rift would tear open, vomiting monsters into the world outside. It was an unstable rift that had caused the Sector 516 disaster 9 years ago. Adam pushed those thoughts aside for now. What mattered now was the hunt. He scanned his surroundings carefully. The landscape was identical to the last time he'd entered Gob Valley. The hills that circled the plains stood like painted backdrop and served as a cruel illusion of depth. No matter how far one walked toward them, they would never draw closer, because the rift twisted space itself, trapping everything in this endless flatland. Taking a breath, Adam raised his hand, summoning his panel. A faint pulse of essence responded, and a blue screen shimmered into view before his eyes. Name Adam. Rank none. Cultivation talent G.
Spatial talent, akip kunakt.
Slot. Soul 2 rapid E. Body 5 empty. Adam focused on one of the rapid slots, and the description materialized in a small golden box. Rapid E gives the bearer a modest increase in speed. He couldn't help but smirk. The panel is underselling the talent. In truth, an E-rank special talent wasn't modest at all. The boost it provided was equivalent to having a 7 stars profound grade martial spirit, something that took most martial artists years to achieve. That was the difference between normal martial artists and those with special talents. While others spent years raising their spirits, those with special talents simply activated that same power instantly. To the rest of the world, they were walking cheats. Adam's smirk hardened. And just yesterday, it would have been naive to consider myself among them. But now, he gripped the handle of his conduit knife tightly. Now I'm the biggest cheat there is. The tall grass rustled faintly ahead, and Adam froze. His eyes narrowed. His pulse quickened. His heart drummed faster. And an old, familiar anger began to simmer deep inside. Something was approaching. It was small, fast, and moving low through the brush. A faint hiss broke the silence. Then a hunched figure emerged, its green skin slick with sweat and grime, jagged teeth glinting beneath a crooked grin. A goblin. Adam's eyes sharpened, his grip on the knife firming. Finally, the goblin's yellow eyes locked on Adam, its cracked lips twisting into a sadistic grin. At first, it approached with cautious steps, sniffing the air like a feral dog. But the moment it sensed the faint, nearly non-existent essence flowing through Adam's body, that caution vanished. To the creature, Adam wasn't a threat, he was easy prey. The goblin's muscles tensed, its claws twitching with anticipation. It wore no armor and carried no weapon, only a ragged loincloth clinged to its waist. But it didn't need tools. Its claws were sharp enough to tear through flesh, and its jagged teeth dripped with venom potent enough to paralyze anything that still breathed after being bitten. Could already taste victory. In the next instant, it lunged forward with a guttural snarl, claws outstretched and eyes gleaming with hunger. It didn't plan to kill Adam immediately. No, it wanted him alive for now so it could have its way with him. The goblin licked its lips, but before its claws could reach their mark, its entire world blurred. Adam's left hand shot forward like lightning, catching the goblin's face mid-lunge. The creature didn't even have time to process what had happened before Adam slammed it into the ground with a crushing force. Boom! Dirt and grass scattered, leaving a small crater beneath them. The goblin thrashed violently, claws flailing, but Adam didn't let go. His grip tightened around the creature's skull, fingers digging in just above the mouth, covering its eyes and nose, leaving its mouth wide open. The goblin let out a distorted shriek, but Adam's hand was already moving. His right hand flashed, the common knife slicing through the air in a fast silver arc. The goblin's right hand fell first, then the left, both severed roughly at the wrists. Green blood sprayed in all directions, hot and foul-smelling, splattering across Adam's jacket and face. The goblin writhed, trying to scream again, but Adam's knife was faster, tearing through the creature's tongue in one clean cut. But Adam didn't stop there as he adjusted his grip and drove the knife across the creature's throat. The goblin's vocal cord was instantly torn open, and the only sound it could now make was a pitiful hiss of escaping air. The monster's resilience kept it alive far longer than any human could endure. Even as blood poured from its neck and stumps, it kicked weakly, eyes rolling in terror. Adam knelt over it, his knees pinning its twitching handless arms. His expression was devoid of sympathy. He didn't stop. The goblin's body convulsed beneath him as his strikes grew faster and more erratic. Seconds passed, then minutes, but he continued the assault, only stopping when the goblin's movements ceased completely. Adam stood over the mutilated corpse, chest heaving and knife trembling faintly in his grip. The goblin's head had rolled away, separated from its mutilated body, and the ground beneath them was painted in thick reeking green blood. To any observer, it would have been a gruesome sight, one that spoke of rage and inexperience more than skill. But Adam didn't care. He stood, drenched in blood, staring down at the corpse in silence. For the past 9 years, Adam had never truly felt satisfaction. Not once. Even when he'd awakened, he hadn't felt joy, hope, or even pride. There had been no excitement at the idea of gaining power. Only the cold, burning purpose that power could grant him, to kill the things he despised the most. But that awakening had failed him. It hadn't brought him vengeance. It hadn't given him strength. Only his rebirth had. Now, as he stood over the mangled corpse of the goblin, blood dripping from his sleeve, Adam's breathing slowed. The storm inside him quieted, and his emerald eyes softened just a little as he stared at what he'd done. It seems I went overboard. The creature's body was unrecognizable, torn limbs, shredded flesh, a face smashed beyond repair. Even for a goblin, it was a brutal sight. Normally, martial artists aimed for clean kills to preserve any valuable part, because every monster part had value. Skin, claws, bones, even organs could fetch a price depending on the rift grade. But this was nothing more than pulp. He sighed faintly, rubbing the back of his hand against his neck. I'll try to hold back next time. Kneeling beside the corpse, Adam took a deep breath, then pried open the goblin's chest cavity with the tip of his knife. The ribs cracked one by one as he reached inside, fingers slick with green blood until he finally touched something solid, smooth and glass-like. It was a small, transparent crystal that glimmered faintly in his palm, catching the dim light of the rift. The granulite. Every monster had one. It was a useless organ with no essence value, no energy to extract, and no alchemical use. Its only purpose was to serve as proof of a kill and a verification for the mission hall that the job was done. Martial artists turned them in to claim their pay. Adam turned it over once before slipping it carefully into his backpack. He stared down at the hollow chest cavity again, then at the lifeless eyes of the goblin. A quiet thought surfaced in his mind. Is it still possible to equip its talent? The faint glow of essence in his eye pulsed once, as if in response. Adam's lips curved slightly. Let's find out. A faint chime echoed in Adam's mind as a translucent blue notification flickered before his eyes. Do you want to equip the talent Poison G? Adam stared at the message, with an amused smile tugging at his lips. His hands were still buried in the goblin's chest cavity, as a small, flameless orb flickered faintly in his vision from the activation of his talent. Connect. So it works after all. He leaned back slightly, examining the ruined corpse. As long as it's a dead body, I can equip the talent regardless of its condition. That had been a concern earlier. He'd assumed his ability would only function on whole, undamaged corpses. If the monster had to be perfectly preserved for equip and connect to work, he would have been in trouble. But now, seeing the notification even after the goblin's body had been reduced to a mess, he felt a quiet wave of relief. Still, Adam didn't hesitate. He dismissed the prompt with a thought.
Talent equip, cancelat.
The notification dissolved into sparks of essence, fading into the air. Poison as a talent wasn't bad, especially for lower-ranked martial artists. But Adam's lip curled slightly at the idea. Adam sighed, wiping the remaining blood from his hands onto the grass. Still, I need something else for the second slot. Currently, both of his soul slots were filled with the same thing. Rapid E. While doubling it up might have sounded powerful, he'd learned quickly that identical talents didn't stack. 2 rapids didn't make him twice as fast, it was just redundant. It's the same as having one, so I'll need another talent to complement it. Adam finally decided. His eyes soon drifted towards the countless soul flames he could see with his connect talent. They were clearly signs of more goblins nearby. Poison G isn't it, but something out there might be, he whispered, sliding the common knife back into its strap. Then, with a quiet purpose, Adam turned toward the wind and began walking deeper into Gob Valley, where more monsters waited. About a dozen goblins stood idly scattered across the flat, grassy plain. Their small, wiry bodies twitched every now and then, but for the most part, They were motionless, waiting, and almost lifeless. That wasn't strange. Monsters were inherently carnivorous, and since every rift hosted only a single species, their food supply depended solely on intruders. When there were none to hunt, the monsters mostly stood still, letting the essence of the rift sustain them. But that stillness shattered in an instant, as a flicker of awareness burned in their dim yellow eyes as they saw him. Adam walked calmly through the tall grass, his black hair swaying gently in the breeze, his white shirt and jacket soaked and stained with the green blood of one of their own. As his hand rested on the handle of his common knife, it was relaxed but ready. The goblins' dull minds registered that scent immediately. It was the scent of their kin. Rage quickly replaced hunger, and any trace of hesitation was erased. They snarled and hissed, sharp claws digging into the dirt and teeth gnashing as instinct screamed for revenge. And yet Adam didn't break stride. His expression remained unreadable, with his eyes fixed forward. Then his foot touched down lightly and the world exploded into motion. The dozen goblins lunged all at once, a frenzy of limbs and teeth closing in on him. Adam's expression didn't change, only moving the moment the first goblin entered his range, and there was no hesitation or wasted effort. As his right hand shifted and his knife flashed horizontally in a rough but clean arc. Slice! The nearest goblin's head flew skyward, its body stumbling forward on momentum before collapsing behind Adam, splattering the grass with green blood. The remaining 11 froze mid-charge, their simple minds struggling to process what had happened. A heartbeat ago, their kin had been alive. Now his severed head hit the ground with a dull thud. And that sound, that single thud, was Adam's cue. He moved, his body blurred into motion with his speed amplified by his rapid talent. The goblin's eyes barely tracked him as he appeared before the next one, his knife thrusting into its chest before slashing across its throat. The creature's scream died, and before it could even hit the ground, Adam was already gone, darting toward the next. At first, he hadn't truly felt the effects of rapid E. His first kill had been a haze of rage and liberation, not precision. But now that the storm inside him had calmed, he could feel it clearly. Every muscle responded instantly. His reflexes were sharp, his body lighter, his thoughts faster. 2 goblins lunged together, desperately, hoping that numbers would give them a chance. Adam sidestepped their claws effortlessly, his motion fluidly instinctive. One of the goblins roared and lunged with its fangs bared, trying to bite into his arm, but the common knife was faster. Pierced between its eyes, killing it instantly. The second goblin barely had time to blink before Adam's foot connected with its chest. Crack! The creature was launched into the air. As Adam ripped his knife free from the first goblin's skull, he spun on his heel, changing his stance and driving the blade straight into the chest of the airborne goblin. SHLK. The motion was brutal, efficient, and final. When he stopped, his arm was still raised, with the lifeless goblin impaled on the blade. The remaining 8 goblins stared, trembling. The bloodlust in their eyes vanished, replaced by something far rarer for their kind: fear. Adam's emerald gaze met theirs, still cold and steady. Then he swung his arm, flinging the corpse aside. The rest was a blur of steel and shrieks, and in less than half a minute, every goblin in the field was dead. When silence returned, Adam stood among the corpses, the grass soaked dark with their blood. Yet his breathing wasn't even ragged. He glanced around, scanning the carnage, and exhaled softly. That was quicker than I expected. Kneeling, he began his work. One by one, he split open their chests and pried free the granulites, slipping each transparent crystal into his bag. Then he harvested several useful organs, sealing them neatly in small Ziploc pouches. When he was done, he stood once more, blood dripping from his knife and his eyes still sharp with focus. Without another word, Adam turned and began walking again, deeper into Gob Valley, where more monsters waited. Adam was on a rampage. Everywhere he went, goblins died. Their shrieks echoed across the grassy plain, cut short by the sound of steel tearing through flesh. He didn't just kill them, he made them suffer. Every stab and slice was deliberate, precise, and drawn out. He wanted them to feel fear. He wanted them to remember him even in death. Each kill left him more composed, more focused, and more twistedly satisfied. Yet despite all that carnage, the rift's saturation still hadn't dropped by even 0.5%. But Adam didn't mind. He wasn't in a rush to leave. He was enjoying himself and indulging in the cruel catharsis killing the monsters provided, carving his fury into every monster he met. But now, something different caught his attention. Across the field stood a goblin, far larger than the rest. Its frame was lean but powerful, standing nearly a head taller than its kin. Its eye burned with sharper intelligence, and the way the grass parted around its feet spoke of a creature that ruled the others. Yet what truly drew Adam's gaze wasn't its size. It was the dark, dried stain soaking the goblin's loincloth, spreading out from its groin. Adam's smile twisted slowly into something darker. "Well, we meet again," he murmured, his voice low and venomous, his eyes gleaming with a cold, dangerous light. He remembered that blood. He remembered why it was there. The goblin froze for half a second. Its single yellow eye focusing on Adam and recognition flashed, instantly followed by a fury that made the creature's body tremble and its muscles tighten as it bared its fangs. A guttural, deep and feral growl rumbled from its throat, as its eye burned red with rage and its claws digged into the dirt. The goblin remembered Adam too. The air between them thickened, with Adam's calm and steady killing intent clashing against the goblin's violent bloodlust. "Good to know I left my mark," Adam said in a mocking tone, his voice carrying easily over the still air. The goblin glared at him with a feral look, its sharp teeth bared, but it didn't rush in immediately. It could smell the blood of its kin all over Adam, and even with its savage mind, it understood what that meant. The human standing before it was not the same weak prey it had met the day before. Adam's smile stayed fixed, but underneath it burned a deep, gnawing rage. This was the goblin that had almost ended his life, the one that had dragged him into despair and pushed him to the edge of death. When he'd first entered the rift yesterday, his luck had been atrocious. Instead of encountering ordinary mob goblins, which would not have made much difference, he had stumbled upon an elite, unranked, level 1 monster. It had overwhelmed him with ease. And despite Adam trying to fight back, the difference in strength made it hopeless. Still, due to its nature, the creature had let its guard down, and by sheer desperation, Adam had managed to wound it badly with his common knife and used the moment of shock to escape. But before he fled, the beast had raked his side with a poisoned claw. That poison had spread fast, and within hours, Adam would have been dead if not for his rebirth. "I'd like to thank you," Adam said quietly. It almost seemed sincere. The goblin snarled, its jagged teeth flashing, but its expression shifted slightly to one of confusion, as if his words didn't register. But Adam didn't care as he continued to speak, with his voice turning lower and colder at each word. "If not for you, I wouldn't have gained this power." His expression hardened, eyes burning with quiet fury. "And to show my appreciation, I'll make your death slow. So slow, in fact, that even in whatever passes for your afterlife, you'll still have nightmares of it." The goblin's yellow eye narrowed into a slit. Its claws dug into the ground as it crouched low, preparing to attack. No matter how much stronger this human had become, he had still dared to wound it, and that it could not forgive. Adam shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity as his hand tightened around the handle of his common knife. The wind fell silent, and the moment the tall grasses stopped moving, they dashed at each other. This goblin was nothing like the ones Adam had faced before. It was an elite, an unranked level 1 elite monster, far stronger than the common mob goblins that had filled the plains so far. Everything about it screamed danger. Its lean, muscular frame, its sharper claws, the malice in its single yellow eye. Against a normal martial artist, this thing would have been a nightmare. And yet, despite all its power, it was the one being manhandled. Adam had overpowered it from the very start, each exchange ending with the goblin staggering, bleeding and retreating. The reason for this was simple. Adam possessed an E-rank special talent. Even though he hadn't yet stepped into the formal ranks of a martial artist, his talent alone put him leagues above the average awakened. The difference lay in something every martial artist understood intimately: star power. Essence was the energy martial artists cultivated. It was the fuel that powered both them and their spirits. But star power measured the effect of that energy. It was the quantifiable strength behind techniques, speed, defense, and destruction. In simple terms, essence was the current while star power was the lightning. Just like what's measured electrical output and stats measured the power of a game character. Star power was the scale for the insane things martial artists and awakened could do. And the gap between Adam and the Goblin wasn't small, it was a chasm. The Goblin's level and special talent granted it a star power of 9. Adam's E-rank talent rapid pulsed at a star power of 14. The results were obvious. The Goblin's body shot backward like a ragdoll, crashing through the grass and slamming hard into one of the scattered trees. Boom! The impact split the bark, echoing across the plain. Its single yellow eye widened, filled not with hatred, but something closer to disbelief. To the Goblin, Adam was the monster. The elite Goblin tried to get away from Adam, but its body was in ruins. 2 legs were gone, its arms mangled, its gut torn open so badly that its intestines spilled onto the grass. Yet, despite all that, it wasn't dead. Adam had made sure of that. By now, he knew the Goblin anatomy by heart. After all the ones he'd dissected during this run, he knew exactly which cuts killed and which didn't. He had kept this one alive on purpose. The Goblin's eye trembled as it looked at him. All it could see were cold, emerald green eyes, so calm and merciless it made the soul chill. Pray we don't meet in your next life. Schluck! The common knife plunged down quickly, piercing the Goblin's heart cleanly, stopping the twitching. As the plains fell silent once more, Adam exhaled softly, pulling the blade free as he looked down at the corpse. That wasn't as satisfying as I thought it would be. Exhaling softly at the thought, Adam proceeded to dig through the Goblin's chest, his fingers brushing against something solid and smooth. He pulled it out, wiped it clean, and slipped the granulite into his backpack. The bag was already filled with harvested organs from earlier kills, leaving little space left as he added the important parts from the elite Goblin. He glanced at the remains, then shook his head. After this, I need to get a storage item, or better yet, a spatial talent to make collecting drops easier. Although it was easy to kill monsters now while carrying a backpack, it might be different in the future. Straightening, Adam's gaze fell back to the corpse of the elite Goblin. Speaking of talent, he said quietly, placing his left hand over the creature's chest. Essence flickered faintly through his veins as he activated his special talents Connect and Equip. A soft chime rang in Adam's ears as a notification flickered before his eyes. Do you want to equip the talent Poison F? Adam's lips curved into a small, satisfied smile. Perfect, he murmured, accepting without hesitation. He had already unequipped his second rapid E, long before facing the elite Goblin. During that process, he had made an unpleasant discovery: any talent he unequipped wasn't stored. It simply ceased to exist. It had felt wasteful, but there was nothing he could do. So he had learned to accept it. Suddenly a faint warmth spread through his chest. It was a light, brief pulse of heat that vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him with only the lingering awareness of something new inside him. He didn't waste a moment and pulled up his panel. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Equip Connect.
Slot. Soul, 2 rapid E poison F. Body, 5 empty. Adam's gaze lingered on the new slot, Poison F, and a faint description appeared beneath it. Gives the bearer the ability to emit minor poison. He compared it mentally to the weaker poison G description he had seen earlier. Gives the bearer a subtle poisonous bite. The difference was clear. The former required physical contact through venomous fangs, while this one allowed controlled emission. Disregarding the simplistic phrasing, the improvement was obvious. He chuckled lightly. Compared to Poison G, Poison F is more humane. Before exacting his revenge on the elite goblin, he had briefly equipped a Poison G talent from one of the mob goblins, just to ensure he wouldn't have any regrets. The discovery had been disappointing. The ability to inflict poison only through biting was primitive and limiting. So he unequipped it immediately, letting it dissolve without hesitation. Now this was different. Adam raised his right palm, activating Poison F. A faint green glow began to shimmer across his skin, pulsing gently with his heartbeat. The air around his hand thickened slightly, a soft chemical scent drifting off his fingertips. This wasn't visible on the bastard, because of its green skin, but it was always there, the same poison that nearly killed me. His expression softened as it became thoughtful. Leaving those thoughts for later, Adam reached for his common knife with that same glowing hand. Instantly, the green light coursed along the blade, wrapping it in a thin, sinister sheen. The weapon almost hummed in response. It made sense, even a low-grade dirty bronze conduit could channel essence-based energy. Adam smiled. It was cold but genuine. This will make future kills more enjoyable. He slid the blade back into position and turned away from the ruined battlefield. His boots pressed softly into the blood-soaked grass as he began walking again. Now that his revenge was done, his goals remained the same: repay his debts, lower the rift's saturation enough to open an exit, and most of all, continue the hunt. For profit, for progress, and perhaps just for the thrill of it. With that thought, Adam vanished once more into the tall grass, his glowing hand dimming as Gob Valley trembled with the promise of more death to come. Not so far from Adam, 3 martial artists lay hidden in the tall golden grass as they observed a goblin settlement. One of them, a man of weight, whispered, "How long are we going to watch? At this rate, Agnes and Favor might already be dead." The leaner man beside him responded calmly, "That won't happen. Goblins prefer male meat over female meat. But they still eat meat if they don't have an alternative. If you want to take their place, be my guest," the lean man said mockingly. "I'm sure they'll hand them over the moment they see you." The heavier man's face darkened, and he was about to retort, but the third man, clearly their leader, cut them off sharply. "Be quiet, unless you want to blow our cover." Both fell silent immediately. The leader's eyes remained locked on the goblin settlement ahead as he spoke in a low voice. "I know you're worried about Agnes and Favor, but we're not handing anyone over." A look of relief flashed over the man of weight's face as the leader said that. Since goblins prefer male meat over female meat, they both have at least 12 hours before the goblins finally break and decide to eat them. "We'll wait for the right opportunity to AC." But before he could finish, his words faltered. "Leader, what is it?" the lean man asked. The leader blinked, his expression turning confused. "Who the hell is that?" he muttered absently. The other two followed his gaze, and their blood ran cold at the sight. A man covered entirely in blood was walking straight into the goblin settlement. His black hair swayed in the faint breeze. A common knife hung loosely in his right hand, and a backpack was strapped across his shoulders. He walked without hesitation, without fear, and the closer he got, the more obvious it became that the blood on him wasn't his own. It was goblin blood. Dozens of them. The lean man swallowed hard, his throat dry. "Leader, what in the hell is that guy?" The leader didn't answer right away. His eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "Get ready to move," he finally said. "This might be our opportunity." He didn't understand what was happening, whether the man was an ally, a lunatic, or something else entirely, but he wasn't about to waste a chance to rescue his people. "He can act as a diversion for us." But then it happened. A shrill, guttural scream erupted from within the settlement. Then another, and another, and another, each one sharper, closer, and layered with agony. The 3 martial artists froze, their hearts pounding as the screams multiplied. Every cry pressed down like a weight on their backs. The heavy-set man trembled. "Leader, are we still going in?" The leader's lips parted, but no sound came out. He couldn't answer. Not because he didn't want to, but because for the first time in years, he couldn't tell which side the real monster was on. Adam pulled his common knife out of the twitching corpse of a goblin, letting the body collapse into the pool of its own blood with a wet thud. The stench of iron and decay hung thick in the air, but Adam barely noticed. His focus was elsewhere, on the crude settlement surrounding him. He had found it during his hunt for more goblins. It was a cluster of huts surrounded by a rough fence of sticks, leaves, and twisted vines. The whole place looked like a mockery of civilization, and it made his skin crawl. They're trying to live like people. Creatures that shouldn't even exist. Trying to build communities? The idea alone disgusted him, digging deep into his bones until rage simmered through his veins. He felt it in every breath and heartbeat. Monsters pretending to have order. Monsters acting alive. He intended to fix that the only way he knew how. With a massacre. Dozens of unranked level 1 goblins, both elites and mob units, crowded around him, their yellow eyes glinting beneath the dim rift sun. They hissed and growled, clutching crude weapons made of wood, but none dared to move first. Their instincts screamed danger. The blood-coating Adam wasn't just from one of them, it was from many. Adam stood motionless, eyes cold and unblinking, the edge of his knife catching the faintest glimmer of light. Then, without warning, he moved first. His figure blurred, darting forward as his knife flashed in a sharp, perfect arc. The largest elite goblin didn't even have time to react before its head was separated from its shoulders. The rest of its body stood for a heartbeat longer before collapsing to the ground. The horde screamed, fury and fear blending into chaos. Adam didn't wait. He dove straight into them. There was no hesitation in his steps, neither was there mercy in his movements. Each strike was cold and precise. Throats slit, hearts pierced, skulls crushed. His expression never changed. His rapid talent turned him into a blur of motion, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next, while his poison talent made every kill agonizing for the mob unit. The goblins swarmed him in waves, but none could land a hit. Every time one lunged, its attack ended in a spray of blood. Every time one roared, its roar turned into a gurgle. The sound of killing echoed through the settlement like a grisly rhythm. By the time Adam stopped, the golden grass had turned dark and slick with blood, and all the male goblins were dead. Adam exhaled softly, his blade dripping. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the faint rustle of the rift's wind. Then he activated Connect. The world shifted instantly. His vision blurred before sharpening again, and the dull world of flesh and blood gave way to one of glowing light. Threads of essence wove through the air, forming interconnected nodes and soul flames, the life signatures of the remaining goblins still hiding in the largest wooden hut. His emerald eyes glimmered faintly under the rift's strange sunlight as he tightened his grip on the knife. The blade caught the light, flashing briefly, a single glint that heralded more blood to come. Without a word, Adam stepped forward and entered the hut. Adam stepped into the hut and stopped dead. The sight was worse than he'd imagined. A single terrible tableau. Dozens of goblins, females and children were hunched over the limp bodies of two women, tearing at flesh with greedy, slavering mouths. The victims twitched faintly. The brain was gone, but reflexes from a still intact spinal cord made their limbs jerk in pain. The air reeked of blood and rot. But the goblins were so absorbed in their feast they didn't notice the predator who had gutted their fathers and brothers, now stood at the doorway. Adam watched them for a long breath, expression unreadable. The scene confirmed what he already believed. Monsters would always be monsters, no matter what flimsy trappings of community they tried to build. The rift fed them when human prey was scarce. They fed the rift back through reproduction and slaughter. That was the cruel calculus of the place. A small, malformed sound made him look down. One of the child goblins, a newborn with unsteady legs, had staggered away from the carcasses and fixed its yellow eyes on him. Its underdeveloped mind registered only one thing: more food. It wobbled forward, seeking balance by clambering against Adam's calf. Its blood-covered mouth opened, rows of tiny teeth bared, and it bit down, its fangs tearing into Adam's leg. Adam didn't flinch. He didn't even twist. The poison stung, then fizzed uselessly against him. Poison F rendered him immune to the creature's weak poison G. Pain surged through the wound, but he had learned to drink pain like fuel. It sharpened his resolve instead of breaking him. In the next moment, his knife moved. One clean arc, practiced and merciless, and the brat's neck separated with a dull, final thud. The head struck the floor and the body crumpled afterwards. The hut went silent for half a heartbeat. Then shrieks erupted as the adult goblins looked up, finally noticing him, with horror and rage flaring in one frantic motion. Adam didn't hesitate. He moved through them like winter through leaves, swift and unrelenting. Throats opened, skulls cracked, limbs were cut away where they reached. He struck for speed and finality. There was no theatrics, only cold efficiency. The females who had been feeding barely had time to register the blade before their screams were choked off. The children who reached for him were stopped the same way. He spared none. When it was over, the hut was a ruin of bodies and blood. Adam stood in the center of it, breathing steady, his common knife slick with green blood and the pack at his shoulder heavier with granulites and whatever organs he'd bothered to take. He did not look for pity in the silence. He had removed a rot from the world, and the thought sat within him like a stone warmed by flame. Adam flicked the common knife, letting the last arc of green blood scatter across the cold floor before sliding the blade back into its strap at his waist. He didn't linger on the sound of it before turning to the two female corpses splayed on the ground. Normally male and female goblins separated after mating. They didn't build families, didn't pretend at settlements. But this mockery of a community had changed that, and the consequence was a ruinous one. Humans turned into trophies, feasts, and refuse. The sight made something hard and bitter settle in Adam's chest. Male goblins love male meat, he muttered under his breath. But to their females and children, meat is all the same. He shook his head once, annoyed at how small the thought felt against the magnitude of the situation. In the next moment, Adams's gaze returned to the two female corpses, as a darker, quieter curiosity slid in behind his anger. Can I equip their talents? What a foolish question. Adam knew the answer before he even asked it. Of course he could equip their talents. Equip didn't discriminate between human or monster. A corpse was a corpse. His question had been nothing but a whisper, intended to ease the edges of his conscience. Instead, it made him feel like a hypocrite. I have a goal to achieve, he said quietly, as if reminding himself, and I shouldn't hesitate because of situations like this. The women were completely gone and irreversibly dead. There was no sin in checking if their talents could still be of use. Not when the world they lived in offered no mercy for the weak. Adam approached the first corpse, crouching beside her. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s, her body still trembling faintly from overstimulation. He didn't hesitate as he reached forward and activated Connect. The world shifted instantly. A flameless orb glowed faintly inside the woman's chest, and above her head, the once bright essence nodes were disconnected and hollow. Adam placed his hand gently over the left side of her sternum. A soft pulse of light flickered, followed by the familiar chime of a notification. Do you want to equip Cultivation Talent, F? He stared at it for a moment, his expression calm but faintly disappointed. An F rank, he said softly. Figures. With her age, the fact she had a low cultivation talent wasn't that surprising. Rather, it explained everything. Why she had fallen here, why she hadn't stood a chance. Then he turned to the second corpse, repeating the process. Do you want to equip Cultivation Talent, F? Seeing the same notification, he dismissed the notification and released Connect, letting the light fade from his eyes. Adam only had 2 slots, and both already had special talents equipped. He couldn't sacrifice those for a cultivation talent, especially an F-rank one. When he finally stood again, both bodies lay side by side, pale and motionless in the dim light seeping through the cracks of the hut. Adam looked down at them with heavy thoughts. They both had higher cultivation talents than me, he murmured. And yet they met a cruel end. His expression became thoughtful. This just goes to show. Weakness is a sin, where the only punishment is death. He shook his head, dismissing the thought before it could linger. With deliberate care, he bent down and lifted the bodies, one over each shoulder. Despite everything, he didn't let them fall carelessly. Checking their corpses for talents might be seen as desecration by some, but Adam didn't see it that way. And even if it was, he wasn't inhuman enough to deny them a proper farewell. As he stepped out of the hut, the faint light from the rift's false sun hit him, and so did a voice, trembling with disbelief. "It's not possible." Adam turned his head. Standing a few meters away in the tall grass were three men, half hidden by the golden stalks. Their faces were frozen in shock, disbelief, grief, and something deeper, doubt. They weren't looking at him. They were staring at what he carried. Adam's gaze softened faintly as he recognized the expression. The hollow eyes, the trembling lips, the quiet denial that clung to every breath. What a familiar sight. He'd seen that same expression countless times over the past 9 years. Every time he looked in a mirror, it was the face of someone breaking under the weight of despair. Agnes and Favor. Adam had learned their names from the 3 men who had appeared after the slaughter. He also learned a saddening truth as well. This was supposed to be their last rift. Agnes had met a man and was planning to settle down after one final run. Favor, on the other hand, was 2 weeks pregnant. She'd wanted to save just enough money to raise her child safely before retiring. This was meant to be it, the final run before she left the dangers of the rifts behind. But rifts were never predictable. What was meant to be a routine sweep through an unranked level 1 rift turned into a nightmare. They were ambushed by dozens of elite male goblins, far more organized than they should have been. Normally, elites roamed alone, not in coordinated packs. The ambush was so sudden and unnatural that the 2 women never stood a chance, getting captured before the others could even react. Now their leader Jerome knelt beside the lifeless bodies, his eyes bloodshot and wet with grief. The 2 men beside him, the heavy-set one and the slender one, mirrored his expression, faces locked between sorrow and quiet rage. "It wasn't supposed to end like this," Jerome whispered hoarsely, his voice breaking as he stared at the motionless faces of Agnes and Favor. Their corpses lay where Adam had placed them, side by side, their features at peace for the first time since entering the rift. Since the group they belonged to had arrived, Adam decided it was time to step back. He had already done what they couldn't. He had avenged them. Jerome's eyes, red and glistening, slowly rose to meet Adam's. His voice trembled, but the words burned. "I hope their deaths were painful." He wasn't speaking of the women. He meant the goblins. The 3 of them, Jerome, the heavy man, and the slender one, had seen the aftermath. The mangled bodies of monsters scattered across the settlement, limbs torn apart, blood soaking the ground. They already knew Adam was no ordinary person. What Jerome wanted to know was how the creatures had died. Adam met his gaze. His emerald eyes glinted faintly in the rift's light. It was cold, sharp, and full of quiet certainty. Then he turned his back, walking away slowly. Over his shoulder, his voice drifted through the air. "It was." The words hung there for a moment before he vanished, activating Rapid E and disappearing in a blur of motion. The 3 men didn't react in shock. They'd already guessed anyone who could massacre an entire goblin colony alone had to be at least a martial expert. Jerome stared into the direction Adam had gone, his voice low and sincere. "Thank you." The heavy-set man, eyes still swollen from crying, turned to him. "Leader, what now?" Jerome was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the 2 women who'd fought and fallen beside him for years. Finally, he exhaled. "Now we mourn," he said softly. "We mourn for those we've lost." Adam was already gone. He was nothing but a streak of motion cutting across the plains. Adam could understand their grief, but he couldn't share in it. There was no room for mourning in his world, no time to stop for tears. "I'm sure they'll be okay," he muttered. more to himself than anyone else. His eyes flickered faintly as Connect remained active. The talent acted like a radar, and with it he had mapped the nearby terrain in his mind, noting down informations like life signatures, strength levels, species, even approximate age based on the intensity of the soul flame. And there were no threats or monsters strong enough to be a problem for Jerome and the rest. Connect had made it possible to read these details instinctively, so it wasn't difficult for him. Adam increased his pace, wind howling against his ears as the golden grass blurred past him, his eyes burning with quiet determination. He wasn't done. Not even close. A mirage-like rift shimmered in front of Adam, its edges rippling faintly like heat over dry sand. The air around it buzzed with unstable essence, the telltale sign of a newly opened exit. All around him lay the corpses of goblins, dozens of them sprawled across the blood-soaked grass. Some were mutilated beyond recognition, their bodies beaten so savagely that calling them goblins would have been a compliment. Those were the unfortunate ones Adam had used to vent his rage before he'd calmed down enough to kill the rest cleanly. Now the field was silent, save for the faint hum of the rift. Adam exhaled slowly and looked toward the wavering portal. That took a lot of time. He could finally understand why so many martial artists spent days, sometimes weeks, trapped inside a rift, desperately trying to reduce its saturation by even 0.5% just to open an exit. The process wasn't as simple as killing a few monsters. It demanded both endurance and patience. Many never succeeded, relying instead on luck, stumbling across exits left behind by others who had reduced the saturation before them. The exit would remain open for 3 minutes, whether the creator stayed or left. That window allowed others to slip out, the same way Adam himself had escaped the rift the first time, by sheer chance rather than effort. But this time was different. Adam looked at the glowing portal, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. This time it wasn't luck, he said quietly. This time, it was my power. He lowered his gaze to his blood-stained body. His once white shirt and black jacket were drenched in drying blood, his hair matted and his face streaked with grime and gore. The blood had already clotted in places, sticking uncomfortably to his skin. I really need a bath. And new clothes, he said with a sigh. Reaching up, Adam grabbed the strap of his backpack, adjusting its weight against his shoulder. Inside were the carefully collected organs and granulites he'd harvested from his kills, the tangible proof of his effort, and his only means of paying off his debts. He glanced at the bag, wondering how much it would all fetch once he turned them in. Then, without another glance at the slaughtered field or the fading goblin stench, Adam turned toward the rift. The surface of the mirage-like exit rippled faintly as he approached, reflecting his bloodied figure back at him like a distorted mirror. He didn't hesitate. In the next moment, Adam stepped through, vanishing into the wavering light, leaving behind the silent graves of Gob Valley. Outside the rift, the world bustled with motion. Martial artists walked in and out of Gob Valley's entrance. The mirage-like portal was large enough to accommodate the steady flow of traffic. The shimmer of the rift distorted their reflections as some entered with tense expressions and others emerged battered, limping, or bloodied, clutching weapons and wounds alike. But then, all at once, the movement stopped. Those about to step into the rift froze mid-stride, and those who had just exited turned to stone. A figure was walking out of the rift, covered head to toe in blood. He wore no armor, only a black jacket and a blood-soaked white shirt. His black hair clung to his forehead, and a backpack hung casually over one shoulder. His eyes shone with restrained bloodlust, and every step he took left faint smudges on the dusty ground. The thick, metallic scent of goblin blood clung to him so strongly it made a few nearby martial artists instinctively cover their noses. Adam didn't pay them any attention. His expression was calm, almost indifferent, as he walked straight toward the exit of the fenced area. The acolytes on duty, 2 men in the mission hall's black and silver uniforms, spotted him instantly. One started to raise his hand as if to question him, but hesitated. They could tell at a glance that the blood wasn't his. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, no fatigue in his steps. just confidence and death. So they said nothing. After all, their duty was only to verify entries, not exits. Adam walked past them without a word, the rift's hum fading behind him. Normally, martial artists emerged from rifts beaten half to death. Torn uniforms, cracked armor, exhaustion in every breath. It was expected. Reducing a rift's saturation by even 0.5% was a difficult feat, and for the less experienced, simply making it out alive was considered lucky. There were no inns, no spas, no comforts inside. Only the meager rations one carried in and whatever shelter nature provided. Adam had brought rations too, though by now they were ruined and soaked through with goblin blood from the harvested organs in his bag. But it didn't matter. From the first kill, he'd known he wouldn't need to stay long in the rift. Still, that wasn't what caught everyone's attention. No, it was the fact he had no injuries. Even the roughest hunters, the most hardened veterans, had never seen someone emerge so drenched in gore without a single injury. And the realization hit all of them at once. The silence stretched, and a single, collective thought rippled through the crowd of martial artists like a whispered curse. What the hell happened in that rift? As for Adam, he simply adjusted the strap of his backpack and kept walking. His expression calm, steady, and utterly unfazed, as if stepping out of hell had been nothing more than a morning stroll. The mission hall receptionist froze the moment Adam stepped through the front doors. Her eyes went wide as she took in his appearance, his clothes soaked through with blood, his face streaked verdant, his boots leaving faint green footprints on the polished floor. For a split second, her hand almost darted toward the emergency alarm beneath the counter. The only thought that flashed through her mind was a rift breach had occurred. And she wasn't alone. Every martial artist in the hall, those crowding the quest boards, those preparing to accept missions, even the ones lounging around waiting for group members, all turned to look at him. Their chatter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to press against the air itself. Adam didn't seem to care. He stood calmly by the counter, his steps even and his expression unreadable beneath the dried blood. "Did you hear me?" His voice cut through the quiet like a blade. The receptionist jumped slightly, pulled out of her spiraling thoughts. Her lips parted, confusion flashing briefly across her pale face before realization dawned. Sorry," she stammered. "I didn't get you the first time. What did you say?" Adam's expression softened, just slightly. He could tell he was the cause of her reaction, and he didn't hold it against her. Anyone who saw him right now would have thought he'd walked out of a massacre, which technically he had. "I said," he repeated calmly, "I want to collect my pay for a perfect run." For a moment, the receptionist just blinked at him, the words taking a second to register. As for Adam, he just smiled faintly, or at least he tried to. But with his blood-soaked face, the expression came out all wrong. His sharp features, slicked hair, and emerald eyes framed in verdant made him look less like a man who'd completed a mission and more like a demon wearing a human grin. "All right, I'll just have to confirm." The receptionist's words cut off as she finally looked up and froze. "Sir, did you say, perfect run?" Adam responded with a simple nod. And in that moment, silence swept through the mission hall. The receptionist's eyes widened as the weight of his response sank in. In the entire history of Sector 516, only 7 perfect runs had ever been recorded, including this one, if it proved true. A run itself was no small feat. It meant reducing a rift's monster saturation by at least 0.5%, enough to force an exit. Given the vastness of most rifts, the unpredictable terrain, and the brutality of the monsters that roamed within, a single run could take days, sometimes weeks, even for a group of skilled martial artists. But a perfect run, a run completed in under 24 hours, was a feat bordering on the impossible. Only those whose martial ranks surpassed the rift itself, or those with high talent, could ever hope to achieve it. The receptionist finally gathered herself and stood, her chair scraping against the floor. I'll get the manager to confirm it." She turned and hurried off, heart pounding. False claims of such a feat were punishable by severe penalties, leaving only the manager capable enough to handle it. By now, the commotion had drawn every nearby martial artist's attention. They whispered among themselves, eyes flicking between Adam's blood-soaked figure and the retreating receptionist. Did he really say perfect run? Impossible. He's not even a martial apprentice yet. But look at him. Does he look like someone bluffing? Disbelief rippled through the hall. Even the fact that Adam hadn't yet stepped into the martial apprentice rank faded from their minds. Talent came in many forms, and if he truly achieved this, then they were witnessing a legend in the making. Meanwhile, the receptionist dashed down the corridor, her heels click-clacking against the polished floor. A perfect run, and from someone like him? She couldn't shake the image of his earlier visit that morning. His calm request for a re-entry permit, the way he'd left for the rift soon after. Now, less than a day later, he'd returned drenched in goblin blood, his gaze steady and unshaken. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he receive? She wondered, quickening her pace. No normal man could have changed this much in a single day. She pressed on faster, clutching the records in her hand, her steps echoing down the hall. The commotion from the mission hall's reception had spread far. So far, in fact, that it reached the Marshall Market on the left wing of the building. The noise drew several curious salesmen and onlookers from there, but among them, one figure stood out. Julie, the fox woman. Her fox-like ears twitched as she heard the words "perfect run" whispered through the crowd. A feat like that wasn't just rare, it was legendary, the kind of achievement written into a sector's history. "I have to see this for myself," she murmured, stepping out into the hallway. The moment she laid eyes on the blood-soaked figure standing calmly before the receptionist's desk, her breath caught. Menacing. That was the only word her mind could conjure. The man's posture was relaxed, almost casual. Yet his very presence carried an oppressive stillness and a silent authority that made the air feel heavier around him. Blood dripped from his jacket onto the tiled floor, each drop echoing faintly. Even without lifting a hand, he exuded a killing intent so sharp it prickled at her skin. Julie swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. But then her eyes caught something. A familiar black backpack slung over his shoulder. Her fox-like pupils constricted as recognition dawned. Her jaw nearly dropped. "Is that the handsome cheapskate from this morning?" She blinked, as if her mind was trying to reject what her eyes saw. This morning, she'd written him off as a good-looking fellow trying to cause trouble. And now that same man was standing here, claiming to have completed a perfect run. What in the world is happening? Julie muttered under her breath, her tails flicking in agitation. Before anyone could voice another thought, a sudden hush swept through the hall. The air grew tense. Even the whispers died. All eyes turned toward the grand staircase at the end of the corridor. The manager had arrived. His heavy boots echoed with deliberate steps, and his sharp gaze cut through the crowd like a blade. The murmurs, the doubt, even the awe, all fell silent as his presence filled the room. Adam studied the manager as the man approached, his sharp eyes following every deliberate step. The receptionist trailed behind him at a respectful distance, counting her steps like a cadet walking behind a commander, careful not to overstep her boundaries. The manager was an aged man, broad-shouldered and towering. His gray hair slicked back with streaks of silver catching the light. He wore a uniform similar to that of the acolytes, being black and gold instead of black and silver, his chest adorned with a badge of authority. Every movement of his radiated control and strength, his aura heavy with the kind of intent that could only be forged through years of combat and command. Adam's gaze sharpened. So this is a martial warrior. But after a heartbeat, his brow furrowed. Is this the standard, or is this one just below average? Sensing that someone was talking about him, the manager's eyes narrowed slightly. Why do I feel like somebody's talking bad about me? Then another, more troubling thought struck him like a stray dart. Did the lady find out about my affairs? The intrusive thought made him blink once, but his face remained a mask of calm professionalism as he reached the reception desk. His eyes swept over Adam from head to toe before he asked, "How did someone as young as you manage to achieve such a feat?" Adam met his gaze without hesitation. "Talent," he said simply, then added inwardly, "His star power matches that of an elite goblin. I thought a manager would be stronger. It wasn't arrogance, not entirely, just ignorance born from inexperience." To the current Adam, elite goblins were little more than obstacles to slaughter, but to most martial artists, they were nightmares. Even a group of 4 martial apprentices would struggle to take one down. That Jerome's team had survived an elite goblin horde was a miracle. But Adam didn't see it that way. To the current him, those monsters were nothing but fodder. The manager blinked once, taken aback by Adam's tone, but he chose to let it slide. "It's good to be confident, boy," he said evenly. "But don't let it get to your head." Adam's gaze softened a little, his expression turning contemplative. "At least he listens," the manager thought, mildly surprised. This wasn't the first perfect run the manager had witnessed. Back in the upper sectors where he'd been raised, such feats weren't unheard of. They were rare, yes, but not legendary. Still, for a lower sector like this one, this was history in the making. The boy will have a bright future. Perhaps a prodigy will finally rise from Sector 516. He'd already confirmed most of it himself. The time of entry and exit, the mission log, and the sheer pressure Adam exuded were proof enough. The formality of verification was just for the record. "Mr. Adam," the manager said finally, his tone polite but authoritative, "if you don't mind, please hand over the granulites for confirmation." Adam nodded. Without a word, he swung his blood-stained backpack off his shoulder and unzipped it. The hall fell quiet, the sound of shifting leather echoing faintly as he tilted the bag forward. A cascade of transparent crystals spilled across the desk. The crowd leaned in. The receptionist's eyes went wide. Even Julie, standing at the back, held her breath. The manager stared at the table. Then his brow creased. "Is this all?" he asked directly, confusion tightening his voice. The manager's eyes narrowed as he stared at the table in silence. Then, with a slight tremor in his voice, he asked, "Is this all?" Adam looked up calmly. "Yes." That single word deepened the manager's confusion. His gaze darted between the small pile of granulites scattered across the desk. "That's impossible." His brows furrowed. "Why is it so small?" The crowd could see it too. The meager handful of granulites didn't make sense. For a run, there should have been at least a small heap of granulites, not this. Murmurs rippled through the gathered martial artists. Is that all he brought back? Did he keep the rest somewhere else? There's barely enough to fill a pouch. One bolder voice rang out from the back, sharp with scorn. "I knew he was a fake." That single accusation sparked the others. Doubt spread quickly, disbelief giving way to mockery. This was normal. People always found it easier to belittle someone than to accept that another person might be better than them. Even Julie, standing beside the market archway, felt her certainty falter. Her tail twitched nervously as her golden eyes studied Adam. Could he really have faked it? But how? Even the receptionist, who had run breathlessly to call the manager moments ago, felt uncertainty creep into her chest. Her fingers trembled slightly as she looked at the scattered crystals. But then, how is this possible? The manager's deep voice cut through the noise like a blade, silencing the room. He wasn't accusing, he was truly stunned. His hand trembled slightly as he held one of the granulites between his fingers, the faint light from it reflecting in his eyes. The murmurs died instantly. Every gaze turned toward him. The manager couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew Adam wasn't lying, because everything so far pointed to that truth. The acolytes stationed at the rift had verified his entry that very morning and had seen his exit an hour ago. The overwhelming scent of blood on him, yet not a single wound in sight, was something only a hunter far above his prey could achieve. And lastly, there was that aura. If the first 2 reasons could be faked, that killing intent honed through battle wasn't something that could be faked. It was the kind only true prodigies carried. Still, he needed to be certain, so he'd picked up a granulite to inspect it. And now, he almost wished he hadn't. The manager's face had gone pale. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost as he inspected the others. The hall waited in tense silence, every eye on him, every breath held as he finished inspecting each granulite. Then, finally, he spoke, his voice low but carrying across the entire hall. "They're all elites." For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then, "What?" All the martial artists in the hall stared at Adam as if he were some kind of anomaly, something that shouldn't exist, yet stood there right before their eyes. Even those who had been whispering earlier, mocking him or calling him a fake, found their words choking in their throats. Because based on what the manager had just said, if they still didn't believe Adam had accomplished a perfect run, then they were fools. In fact, their whole family were fools. Their father was a fool, their mother was a fool, even their unborn children were fools. Because the truth was undeniable. The granulites Adam had brought back weren't only from mob units, most were from unranked level 1 elites. And that alone shattered every ounce of doubt. Every martial artist in that hall knew exactly what that meant. To create an exit in a rift, one had to reduce the rift's monster saturation by 0.5%. And there were only two ways to do it. The easy route, slaughter a massive number of mob unit monsters to chip away at the saturation bit by bit. Or the hard route, target and kill a small number of elite units, whose essence density far exceeded ordinary mob monsters. And it was painfully obvious which route Adam had taken. The manager's eyes lingered on the young man for a long, silent moment. He'd seen prodigies before, children born of powerful clans, nurtured in essence-rich environments, but this one came out of nowhere. Calling him a prodigy would be an understatement. The manager's heart was pounding. Sector 516 has finally birthed a living genius. Julie, the fox woman, stood frozen near the market archway, her sharp eyes flicking between the table and Adam's calm face. The faint shimmer of the granulites reflected in her wide, amber eyes. Elite units? Her tail stiffened. Where did such a person even come from? It felt as if her entire worldview had cracked open in the span of a single hour. After taking a moment to steady his breath, the manager turned back to the receptionist, who was still standing stiffly behind him. "It's time to verify the authenticity," he said firmly. The receptionist nodded quickly and disappeared into the back room. A few moments later, she returned, carrying a small metallic device resembling a miniature furnace, its top crowned with a transparent orb that pulsed faintly with light. She placed it carefully on the counter before Adam. The manager gestured toward it. "Please pour them in." Adam nodded and without hesitation began gathering the granulites into his palm. The soft clinking of crystal against metal filled the hall as he dropped them all into the device. The orb on top glowed faintly as the machine hummed to life. The manager turned to Adam, his expression composed but his tone curious. "Mr. Adam, do you have an idea what this device is?" Adam's gaze flicked toward the orb. "Isn't it an authenticator?" The manager smiled slightly. "Correct." He folded his hands behind his back as he began to explain. "In the early days of the mission hall, our verification system was in shambles. Back then, it was chaos. Martial artists would often steal monster corpses killed by others and claim the kills as their own. Without a proper means of verification, there was no way to prove authenticity. It caused endless disputes and bloodshed." Adam listened closely, his calm expression hiding a quiet interest. The manager continued, his tone deepening slightly with pride. "But when the authenticator was created, a device capable of reading the residual malice in granulites and comparing it to the unique essence signature of the hunter who delivered them, it changed everything." Adam now understood the importance of the authenticator. The manager continued explaining, his tone instructional but laced with authority. "If the orb gives no color, it means the monster had no malice toward you, meaning you didn't kill it. But if it glows red, that signifies a tremendous amount of malice, the sign that a monster died by your hand." Adam nodded slowly. It was indeed a brilliant solution to the old verification problem. Perfect system. Adam couldn't help but wonder who created such a device. The soft voice of the receptionist broke his thoughts. "Sir, the device has registered all the granulites." The manager gave a single approving nod. "Good. Mr. Adam, place your hand on the orb to begin the verification. Adam stepped forward. He reached out but paused. The manager noticed instantly. Mr. Adam? He asked, brow raised. Is there a problem? Adam looked down at his blood-soaked hand, then back at the older man, his expression unreadable. Understanding dawned on the manager's face immediately. There's no issue, Mr. Adam, he said reassuringly. We can clean it afterward. You're free to go ahead. Adam gave a faint nod, then pressed his right hand onto the orb. A cool sensation met his palm, like touching smooth water under moonlight. A faint thrinkle of essence, so subtle it barely stirred his meager reserves, flowed from him into the device. The orb pulsed once, twice, and then it began to glow red. The crowd exhaled collectively. The red glow confirmed it. He had slain the monsters himself. The manager allowed a small smile. No surprise there, he truly killed them all, elite units, no less. Sector 516 is about to. But his thoughts cut off abruptly, because the red light was changing. It deepened in hue, crimson darkening into maroon, maroon into black and scarlet. The gentle pulse of the orb turned violent, flickering like a beating heart as ripples of distorted energy bled into the air. A confused murmur spread among the gathered martial artists. What's happening? Someone finally whispered. Julie's fox-like eyes narrowed. Her instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. She took a cautious step back, her tail twitching as her gaze locked on the orb. And then, the orb settled on black. A deep, suffocating black, like obsidian soaked in shadow, swallowing every trace of light around it. A chill swept through the hall. It wasn't physical. It was spiritual. An instinctual dread that clawed at the souls of everyone present. The air grew cold and heavy, and for a heartbeat, every martial artist in the room felt as if they were being stared at by something wicked and cruel. The manager's knees buckled. His eyes went wide, veins bulging at his temples as cold sweat drenched his brow. The receptionist barely caught him before he fell, her own face pale as parchment. He's. The manager stammered, voice cracking like a broken record. He's a D-devil. The manager stood there, chest rising and falling sharply as he tried to regain control of his breathing. It took a lot of effort to calm himself. His palms were slick with sweat, and he could still feel the tremor in his fingers. All eyes in the hall were on him, every martial artist, even Adam, whose blood-stained hand still rested on the obsidian glowing orb. The weight of their collective stare pressed down on the manager like a physical force, demanding an explanation. He coughed twice, straightened his uniform, and forced his tone into composure, though his voice wavered slightly at first. Ahem, my apologies for the earlier display. He cleared his throat again, the faintest tinge of embarrassment coloring his face. After all, the way he'd panicked moments ago was far from befitting a mission hall manager. Drawing a slow breath, he began. The authenticator works on the basis of malice. That is, if the monsters from which the granulites came bore malice toward the one who killed them, the orb glows red. Everyone nodded slowly, following along. The manager's tone dropped lower, becoming more cautious now. But there is another color. One that almost never appears. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath. They all knew immediately which color he was referring to, the black glow pulsing from the orb beneath Adam's palm. This color, the manager continued, eyes fixed on the device, is said to appear only when the monster, a creature born of hate and anarchy, bears no malice at all toward their killer. He paused, his next words coming out quieter, almost reluctant. Instead, the only thing they feel is fear. The silence that followed was suffocating. Every martial artist in the hall turned their gaze toward Adam, disbelief etched on their faces. The air felt heavier somehow, the faint hum of the device the only sound that dared move. Monsters feared no one. Their nature consisted of instinct, rage, and hunger. For elite-level creatures, even in death, to carry fear instead of malice. It was something none of them could comprehend. What kind of man could make monsters feel fear? Adam's expression didn't change. His expression remained calm and unreadable. But deep down, satisfaction welled in his chest like a slow-burning flame. Luckily, my efforts weren't in vain. The manager, sensing the growing unease, composed himself once more. Mr. Adam, you can remove your hand from the device now. Adam nodded and lifted his palm. The moment his hand left the orb, the black light faded, returning the orb to its natural colorless state. The chilling pressure in the hall vanished instantly, replaced by a collective exhale of relief from the onlookers. The manager took another breath, then forced a strained smile. As your perfect run has now been verified, and in accordance with the mission hall's policy, Mr. Adam, your rewards for this mission will be 7 times the normal rate. A faint smile tugged at Adam's lips. He knew well why perfect runs were so coveted. The reward multiplier wasn't just for show. It was a statement of prestige, reserved for those capable of impossible feats. Still, there were safeguards in place. Only martial artists whose rank didn't surpass the rift they ran could claim a perfect run, and even then, only the first perfect run of that rift qualified. It prevented martial artists from abusing the system. But right now, none of that mattered to Adam. What mattered was that his effort had finally paid off. The manager adjusted his collar again, his tone shifting subtly, becoming more cautious and deferential. Mr. Adam, I apologize for the bothersome procedures, but we'll need to verify your rank now, as part of the final protocol. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then added with a nervous chuckle, purely formal, of course. The last time Adam had gotten his rank and talent tested was during his initial registration for a martial license. That process wasn't just bureaucracy, it was one of the most critical procedures for any martial artist. It determined which rifts one was allowed to enter. And that rule wasn't something the mission hall had invented out of thin air. It was a regulation grounded in the fundamental laws of essence and rift equilibrium. A martial artist could not enter a rift that was 2 levels higher or lower than their own rank. The reason for the first restriction, entering a rift 2 levels higher, was simple and grim: essence overload. The sheer concentration of raw, chaotic essence inside such rifts would tear a weaker martial artist apart from within. At best, it caused permanent injury. At worst, death came instantly, the body and soul shredded by essence backlash. The reason for the second restriction, entering a rift 2 levels lower, was different. The rift would reject them. A rift's essence density was a powerful thing, and it resisted intrusion from beings too strong for it to contain. Trying to force entry would be like forcing your way into a narrow tunnel. The pressure will be unbearable and destructive. And if the martial artists still forced their way in, it wouldn't end there. It would trigger a rift breach, releasing monsters directly into the human world. Because of this, the mission hall conducted routine essence checks to ensure that every martial artist operated within safe limits, both for themselves and for everyone else. Of course, there was one exception to all these fundamental laws, those powerful enough to ignore them altogether. But Adam wasn't here for that. The reason his rank was being tested now wasn't because he intended to upgrade his license or move into higher rifts. It was simply to finalize the perfect run report and receive his reward. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned, carrying a small plastic device. It was compact, barely larger than a child's toy, with a thumb-sized pad at its base and a narrow digital screen on top. Adam looked at it for a moment. This was an e-meter. It was used to measure the exact quantity of essence circulating in the body and determining the current rank of a martial artist. While it is possible to sense another person's essence manually, most martial artists knew how to conceal or distort that reading. This device exists to provide undeniable proof, especially during official reporting. Mr. Adam, the manager said, motioning toward the device. Adam gave a simple nod. It wasn't his first time seeing one of these. He stepped forward as the receptionist adjusted her gloves and gave him a polite, slightly nervous smile. "Excuse me," she said softly. Adam extended his hand without hesitation. She pricked his thumb with a sterile needle, drawing a small drop of blood, and placed it on the thumb-shaped pad of the e-meter. The blood shimmered faintly as it sank into the pad's surface. Then she pulled her hand back. "You may remove your thumb, sir." Adam quietly obeyed the receptionist's instructions, lifting his thumb from the e-meter as the small device began to hum. The faint glow beneath the glass surface pulsed rhythmically while it calculated his essence capacity. He stood there motionless, neither nervous nor expectant. Around him, the entire mission hall had fallen into a hush. Every martial artist who'd gathered to witness his verification now stood watching intently, as though the reading on that small screen might reveal some cosmic truth. It seemed no one had anything better to do today than watch Adam. The device whirred for a few seconds longer, lights flickering across its narrow display. Then, with a soft beep, the result appeared. The receptionist leaned in to read it, and froze. Her eyes widened slightly, disbelief flickering in them before she murmured under her breath, "No rank." The words echoed across the hall like a stone dropped into still water. The crowd blinked, startled, but not shocked. Most of them had already sensed it. Adam's essence level wasn't enough to reach even the martial apprentice rank. His essence felt faint to their perception. There were some half-formed doubts that he might have been suppressing or concealing his true essence. But the e-meter's reading shattered those thoughts. The device didn't lie. Its results couldn't be faked. Still, none of them dared to mock him now, because martial rank wasn't everything. Every martial artist knew there was something beyond rank, something that could make even a weak-ranked individual terrifying. Special talent. Martial artists who awakened special talents were called cheaters by their peers. A strong enough special talent could let even a rankless martial artist overpower apprentices or even warriors. And the martial artists in the hall came to the same silent conclusion. Adam must have awakened a high-grade special talent. That would explain it, the impossible perfect run, the slaughter of elites, even the fear that turned the authenticators or black. The only plausible reason for such power from someone with no rank was a special talent far beyond normal understanding. But the manager and receptionist, unlike the others, both knew the truth. It had been 6 months since Adam awakened his talent. 6 months since he first registered as a martial artist. The receptionist's brow furrowed deeply, her thoughts spiraling. "I thought he must have had a fortuitous encounter and broken through." She glanced between the device and Adam's calm face. "But he hasn't even stepped into the apprentice rank. So how did he accomplish such a feat?" Her confusion only deepened. She remembered clearly. During his re-entry request, the mission hall's records had shown 2 things about Adam: his cultivation talent, rank G, and his special talent, which was rankless. Testing for talent was far more complicated than testing for essence capacity, and in the end, all one could determine was the rank of the talent, whether it was a cultivation talent or a special talent. The receptionist bit her lip, her pulse quickening. How could someone with such trash talents achieve something even martial experts struggle with? But beside her, the manager's expression changed slightly. It was not confusion, but realization. His eyes gleamed with something deeper as he studied Adam. Has he reawakened his talent? The manager's eyes lingered on Adam. A flicker of awe, and something close to disbelief, crossed his face. Has he reawakened his talent? His pulse quickened at the possibility. He continued to watch Adam in silence, studying his calm, detached expression. "I thought it was just a legend." When the manager was young, back in the upper-tier sectors of the outer zone where he'd grown up, he'd often heard strange rumors whispered among martial artists. Tales about the rankless grade of special talents, the ones everyone mocked and discarded as useless. He had always dismissed those tales as fantasy. But now, seeing Adam standing before him, the impossible proof of strength wrapped in human skin, those old rumors resurfaced vividly in his mind. It was often said that rankless special talents were even rarer than others, despite their status, because they were the only ones capable of reawakening. The act of reawakening, the process of evolving past one's natural limits and transforming into something far greater, that was the myth. No record or official report had ever confirmed it. Yet the rumor had persisted across generations. The manager clenched his jaw lightly. That must be it. It's the only explanation for his sudden surge in power. As he was lost in thought, Adam suddenly noticed the man's sharp, unblinking gaze fixed squarely on him. A faint crease formed between his brows. What's wrong with him? If Adam had known what the manager was imagining, he would have laughed or told him to stop overthinking things. The truth was simpler and stranger. He hadn't reawakened any talent at all. He just happened to possess two talents whose synergy was so absurdly perfect that even he still had trouble believing it. But Adam couldn't read minds, so the manager was free to think whatever he wanted. After a long pause, the manager finally spoke, his tone formal but restrained. "Mr. Adam, since we're done with the verification, please follow me to my office to collect your reward." Adam gave a simple nod. "All right." He slung his blood-stained backpack over his shoulder and followed the manager through the corridor, his steady footsteps echoing softly behind the older man. Meanwhile, the martial artists who had been watching the entire scene slowly began to disperse. Some returned to their tables, though most whispered excitedly among themselves, already planning to spread the news of what had happened in the mission hall today. But Julie, the fox woman, remained where she stood long after the others had gone. Her golden eyes lingered on the empty hallway where Adam had disappeared. No rank, and yet, her tail flicked slowly. She shook her head, exhaling softly through her nose before turning back toward the Marshall Market. "Unbelievable," she muttered, disappearing into the crowd. The manager's office was simple in design. It was practical, clean, and quiet. A large desk stood in front of a wide window, sunlight spilling across its polished surface. One chair faced the door, and two others sat opposite, facing the window. A sofa rested by the wall near the door, its dark leather worn from use. By the sides of the window stood a bookshelf, its shelves neatly lined with records and thick manuals. Two flower pots flanked the manager's desk, one on each side, filled with bright green leaves and tiny red blossoms. "Mr. Adam, you can have a seat while I process your rewards," the manager said, settling behind his desk. Adam nodded and sat in one of the chairs facing the window. The manager didn't seem the least bit concerned about the blood still drying on Adam's jacket or the faint scent of iron that clung to him. The soft clacking of keys filled the air as the manager accessed the mission system. After a moment, he glanced up and said, "Mr. Adam, it seems you have an outstanding debt of $10,000 from your first attempt at Gob Valley, which ended in failure." Adam didn't flinch. "Yes," he said evenly, then added, "but the reward from the perfect run should be enough to cover that, right?" A small, approving smile tugged at the manager's lips. "It's more than enough," he replied, tapping the last few commands into his console. A faint ding echoed from the system as the transfer completed. "There we are. Your payment has been processed, and your debt has been fully cleared," the manager said, looking satisfied. Adam nodded in acknowledgement. He couldn't check his balance because he'd sold his phone weeks ago, after his money ran out. "I'll have to go to the bank directly, and I still need to pay back that loan." The thought didn't trouble him much. The monster parts in his backpack should fetch a decent price, at least he hoped so. Looking up, Adam asked, "Manager, where do I sell the monster parts?" The older man paused, then offered a friendly smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Adam. I'll handle that personally for you." Adam inclined his head slightly. "Thank you." Adam stepped out of the bank, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he held a folded paper containing his account details. The manager had just helped him sell the parts he'd harvested from Gob Valley, and now, for the first time in his life, he had a substantial amount of money in his account. He glanced at the balance printed on the paper and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Never thought I'd see this much money at 18. Balance, $42,500. This amount was only possible because of how lucrative the martial artist profession could be. Normally, a run through an unranked level 1 rift would net around $5,000, but Adam had achieved a perfect run, multiplying his rewards by 7. That brought in $35,000, and even after the $10,000 fine from his first rift failure was deducted, he still walked away with $25,000. But if that were all, entering rifts wouldn't be nearly as profitable. Without a perfect run, most would barely earn enough to cover expenses. The real money came from the monster parts. Those he sold had brought in another $17,500. It would have been more if he'd been able to bring back additional parts, but limited storage space and the fact that he'd mutilated most of them during the fight cut into his profits. Not that he blamed himself for that. This was exactly why being a martial artist was such a sought-after profession. Power didn't just increase profits, it drastically reduced risk. But while the average martial artist could still make a decent living from the rifts, those below average often found the dangers far outweighed the rewards. Adam was no longer weak. The days of helplessness and barely surviving were gone. Now he had power, real, tangible strength pulsing in his veins. And what made it even more thrilling was the knowledge that he still had room to grow. Leaving the bank, Adam stepped out into the bustling street of the sector. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and gray. But he stopped mid-step. I've still got that loan to deal with. He glanced down at himself, his jacket, his hands and his boots. They were still drenched in dried blood, dark and crusted from his battle in the rift. The smell clung to him faintly. It was metallic and heavy. Better I head home first and clean up, he decided with a sigh. He turned away from the main road and began walking toward his neighborhood. He didn't bother catching a bus. Instead, he let his feet carry him through the sector's narrow side streets. A few minutes later, he found what he was looking for. A narrow alleyway tucked between two tall, concrete buildings. He looked around. No one was watching. Good. Though it wouldn't have made a difference either way. In the next moment, Adam's body tensed slightly as he activated Rapid E. A sharp surge of power coursed through his lower limbs, humming beneath his skin like liquid lightning. The world seemed to slow around him as his muscles tightened with explosive force. Then he vanished. His body shot forward, a blur invisible to the normal naked eye. He raced through the alleyways of the sector, the wind howling in his ears as his feet barely touched the ground. He vaulted over a brick wall with effortless precision, spun off the side of a rusted fire escape, and sprinted across the rooftops with a speed that left only faint trails of dust behind. Every movement was fluid and instinctive, his balance perfect, his breathing steady. The city blurred beneath him, and then, in the distance, he caught sight of it, his apartment complex, a weathered building nestled between two high-rises. Adam landed softly at the edge of the street and came to a stop before the entrance. The surge of power faded as he deactivated Rapid E, his heartbeat slowing to normal. He exhaled lightly and stepped inside the building, the faint sound of his footsteps echoing through the quiet corridor. Adam stepped into his rundown apartment, wearing a simple robe with a towel draped around his neck. His hair was still dripping wet, and faint trails of steam rose from his freshly washed skin. He had just returned from the shared bathroom down the hall. It was a crack-tiled, dimly lit place that always smelled faintly of soap. He'd spent far longer there than usual, scrubbing off every trace of blood, before cleaning the sink and floor afterward to remove the mess. Though the task hadn't been physically demanding, it had been mentally exhausting. He sighed softly. "I should be more careful next time," he muttered, running a hand through his damp hair. Adam made a mental note to avoid getting monster blood on himself during future runs. It was tedious, time-consuming, and the stench was nearly impossible to wash away. After drying off completely, he changed into his gray sweatpants and a black, worn-out t-shirt, the one he usually wore at home. The soft, faded fabric clung comfortably to his skin, bringing a rare sense of warmth that made him finally feel clean. He sat down on the narrow bed, which creaked faintly beneath him, and turned on the small TV in the corner. Static-filled chatter and faint music filled the room, serving only as background noise. With a flick of thought, Adam summoned his panel. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, equip connect.
Slot. Soul, 2 Rapid E Poison F. Body, 5 empty. Adam studied the glowing screen for a while, his eyes lingering on the soul slot section. Is it possible to increase the slot limit? The question had been gnawing at him for a while now. Being limited to only 2 talent slots would only frustrate him in the future. Sure, if he found a stronger talent or a stronger version of a talent he already had, something similar to Rapid E or Poison F, he could simply swap them. But if the next talent he found was different, yet equally powerful, he'd be forced to choose between them. He frowned at the thought. I don't want to be in a situation where I have to choose between keeping one talent and letting another go. He exhaled sharply, then smirked to himself. Only fools choose. The wise find a way to keep it all. That sounded better, and he had a gut feeling about how to do exactly that. His gaze shifted to the rank indicator on his panel, still showing none. When a martial artist ranks up, both their body and soul evolve, and a more powerful soul could, in turn, mean more slots. However, ranking up is only possible with a suitable cultivation talent. Adam clenched his fists slightly, his gaze gradually darkening. I need to equip a high-grade cultivation talent, something higher than F rank. That was the only path forward, the only way to gain exponential growth. After that thought, he switched off the TV. The quiet hum of the apartment filled the silence as he lay down, pulling the blanket over himself. He didn't realize how drained he truly was until his body finally relaxed against the mattress. Within seconds, his breathing slowed. And before he even knew it, Adam was asleep, the faint glow of his panel fading away as the room dimmed into silence. Adam walked through the busy morning streets, the air carrying the faint scent of incense and damp earth. He had just come from his mother's memorial. Now, his path led him once again to the mission hall. The grand glass doors slid open as he stepped inside. The familiar buzz of voices, boots, and chatter greeted him. But today, something was different. The hall was crowded as always, but there was a strange tension in the air. Conversations halted and resumed in whispers. Gazes darted toward him and away again. He could hear snippets of conversation carried through the noise. I swear, I was so shocked when he walked in, a rough voice said from somewhere to his left. Never in my life have I seen someone covered in that much blood and still walking like nothing happened. Another martial artist nodded eagerly. Yeah, that guy's no joke. You felt it too, right? The killing intent rolling off him. It didn't affect me much, though, since I always knew he wasn't simple. Another martial artist added. A fourth voice snorted from across the hall. Please don't act like you knew he was special. You were the first one calling him a fake. I did no such thing. The man protested immediately, his tone dripping with shameless confidence. The surrounding martial artists rolled their eyes, but laughter broke out anyway. Adam walked past them quietly, his expression calm. Never thought I'd become the center of gossip. He was almost amused. He glanced briefly at the crowd. None of them recognized him. That made sense. Compared to yesterday, his aura was different. His essence was faint, barely noticeable, and without the overwhelming presence of blood and battle clinging to him, he looked far less intimidating. Now he looked normal. They might have noticed some similarities if they looked closely enough, but Adam didn't care either way. He was just another young man among many, tired eyes, plain clothes, calm steps. To most, he might have seemed like a lost kid wandering into the wrong place. Adam let out a small exhale and continued walking toward the reception counter, ignoring the buzz of conversation around him. As he passed, one of the martial artists from the group who'd been gossiping watched him go. There was a strange glint in the man's eyes. Something's about to change in our sector. He leaned back in his chair, gaze still fixed on Adam's retreating figure. And that kid is the one who's going to lead it. Adam approached the front desk, his quiet steps drawing little attention amid the hum of the mission hall. Behind the counter sat the same receptionist from before, the woman who had witnessed his perfect run. The moment her eyes landed on him, they widened in shock. Her mouth opened, likely to call out his name or raise attention. But before she could even make a sound, a hand covered her lips. It was gone an instant later. The speed of it left her frozen, her heart skipping a beat. She hadn't even seen him move. As her mind caught up, she looked up again, only to find Adam standing calmly in front of her. One finger raised to his lips in a silent shushing gesture. For a second, her thoughts went blank. Then understanding dawned. She nodded quickly, forcing her racing pulse to settle. Although the act had startled her, she brushed it off as a normal display of power. Someone capable of completing a perfect run alone would naturally move faster than the eye could follow. When she finally found her voice again, it was calm and professional. "How may I help you, sir?" Adam's lips curved slightly. "I'd like to request a Rift re-entry." That caught her off guard. Her brows rose, and she turned to her terminal, fingers flying across the interface. "You must really enjoy this Rift, sir," she said lightly while typing, her tone trying to mask the surprise in her voice. A soft chuckle escaped Adam. "Enjoyment? Not exactly, I just find it therapeutic." She paused for a moment, glancing up at him before her expression softened in understanding. Perhaps she did, perhaps she didn't. But the look she gave him carried a trace of respect and sympathy. A few seconds later, the printer clicked, and she handed him the entry permit. "Good luck on your mission, sir." Adam accepted it with a nod. "Thank you." He turned and walked away, the paper folding neatly between his fingers as he made his way toward the Marshall Market on the left side of the building. The receptionist watched him go, her professional mask hiding the quiet awe that flickered in her eyes. But she said nothing, only returning to her work and pretending the air hadn't shifted the moment he'd entered. As Adam stepped into the Marshall Market, the familiar mix of metal, polish, and faint essence scent filled the air. Rows of stalls gleamed under the overhead lights, each one displaying weapons, conduits, and monster parts ready for trade. Almost immediately, a saleswoman noticed him and moved in with a practiced smile. "Hello, sir. Are you looking for anything special today?" "I'm fine, thank you," Adam said politely, brushing her off with a nod. His tone was calm but final, his eyes already sweeping through the crowd as though searching for someone in particular. He moved slowly between the aisles, ignoring the curious glances from other sales personnel. Then, his gaze caught on something, two familiar fluffy ears, twitching lightly above the crowd. His eyes glimmered in faint recognition. It was Julie. She was mid-conversation with a male customer who clearly wasn't there for business. The man had a sleazy grin plastered on his face, leaning a little too close as Julie tried to maintain her professional composure. "This saber conduit was crafted by Nagato himself," Julie said smoothly, holding the blade up for him to inspect. "So you can trust its quality and essence flow." But the man cut her off with a smirk. "That's nice, but tell me, what do you like to do on weekends?" Julie's polite smile twitched. "Excuse me?" The man chuckled, stepping even closer. "Come on, don't be shy. You're too pretty to spend your weekends alone, right?" Her tail flicked sharply, betraying her discomfort. She tried to step back, but the man followed, still pressing. Just as his hand began to reach toward her shoulder, a different hand reached out. It was swift, steady, and sure, as it grasped Julie's wrist, pulling her away in one smooth motion. The movement was so quick and controlled that neither she nor the customer had time to react. "What?" Julie started, but when she saw who it was, her words caught in her throat. "Mr. Adam," she breathed softly. Still walking forward, not once looking back, Adam said simply, "I need your help with something." The tone left no room for question. Julie blinked once, then nodded silently, allowing him to guide her through the market. His grip was firm yet gentle, commanding without force. Behind them, the man who had been pestering her remained frozen in place. His pupils shrank slightly as a cold, invisible pressure pressed against his chest. His knees felt weak, his throat dry. It wasn't fear, it was instinct, the kind that screamed predator. He didn't move, didn't breathe, until Adam and Julie disappeared down another aisle. Only then did the pressure fade. He stumbled slightly, clutching his chest and gasping. What kind of intent was that?" he muttered under his breath. Every fiber of his being told him one thing: he'd just brushed shoulders with something dangerous. He didn't stay to find out. Instead, he turned and hurried out of the Marshall Market entirely. I have to report this to the boss, he said to himself, disappearing into the streets. Meanwhile, Adam was still walking, his long strides carrying both him and Julie deeper into the maze of aisles. The fox woman finally found her voice. What do you need my help with? She asked, glancing up at him, her tail swaying nervously. Without slowing down, Adam replied, I want to buy rations for my run, and I need a lot. Julie blinked, slightly surprised at the simplicity of the request. Oh, that's the aisle to the left, she said quickly, regaining her composure. Adam gave a short nod and turned down the aisle she mentioned. Only when they reached the stacked rows of ration boxes did he finally release her wrist. The warmth of his hand lingered faintly on her skin, and she found herself staring at him in silence. Adam turned his gaze toward her. It was calm, unreadable, but heavy. Julie froze under the weight of it. Her ears twitched once, and a shiver ran down her spine. What does he want now? Her heart beat just a little faster. Adam wanted Julie to handle his purchase for a simple reason. She was the only person he was familiar enough with to trust she wouldn't inflate the prices. But his certainty went beyond mere familiarity. With Connect, Adam could see the shape of one's soul. And though most souls burned unevenly, marked with greed or malice, Julie's was clean. Not pure, but far clearer than most he had seen. As Julie caught his gaze lingering on her, her ears twitched slightly, her cheeks warming. Is there something wrong? Adam blinked once, pulling his attention back. I'd prefer them to be cheap. Eh? Julie tilted her head, clearly flustered. Adam gave her a blank stare. The rations. I wanted to buy rations, remember? Oh! Her tail flicked once as she quickly returned to her professional composure. I know exactly what fits your description, Mr. Adam. She moved swiftly, collecting sealed food packs, dehydrated meals, and nutrient bars, prioritizing the cheapest items that still held decent preservation quality. As she worked, she glanced back at him. Mr. Adam, may I get an estimate of how long your run will last? Adam didn't see any harm in answering. A week. Julie froze mid-motion, a small container balanced in her arms. Her eyes flicked toward him, disbelief flashing across her face before she shook her head and resumed packing. A week? He can't be planning to clear the rift. Adam smiled faintly as he watched her work. If he could read minds, he would have told her that was exactly what he was planning, but unfortunately he couldn't. When she was done, he picked up a common-grade storage ring from the side. Julie approached again, this time with a payment terminal and a proud little smile. That will be $39,750, sir. She felt such a sum would mean nothing for him. And as expected, Adam didn't flinch. He tapped his bank card against the terminal, and a soft ding confirmed the payment. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Adam, Julie said warmly. I'll package your goods. He nodded, waiting quietly until she handed him the filled storage ring. Thanks. As he stepped away, he mentally calculated his account balance, $2,750 remaining. A dry chuckle escaped his lips. The Marshall path was never a cheap path. Still, a hint of concern flickered in his chest. All that money was gone, and all he'd bought were food supplies and one item, the latter being the true drain on his funds. But he pushed the thought aside. After this run, I'll make it back. And more. Leaving the market behind, Adam walked until the lively sounds of the mission hall faded. He turned into a narrow alleyway, his expression sharpening. A single breath later, his body blurred, disappearing from sight as if the air itself had swallowed him whole. It was time to kill some goblins. Adam reached the entrance of Gob Valley in no time. After presenting his license and entry slip to the stationed acolytes, they checked the documents, nodded once, and stepped aside to let him through. Their eyes, however, lingered on him longer than usual, filled not with suspicion, but respect. Everyone in the sector had heard of the perfect run from the day before. The man who was soaked in blood yet unharmed had become a living legend overnight. And now, here he was again, returning barely a day later. They'd expected him to rest and recover his essence and body after such a feat. But if they knew Adam had barely even broken a sweat during that run, well, it was probably better they didn't. Adam moved toward the rift with measured, deliberate steps. The faint shimmer of the mirage like rift rippled before him like liquid glass. A few meters away, two familiar figures stood, one lanky and long-faced, the other broad with a hammer-shaped head. Both froze mid-conversation when they saw him. "Is that?" The hammer-headed man started, his eyes widening. Adam caught their stares and allowed a faint smirk to tug at his lips before stepping through the rift portal, the glow swallowing his form. For a long moment, neither man spoke. The lanky one gulped. "He's the one. I'm certain of it. He didn't bring his bag this time, but everything else matches, the black hair, that negligible essence capacity. And those eyes." He shivered slightly. Those cold, emotionless eyes. If that's not him, then who else could it be? The hammer-headed man rubbed the back of his neck, his throat bobbing. "You think we offended him yesterday?" "Well, even if we didn't," the lanky man replied quickly, "I don't plan on waiting around to find out." He turned on his heel. "Let's go." "What of the fine?" "Then we'll pay the damn fine," the lanky man snapped, already walking faster. "I'd rather lose some money than offend such a person with my presence. Let's attempt another rift instead." The hammer-headed man didn't argue. The two slipped away from the area, their nervous glances following the faint shimmer of the rift that had swallowed Adam whole. Meanwhile, on the other side, Adam's boots pressed into the coarse, uneven ground of Gob Valley. The air was thick with the scent of dirt and blood, the distant shrieks of goblins echoing through the flat land. Adam's smirk deepened slightly. A run was what martial artists called the process of reducing a rift's saturation by 0.5%. That may have sounded small, but in reality it was a monumental task. Rifts were vast, ever-shifting domains that continuously regenerated their essence. Reducing their saturation, even by 0.5%, required immense coordination, power, and endurance. That was why runs were rarely done alone. Dozens of martial artists would form small, disciplined groups built for survival and efficiency. 4 or 6 groups completing their runs simultaneously could achieve a 2% to 3% reduction in the rift saturation, and when enough runs were accumulated and the rift saturation reached 0%, the rift would finally collapse. That was called a clear. A rift clear was the ultimate goal, a monumental event for any sector. And that was exactly why Julie had been so shocked earlier. Adam had completed a perfect run. Most groups needed multiple days, even weeks, to achieve a single run. So when he told her he planned to stay inside the rift for an entire week, it simply didn't make sense. He didn't need that long to complete another run. This meant he was not planning another run. Instead, he wanted to achieve a clear entirely on his own. Julie had dismissed the thought immediately, shaking her head. To her, and to anyone else in the sector, such an idea wasn't just impossible, it was insanity personified. Adam didn't have to go far to find his first targets. 7 goblins stood scattered across the clearing, idle and initially unaware of his presence. The tall grass brushed against his belt as he walked toward them, the common knife held loosely in his hand, blade angled downward at his side. The goblins sensed him before they saw him. Their heads snapped toward the disturbance, ready to shriek, charge and tear apart whatever prey had wandered into their territory. But the moment their yellow eyes landed on Adam, something shifted, something primal, something that had never existed in them until this very moment. Dread, a raw, instinctual terror gripped the creatures. It was so alien that even they didn't understand it. Adam's steps slowed as he prepared to activate Rapid E, intending to cleanly slaughter them. But before he could move, all 7 goblins turned their backs and ran. There was complete silence. Adam stared blankly as the creatures sprinted in panic, their shrill cries fading into the distance. He didn't understand what he had just witnessed, But whatever this was, he wouldn't let them escape. A surge of power erupted from him. Essence rippled, and his figure blurred, vanishing from the spot. He reappeared instantly ahead of the fleeing goblins, back turned toward them, his common knife already dripping green blood. The goblins skidded to a halt, trembling. A heartbeat later, 7 heads toppled to the ground, followed by 7 geysers of verdant blood. Their bodies collapsed soon after. Adam didn't know why they feared him when he had done nothing to them yet, and honestly he didn't care. Not now. Answers could come later. For now, abominations did not get to run. He moved carefully, avoiding any splatter on his clothes as he harvested granulites and the valuable goblin parts, placing them neatly into his newly acquired, absurdly expensive storage ring. His chest stung at the memory of the cost, but he would never admit it aloud. Rising, he lifted his gaze. Through Connect, the world shifted, revealing dozens of distant soul flames flickering deeper within Gob Valley. More goblins. Good. If he was truly going to achieve a clear, then speed was everything. There would be no savoring the hunt, no long drawn-out engagements. Not this time. Adam burst forward, dashing through the grass toward the cluster of goblin souls. But it won't hurt to indulge a little. A dark smile unfurled across his face as he closed in on the next group of goblins. After the goblins' first reaction to seeing him, Adam wasn't too surprised when it happened again. But when it kept repeating, he began to notice the pattern clearly. In the past hour, he had encountered 25 separate goblin troops. And every single one reacted the same way. Not a single goblin tried to challenge him. Not a single one attempted a formation. Not even the elites tried to delay him. The moment they saw him, their eyes widened in primal terror, their bodies trembled, and they bolted, scrambling, shrieking and trying to escape in any direction possible. But Adam didn't allow that. He spared none. Now he knelt in the tall grass, calmly placing the freshly harvested monster parts into his storage ring. His expression remained blank, but his thoughts churned faintly beneath the surface. He wasn't thrilled by the fact that they were already terrified before he even lifted a hand. Yes, their fear brought him a strange spark of satisfaction. But the process of creating that fear, that was the part he enjoyed the most. "Guess I can't do anything about it," Adam muttered as he rose to his feet. He had a hunch why the goblins were behaving this way, why they fled before he even moved. But he couldn't reach a solid conclusion yet. And thinking too hard about it wouldn't earn him anything of value. So he turned away and resumed his hunt. He left the clearing behind him, the rift's artificial sun beating down on the piles of worthless left over goblin remains he hadn't bothered to take. The warm air carried the stench of blood, baking it into the soil. Time passed and Adam was long gone. Eventually, the tall grass rustled. Something crawled out, dragging itself slowly and cautiously. A goblin. Its leathery green skin was darker than usual, its muscles stringy and lean. It lifted its head to sniff the air, searching for danger. When none came, it crept toward the busted, mutilated carcasses of its kin. A faint, unfamiliar expression glimmered in its yellow eyes, an emotion almost resembling grief. It reached the nearest corpse and hesitated for a heartbeat. Then something in it changed. Its mouth opened wide, revealing jagged teeth dripping with verdant saliva. And without a hint of hesitation, it bit into the corpses and ate them. Every piece Adam didn't take. It devoured flesh, bone, sinew, anything left. There was no guilt. There was no pause. Just ravenous hunger. When it finished, nothing remained but stained grass and the faint echo of crunching bones. The goblin's yellow eyes gleamed, not with fear, but with a strange, rising intelligence. Then its body seized. It clutched its chest, collapsing to its knees as its limbs trembled violently. Things like thin worms writhed beneath its skin, shifting and squirming as if the creature's flesh itself rebelled. Crack! Its bones cracked, popping grotesquely as its spine arched and its muscles swelled. Its frame expanded. It was slow at first, but in a short moment it became extremely violent. A feral, agonized scream tore from its throat, echoing across the rift. At the same time Adam was cutting down goblins in pursuit of a one-man rift clear. Another scene unfolded deeper within Gob Valley, one far more grounded in reality. A group of 7 martial apprentices battled desperately against 4 mob unit goblins. Each goblin required 2 martial artists to keep at bay, except for one fierce goblin being held back by a single man. Unlike Adam, who dealt with goblins as though they were an afterthought, this battle showed the true struggle of a martial apprentice. The contrast was stark, almost jarring. Where Adam carved through foes like a force of nature, these martial artists fought with sweat, grit, fear, and everything they had. The man standing alone against a goblin appeared to be the strongest of the group. Middle-aged like the others, though clearly older, he wielded a saber with the experience of someone who had survived many rifts. The goblin he was facing lunged at him with a shriek. He grit his teeth, stepped sideways, and used his saber to deflect the attack, though the force still stung, sending a tremor up his arm. The goblin snarled, preparing for another lunge. But the man was already moving. Essence burst from within him, rippling through the air. An illusory figure emerged behind him, a towering, saber-wielding warrior radiating a fierce aura. His 5-star martial spirit. Its presence surged through him like a wave of strength, revitalizing his tired limbs. His saber lit up with incandescent light as he shouted, "Saber slash!" He swung in a precise, vertical arc with his spirit following his exact movement. The blow connected, knocking the goblin backward, but not injuring it, only pushing it away. TCH. The man clicked his tongue, frustration etched across his face. He knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat the creature alone. But help was coming. 2 of his group had just finished off their goblin. They sprinted over, eyes sharp and breathing heavy, dropping into position at his side. One of the group members was a man with a wild, spiked mohawk and twin dagger conduits, both blades dull and scratched from constant use. Beside him stood a woman whose appearance was impossible to ignore. Multiple piercings ran along her ears, nose, and even her tongue, and she carried a massive hammer conduit that looked far too heavy for someone her size. When they reached the captain's side, the saber-wielding man exhaled sharply. "Let's end this quick." Both nodded, then charged ahead. The Mohawk fighter darted low and fast, daggers flashing. The heavily pierced woman followed with thunderous steps, swinging her hammer with brutal force. The captain waited a breath behind them before rushing in, his saber conduit catching the rift's sunlight. Their teamwork paid off. It didn't take long before the 3 subdued the lone goblin, and soon after, with coordinated effort, the group managed to bring down all 4 mob unit goblins. With the enemies defeated, the captain sheathed his saber into the strap on his back. Harvesting was delegated to one of the younger members, while the rest took a moment to breathe and recover. Then the scout, an alert, sharp-eyed woman, suddenly spoke. "Captain, something's approaching." Instant tension rippled through the group. The saber-wielding captain straightened, his expression sharpening. "Is it a threat? I was just about to check." A pulse of essence flowed from her, and behind her materialized her 3-star martial spirit. A hooded figure shrouded in swirling shadows, its face hidden in complete darkness. Shadow gaze. 2 glowing eyes flared open beneath the apparition's hood, and simultaneously the scout's own eyes turned the same color. She stared into the distance for a few seconds before the glow faded and the spirit dissipated into mist. "So?" The scout exhaled. "It's a lone mob unit." The captain let out a breath of relief. "Good. It will be an easy cleanup." He turned toward 3 members. Jez, the pierced woman with the hammer. Mal, the man with the towering mohawk and twin daggers. And Kay, a quiet girl with a koi fish tattoo curling along her cheek. "You 3 go deal with the stray." Mal spun his dagger conduits confidently. "Don't worry, Captain, we got this." The trio jogged toward the direction the scout indicated, disappearing into the tall grass. It didn't take long before a piercing scream tore through the valley. The group froze at the scream, and it didn't take long as a goblin emerged from the tall grass. And it wasn't a normal goblin. Its skin was a dark, mossy green, almost black in certain places. Its eyes gleamed with sharp, unsettling intelligence. It was taller, broader, stronger than any mob unit goblin they had ever seen. And in its hand was the half-eaten, severed head of Mal. The monster stared at the remaining members, its lips stretching into a wide, sadistic grin. A low, rumbling growl escaped it as it began to approach, step by murderous step. The scout tore through the tall grass, lungs burning, breath ragged and uneven. Each inhale hitched in her chest. Every exhale trembled. Her steps were frantic and unsteady, less of a controlled retreat and more like a desperate scramble of someone running from death itself. The abomination had killed them. All 6 of them. Jez, Kay, Mal, Sam, Troy, and the captain. All of them gone. Just like that, their 7-man group was reduced to 1 survivor. After the creature revealed itself, with that grotesque grin and Mal's half-eaten head dangling from its claws, the captain had been the first to charge, fury blazing in his eyes. He lasted a single second, as a hand through his chest silenced him instantly. The remaining 2, Troy and Sam, had tried to avenge him, and died just as swiftly, leaving only her. Anger boiled in her veins, fury for her fallen comrades, but it was smothered by cold, brutal logic. Charging at that monster would accomplish nothing. She would die just like the rest. So she ran. Her legs pumped through the thick grass, each stride fueled by terror. Coward, a part of her whispered, but her mind screamed louder, reminding her of the reality. If you fight it, you die. If you run, you might live. That was all that mattered. Then she heard them. Footsteps. They were fast and relentless, and they were closing in. Her heart lurched, but she didn't dare look back. Instead, essence flared behind her as her 3-star martial spirit materialized, the hooded figure gliding silently behind her, cloak fluttering like a shadow. Shadow dash. Shadows wrapped around her legs, swirling up her calves, and in the next instant her speed surged dramatically. Grass blurred around her as she shot forward, creating precious distance between herself and the approaching creature. She didn't know how long she ran. Seconds? Minutes? Only when her essence reserves nearly bottomed out did she finally stagger into a small clearing, collapsing forward with both hands braced on her knees. Her breathing was ragged, her body trembling. Please tell me I lost it. But before she could fully catch her breath, the grass behind her rustled. She snapped upright instantly, eyes wide, body tense to bolt. Her martial spirit manifested behind her once more, ready to assist in another escape. Only it wasn't needed, because it was a human that stepped out from between the grass. That eased her panic, but only slightly. However, the longer she stared, the more her tired, frightened mind latched onto a single strange, intrusive thought. Why is his essence capacity so low? The scout stared at Adam with exhausted, trembling eyes, her body still shaking from the mad sprint that had nearly drained her. Adam simply stood there with his calm, unreadable expression. Her thoughts tangled in confusion. How has he survived up to now? His essence capacity was practically non-existent. Someone like him shouldn't even be able to escape a goblin, much less survive deep inside Gob Valley. A dark thought suddenly crept in, freezing her spine. What if his group encountered the same monster we did? She swallowed hard. She didn't know this boy, but she assumed that he must have suffered the same nightmare as her. And as she opened her mouth to ask, the grass behind Adam parted, with the black goblin stepping out. It still had that same twisted smile and those intelligent predatory eyes, with blood still dried across its claws. All the air left the scout's lungs in an instant. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to use the last drop of essence in her body to escape. But then she looked at Adam again. He wasn't moving. He just stood frozen in place. Move out of the way. But Adam didn't budge. Not even an inch. The scout's heart sank. He's frozen in fear. The black goblin stalked forward, its steps slow, savoring the moment. Its gaze fixed mostly on Adam, lips curling as it licked them in anticipation. Shit! Her thoughts spiraled. She contemplated fleeing and saving herself, or staying and fighting long enough for the boy to escape. Her brows knotted in agony, before they slowly relaxed, as a grim smile formed on her face. No regrets. She owed Adam nothing. Saving herself was the smarter choice. She was a trained combatant, and he was someone with barely a trace of essence. But guilt poisoned her heart, for she had not stayed back to avenge her group. Yes, it had been logical. Yes, it had been survival. But it hadn't eased her conscience. Now, finally, she had a reason to fight again. If she had once run to save her life, then this time she would fight to save a life. She dropped into a low stance, reversing her grip on her single dagger conduit. Her 3-star martial spirit materialized behind her, the hooded shadow looming protectively. Then, she lunged. Her dagger shot toward the black goblin's neck, barely inches away from piercing it. But in that short moment, a clawed hand snapped around her throat, killing her momentum instantly as her martial spirit shattered into mist. Her legs kicked helplessly as she was lifted off the ground, choking. The goblin tore its gaze from Adam and looked at her struggling form with cruel amusement. His grip tightened, bones groaning under pressure. Just a bit more and a voice cut through the clearing, cold enough to freeze blood. You have the guts to act so brazenly in front of me. Before the goblin's head made a full turn, Sechenke. Its wrist was severed in a single impossible slice. The scout fell to the earth, coughing violently and clutching her bruised throat. When she finally looked up, Adam and the goblin were gone. There was only empty grass and the echo of that icy voice lingering in the air. The scout spun in place, searching frantically, but there was no one. Only the swaying grass and the fading echo of her own heartbeat. For a moment she wondered if she had imagined everything. Because what her mind was telling her, what she thought she'd seen, felt impossible. Her memory replayed itself sharply. As the black goblin choked her, her eyes, fading and panicked, landed on the boy. She was aiming to signal him to escape while the monster was distracted, but her eyes widened in shock at what she saw. Instead of seeing the expected frightened and terrified youth, she saw a killing intent that resembled the cold, ravenous hunger of a demon from hell. It was so dense that it made her forget the fingers closing around her throat for a moment. It wasn't the intent of a martial apprentice, not even of a martial warrior. It was the intent of someone who slaughtered without hesitation and found comfort in death. And the instant she noticed that cold aura, the boy vanished. One moment he stood there. The next, he disappeared like an afterimage torn from reality. And now she was alone, just beyond the clearing. The black goblin smashed into the dirt, skidding across the ground. Adam stood a few feet away, posture relaxed, expression unreadable, and knife loosely in hand. As joyful as he felt torturing monsters, he didn't want anyone to witness it. If the kill was quick, he wouldn't care if people saw. But what he planned for this creature was not something meant for spectators. The goblin clutched the raw stump of its severed right hand, glaring at him with cold calculation. There was no fear, only caution. Adam's eyes narrowed. So that's what's happening. He took a step closer, observing it like a puzzle. The goblin shifted back, every muscle ready to react. Adam continued calmly despite the goblin's reaction. The rift is mutating. Mutant rifts were common knowledge, even to someone as low-class as him. But common knowledge didn't mean common occurrence. A mutant rift's chance of appearing was 1 in 1,000. Yet Gob Valley had become one. It explained everything. This explains their weird actions earlier. He spoke almost casually, as though teaching the goblin of its origins. When a rift begins mutating, the monsters inside first turn on each other, cannibalizing to gather the energy they need to mutate. He raised his knife slightly, emerald eyes reflecting the goblin's twisted form. They would also instinctively avoid anything that threatens their mutation, developing some sort of sixth sense. Adam's lips curled faintly. Hence why those earlier goblins ran the moment they saw me, because meeting me means death, and death means no mutation. He gestured toward the black goblin. But after mutation? He smiled wider. That instinct fades. And indeed, this mutated goblin showed no fear, even after having its hand severed, even knowing it stood no chance. The goblin still snarled and bore its fangs at Adam. Adam's joy increased. Just because you mutated to a higher level, you think highly of yourself? The goblin's snarl deepened. Adam stepped forward slowly, each movement seeming to drip with ice. I was getting bored of how your kind were terrified before I even lifted a finger. His voice lowered into something darker. So you're a breath of foul fresh air. The black goblin met his gaze, hatred burning within them, as Adam towered over it. A heartbeat passed. Then, a feral, agonizing scream ripped through the grasslands. A scream that sounded like it belonged to a forsaken soul from hell. The scout remained in the clearing, her legs trembled, but she refused to step back into the tall grass. Not because the clearing was safer, but because on the off chance that the boy returned, she needed to be here. She still wasn't sure what she had witnessed. That killing intent, that disappearance, that severed hand. If any of that was real, my best chance of survival is to stay close to him. Suddenly, a feral scream tore across the grasslands, chilling her to the bone. The sound made her knees weaken and her breath hitch, like icy fingers gripped her lungs. She turned toward the direction of the scream, gulping unconsciously. But even then, she didn't leave the clearing. Something told her moving now would be a mistake. Back with Adam. He stood over the corpse of the mutated goblin, or rather what remained of it. He clicked his tongue. There goes not getting blood on my clothes. He looked like a butcher, drenched in thick goblin blood. But the corpse looked like a grotesque masterpiece. All 4 of its limbs had been cut off and shoved deep into its mouth. A closer look showed the creature had no claws. Adam had peeled them cleanly off, leaving only the nail beds behind. To make room for the limbs inside its mouth, Adam had removed its fangs down to the root canals and dislocated the jaw entirely. Its abdomen had been gutted, and its intestines wrapped tightly around its torso like a macabre, knotted bow. For the finishing touch, its 5th limb had been lodged deep up its rear. Adam admired his work proudly. To him, it truly was a masterpiece. He even believed the creature would marvel at its beauty, even in death. I might actually have a talent in art, Adam mused with a satisfied smile. He had already harvested the granulite and every valuable organ. The rest he'd used for his creation. But then his expression darkened. The rift has become more dangerous. Though he had dispatched the mutant goblin easily, the same could not be said for anyone else in the rift. Mutant monsters had their levels increased, meaning the goblins were no longer unranked level 1. Every goblin in the rift would now be unranked level 2, far beyond what most martial apprentices in Gob Valley could handle. If multiple groups team up, they might minimize losses. But there will still be many casualties. He shook his head, brushing aside the grim calculations. There was something he needed to do first. He turned toward the direction of the clearing. Through Connect, he could see the scout's soul flame. Seems I'll be playing bodyguard for a while. Then he moved, his body blurring into motion so fast that it seemed to disappear completely. The scout's eyes were still fixed on the direction that the feral scream had come from. Even though the grasslands had grown silent again, she couldn't tear her gaze away. Her muscles were still locked, her body ready to bolt at the slightest sign of danger. Hey! Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest at the sudden voice, as she spun around in panic, only to find Adam standing there. He was drenched and completely covered in thick, green goblin blood. It dripped from his clothes and even stained parts of his hair. Anyone would know instantly where it came from. The scout stared in stunned silence, and Adam noticed her staring as he smiled awkwardly. Hope you don't mind the appearance. I didn't bring any spare clothes. She blinked, taken aback, before steadying herself. I Don't mind. Silence settled between them. It was awkward and yet strangely calm. Then the scout finally spoke. Thank you for saving me. Adam shook his head lightly. It's no big deal. He paused before asking, what of your group? A painful expression crossed the scout's face. That monster killed them. Adam fell silent for a few seconds, his expression hard to read. I'm sorry to hear that. The scout exhaled shakily. It's okay. Even though I couldn't avenge them. She looked up at him, eyes sad yet grateful. I'm glad you were able to do it instead. Adam studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable beneath the drying blood. Then he nodded once. I'll create an exit to get you out of here, he said. So stay close. She nodded immediately. After what she'd seen, she had no doubt he could do exactly that. Someone who killed that monster so effortlessly had to be, at minimum, a martial expert. As she followed behind him, she caught herself thinking, he must be using a technique to hide his essence capacity. Her thought paused abruptly as Adam spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. By the way, I'm Adam. She blinked, startled again. Before realizing she hadn't even introduced herself, she pulled back her hood, revealing a petite yet mature woman with striking black hair, sharp eyes, and a beauty that contrasted starkly with her blood-stained state. My name is Scarlet. There was a brief pause. Adam didn't look back, but he replied, That's a beautiful name. Scarlet felt an unexpected warmth touch her chest. And after that, neither of them said another word as they continued trekking through the tall grass. Adam and Scarlet walked for several minutes through the swaying tall grass, the shifting shadows brushing against their legs. Scarlet kept close behind him, her senses sharp, her heartbeat refusing to settle. The grass suddenly rustled violently, and 3 mutant goblins lurched out. Scarlet froze instantly. Their bodies were bulkier, their limbs elongated, their skin darker and harder than normal goblins. Their eyes glowed with a feral intelligence that normal goblins shouldn't possess. So it really is a mutant rift. The realization hit her fully now. But even knowing it, seeing 3 mob unit mutants at once still made her breath hitch. If these were just mob units, how powerful would the elites be? Scarlet swallowed, her throat suddenly dry, as she sent a silent prayer to the void. Scarlet didn't doubt Adam could create an exit. No, after what she witnessed earlier, she believed he could definitely do it. But even a martial expert would struggle against an unranked level 2 elite. And if Adam faced something like that, she knew she would only be a burden, and she didn't want that. If Adam could hear her thoughts, he would have laughed. To him, unranked level 2 mob or unranked level 2 elite, there was no difference. They were all the same. Fodder. Including the 3 bearing their fangs at him right now. Scarlet instinctively stepped back, hands tensing around the grip of her dagger. But Adam stepped forward casually, as if taking a stroll. And the moment he activated his talent, Rapid E, the world blurred as a sharp crack split the air. By the time Scarlet blinked, 3 heads hit the ground almost simultaneously. The mutant goblins were already dead, their necks cleanly severed at impossible angles. Adam then proceeded to harvest the granulites and valuable organs with practiced hands. When he was done, he stood, wiped his hands on the grass, and walked ahead. Scarlet stared at his back for a while in silence before following soon after. Scarlet walked a step behind Adam as he handled everything with an ease that didn't match the chaos of the rift. With each passing minute, her heartbeat finally settled, and she began to notice things she had completely missed before. The first were Adam's clothes. They weren't the armor a martial artist would normally wear inside a rift. Adam was dressed in simple, although bloody, casual clothes. Something someone would wear while running errands in the sector. She blinked hard. Was it overconfidence? No, it was overwhelming belief in his own power. A martial artist who didn't bother with armor was either a suicidal fool or someone so strong they didn't need it. And to her, Adam was the later. The thought that Adam simply couldn't afford proper armor never even crossed her mind. And if Adam could read minds, He would be really grateful that that was her line of thought instead of concluding he was nothing else but a pauper. Scarlet still found herself staring at his back. Where did someone like him even come from? Possibilities raced through her head, but the one she eventually settled on was simple. He must be from a powerful martial clan, one so influential it doesn't need to flaunt itself. And then there was the matter of his martial spirit. He still hadn't used it. He must have a special talent, and a terrifying one at that, to not have used his martial spirit up to now. She had never met anyone with a special talent before. In their sector, they were myths, walking cheats blessed by the heavens, and the heavens were never generous enough to hand out more than a few per generation. The longer she walked with Adam, the more her curiosity grew. Maybe it was unhealthy, but it kept her mind away from the image of her fallen team. Adam was a distraction, but he was a strangely comforting one. Just as she found herself sinking into her thoughts, Adam suddenly stopped. Scarlet didn't react in time as she bumped into his back, stumbling, barely keeping herself from falling face first into the dirt. Sorry, what happened?" she asked, steadying herself. Adam didn't answer immediately. His gaze sharpened as it became unfocused and distant. His Connect vision flared to life, and the world changed. Countless soul flames ignited in his sight. Clusters of humans and goblins clashing violently, with the human flames collapsing one after another like candles in a storm. Finally, he spoke. "There's trouble ahead." Scarlet frowned, confused. "Trouble? Wah?" Before she could finish, Adam turned, scooped her up in a smooth princess carry, and held her tightly against his bloodied chest. Wait. He activated Rapid E. The world blurred, and they vanished from the spot. 30 martial artists clashed against 15 unranked level 2 goblins in a chaotic, uneven battlefield. The party had formed only minutes earlier, multiple groups merging into one after realizing the rift had mutated. Their plan was simple. Use numbers to isolate and eliminate lone goblins, bring the saturation down, and create a temporary exit. It was a smart plan, but 30 martial artists gathering in one place was anything but subtle. And the goblins noticed. Densely packed snarling shapes emerged from the tall grass, forming their own hunting pack to counterattack the human group. The two sides slammed into each other like colliding storms. Near the center of the battlefield, a martial apprentice with a 5-star martial spirit struggled to hold back a goblin alongside another apprentice with a 4-star spirit. But the beast pushed them back step by step, its raw strength overwhelming. He couldn't support anyone else. The battle consumed every scrap of his focus. The only other martial apprentice with a 5-star martial spirit in the group had already died during the first ambush. "We need an opening. Any opening." The goblin continued to push them back, as nearby shouts and clashing steel drowned his thoughts until Joshua! The scream tore across the battlefield. At another corner, a goblin's teeth were buried deep into the neck of a male martial apprentice. His female partner, shoved aside by him only moments earlier, stared with tear-blurred eyes as the goblin ripped a massive chunk of flesh free. Blood sprayed and poison pulsed. His death was agonizing, minutes stretching into an eternity for him, though it lasted barely seconds. "No!" the girl cried, pushing herself up, rage consuming her. She lunged, but another apprentice grabbed her arm. "Don't! This is our chance to escape." The goblin didn't give them that chance. It tossed Joshua's corpse aside like meat for later, eyes gleaming with feral focus as it charged at the pair. They barely had time to gasp before it was upon them. Its claws swung for the finishing blow, but it never came. As a force like a cannon strike blasted the monster away, launching it across the battlefield. It skipped across the ground again and again like a pebble on a lake before finally embedding into the dirt. Boom! Everyone froze. Every goblin. Every martial artist. Even those mid-swing halted as they turned toward the source of the disturbance. And what they saw didn't make sense. A young man stood there, emerald green eyes glowing faintly beneath blood-stained curls. His casual clothes, nothing but normal fabric, were drenched in goblin blood. His posture remained locked in the aftermath of a devastating kick, one leg still elevated from the strike. His gaze swept across the goblins. And then the pressure hit. A suffocating killing intent crashed over the battlefield, thick enough to make several goblins stumble. The air vibrated. Even the martial artists felt their skin crawl. Adam had arrived. Adam slowly lowered his leg. The echo of the kick still hummed through his bones. His killing intent hadn't faded. It poured out of him like a violent storm, thick enough to warp the air. Goblins twitched under the weight of it but quickly shook it off, hissing with drooling poison. Far behind the battlefield, Scarlet watched from where he'd set her down, out of danger and his way. He couldn't spare a thought for her now. His eyes drifted instead to the bodies on the ground. 6 of them. They were humans first and martial artists second, who had fought and lost their lives in the most brutal way possible. Adam stepped toward the nearest corpse, the one killed moments ago. He crouched low, his jaw tightening. A massive chunk of flesh was missing from the apprentice's neck. The death grimace frozen on the young man's face made Adam's stomach twist. Memories surged, ones he didn't want, ones he'd buried, ones filled with his own past helplessness and despair. He swallowed hard. Reaching out, Adam gently placed his hand over the corpse's eyes and slid the lids shut. "Don't worry," he whispered. "You can rest in peace." He rose to his full height and looked at the other 5 bodies scattered nearby, each grotesque, each robbed of dignity. "All of you can, because I will be offering these vermins as offerings for your passing." The goblins snarled at his declaration, but Adam barely heard them. He settled into a stance, the common dirty bronze-grade knife angled forward, steady and lethal in his grip. His killing intent surged again, rolling off him in waves. The goblins didn't care. Level 2 mutants or not, these were still unranked mob units. Their tiny brains could only process one thing: kill what stands before you. Fangs bared as poison dripped and muscles tensed. Adam exhaled. He activated Rapid E as pressure exploded outward, warping the air. Before the shock settled, he layered Poison F on top of it. His star power didn't stack. He felt it reallocate, split and fuse, like one power thinning to make room for the other. His total star power settled at 14+. But it was still more than enough. These things weren't a threat, they were an inconvenience. A minor delay on his path. He tightened his grip. Across from him, 15 goblins lowered their bodies, claws digging into the dirt, muscles coiling. For one heartbeat, everything stopped. Then, the world snapped forward. Adam and the goblins collided in an eruption of motion and brutality. The ground cracked under the impact as green blood showered the air. The killing had begun. The martial artists who'd been losing just moments ago could only stare, with disbelief. Calling this a battle was an insult. This was a slaughter. Adam had already ripped through 3 goblins, the fools who dared rush him alone, leaving 12 mutants circling him. Each of these creatures was strong, their raw power rivaling that of an unranked level 1 elite. But to Adam, they were all his bitches in the end. One goblin lunged, claws outstretched. Adam moved faster. The creature's forearm hit the dirt an instant later, severed clean at the elbow. Before the goblin could even scream, Adam buried his knife into its abdomen again and again, dozens of rapid, precise thrusts that turned its gut into shredded pulp. It wasn't dead yet, but as Adam intended to finish the job, another goblin's claw came for his skull. To Adam, the attack drifted in like it was underwater. He crouched, letting the claws whistle harmlessly above him. Spinning from that low position, he carved a horizontal slash across the lunging goblin's torso. Yet he didn't stop. Rising quickly, Adam drove his blade through the underside of the goblin's jaw. The steel punched through the floor of the goblin's mouth before he ripped it back, finishing the job by severing the head entirely. The head flew and the body collapsed. 11 left. The goblin he'd stabbed multiple times earlier fell to one knee, body spasming violently. Poison F ravaged it from the inside, flooding every wound with agony. It wasn't dead yet, but every breath it took was suffering. Adam didn't hesitate. He plunged his bronze knife straight into its skull. 10. Two more goblins roared and charged, then stopped, because Adam vanished. He wasn't gone. He'd simply moved so fast he left the spot before their brains registered the motion. Air rippled as he reappeared between the two goblins, his body suspended briefly above the ground from the momentum of the push-off, before he executed a tight, perfect 360-degree spin. He landed several paces away, sliding across the dirt, spinning twice more before settling into a low stance. Behind him, the goblins still stood upright for a heartbeat. Then deep, crisscrossing lacerations bloomed across their bodies, so precise they looked carved by a master sculptor. Poison surged through their exposed flesh. Both goblins retched green blood, bodies convulsing before collapsing into stillness. The remaining 8 goblins froze. They stared at Adam the way prey might stare at a butcher. No, not a butcher. A grim reaper draped in their kin's blood. His killing intent, already thickened by the blood of their slain kin, rolled off him in a crushing, suffocating wave. The air itself seemed to vibrate with it. The goblins, once filled with feral vigor, now trembled where they stood. It wasn't just fear of death. It was the terror of realizing the thing killing them didn't tire at all. Normally, if an enemy had a higher star power, numbers could drag them down. No normal martial artist could fight forever. Fatigue, talent drain, or physical strain, eventually something would give. But Adam wasn't normal. Awakened special talents drained stamina heavily. He'd learned that the hard way with Connect when using it for the first time. But equipped special talents? They were different. When Adam used Rapid E or Poison F, he felt nothing, no drain, no burn, no fatigue. From activation to deactivation, the talents functioned as though they were powered by an endless reservoir. Another hidden perk of Equip. And honestly, if Equip was all he had, it wouldn't have been impressive. Unlimited stamina with a weapon that couldn't pierce your enemy meant nothing. Slashing at a mountain nonstop wouldn't make it crumble, especially if the mountain struck back. But Equip paired with Connect, that was different. Equip let him burn talents endlessly. Connect let him equip those talents. Now the mountains he faced weren't mountains at all. They were pebbles. And Adam wasn't here to crush pebbles. He was here to annihilate them. The goblins flinched as Adam finally moved. There was no warning, no breath, no shift in posture. One instant he was standing among their fallen. The next he was a blur of motion charging straight at them. The demoralized 8 didn't even have time to scream. It didn't take long before Adam finished the remaining 8 goblins. Poison turned every single death into a writhing, agonizing end, and he reveled in it. The corpses twitched, then stilled, and for a moment, silence blanketed the battlefield. The martial artists stood frozen, staring at the 15 dead goblins they had been struggling against moments ago. Some had bruises, some bled through torn clothes, but all shared the same expression: disbelief. Adam ignored their looks. He crouched beside a corpse, hands moving quickly as he harvested granulites and whatever parts hadn't been corroded by Poison F. The stench didn't bother him. A shaky voice finally tore through the stunned silence. "We're alive." Emotion trembled in the man's words. Raw relief, shock, and disbelief. And his realization spread like wildfire. They were alive. And they all knew. They shouldn't have been. Even the most optimistic fool couldn't deny what had been obvious minutes earlier. Their fight had been a desperate struggle, prolonging the inevitable. The outcome had already been carved in stone, and it was death. Yet somehow, they had survived. Because of one person. Footsteps approached. The martial apprentice with the 5-star martial spirit stepped toward Adam, approaching only when he noticed Adam had finished harvesting. Adam rose, his eyes locking with the man's. For a second, no one breathed. Then the man bowed low, placing his right fist into his left palm. "Thank you for saving us." One by one, the other 28 martial artists followed. A wave of martial salutes, all directed at Adam. "Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for avenging our comrades. Adam stared at them, saying nothing. Their gratitude washed over him. But at that same moment, something pricked at the edge of his senses. His killing intent flared. Before anyone could even react, he drew his dirty bronze knife. Rapid E sharpened his movements while Poison F coated the blade in a faint toxic sheen. He spun once, posture smooth and fluid, and hurled the knife. The air cracked. A sharp thunk echoed as the blade buried itself deep into the chest of a goblin. The force sent the creature skidding backward across the dirt. Scarlet froze. The knife had passed inches from her ear, close enough to ruffle her hair. Her heart pounded in her chest, a cold sweat running down her spine. She had been so focused on Adam's fight, she hadn't even sensed the goblin creeping up behind her. Adam walked past her, briefly resting a hand on her shoulder. "Group up with the rest," he said calmly, not breaking stride. Scarlet turned, watching his back as he moved away. Then she swallowed nervously and headed toward the others, who were still stunned by what had just happened. They had been thanking Adam for saving them, and another enemy had walked right into their midst. If Adam hadn't noticed it, they would all be corpses by now. A voice soon rose among the crowd. It was just one goblin. With the way he threw that knife, that thing didn't stand a chance. Exactly. If a knockback throw did that, imagine an actual attack. That woman, is she part of his group? The martial artists grew lively again, chatter bubbling up. Meanwhile, Scarlet stared into the direction Adam had gone, replaying the moment in her mind. But that pressure, wasn't that an unranked level 2 elite? Before she could further voice her thoughts, light rippled in the air. As Scarlet and the martial artists gathered, suddenly felt the energy of an exit portal in Adam's direction. Adam emerged from the tall grass, stepping into view without a single stalk rustling behind him. He lifted a hand, gesturing for the others to follow. The martial artists didn't hesitate. They scrambled to their feet, lifting the corpses of the 6 fallen comrades. Everyone knew exactly where Adam was leading them to, the exit portal. After seeing what Adam had done earlier, none of them doubted it for a second. Of course, he had killed the last monster needed to reach the 0.5% reduction. Of course, the portal had appeared because of him. The only thing that mattered now was leaving this damn rift alive. Excitement buzzed through the weary group. Adam led them through the trees until the shimmering mirage-like portal came into view. The temporary exit glowed faintly. It was akin to an oasis in a desert of dread. "Move quickly, unless you'd prefer to stay here." Not a single person argued. They marched through one by one, disappearing into the swirling light. With a 3-minute duration before collapse, the portal easily accommodated the rush of martial artists. Soon only 3 remained: Adam, Scarlet, and the middle-aged martial apprentice with the 5-star martial spirit. The man turned to Adam, gave one final respectful nod, then stepped through the exit without another word. Now only Adam and Scarlet stood before the fading portal. Scarlet watched him for a long moment, her thoughts tangled, replaying the earlier pressure, the burst of intent, the sheer force that knife had carried. I must have imagined it. That couldn't have been an elite. If it were, it wouldn't have been sent flying that easily. She exhaled, convincing herself with shaky logic. "I'll see you on the other side," she finally said. Adam opened his mouth to respond, but she had already stepped through, as silence settled. He stared at the portal, the swirling mirage-like light reflecting in his eyes. He still intended to clear this rift. A breath escaped him. It was calm, cold and steady. Then he activated Rapid E. His figure blurred and vanished into the trees just as the exit rippled one last time, the light tightening inward before collapsing entirely, snuffed out like a dying ember. Only the empty clearing remained. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunak.
Slot. Soul, 2 Rapid E Poison F. Body, 5 empty. Star power, 14+. Outside the rift to Gob Valley, chaos reigned. Mutant rifts were terrifyingly rare, but the mission hall had procedures drilled into every acolyte in case of its appearance. Sector 516's acolytes formed a tight perimeter around the shimmering tear in reality, while the martial artists who hadn't yet entered were forced to remain on standby. This was because when a rift undergoes mutation, it would reject entry for up to a week. So everyone waited, tense and silent, until the rift surface suddenly rippled and figures began stepping out. "Contact the manager," one acolyte barked the moment he noticed movement. "Tell him, we have survivors." The impossible had happened. One after another, the martial artists Adam had saved stumbled out of the rift, bloody, limping, but alive. Finally, Scarlet stepped out last. Although a mutating rift didn't allow entries, it could still allow exits. Medics rushed forward immediately. A mutant rift never spat people out unharmed. The 6 dead bodies laid out on stretchers were evidence enough, their grim, pale forms forcing several acolytes to avert their eyes. Honestly, everyone expected more bodies. Less than half a dozen dead in a mutant rift? That was a miracle in itself. A miracle with one obvious source. A medic approached Scarlet, reaching for her arm, but she gently shook her head. "I'm fine." She wasn't, but physical wounds weren't her problem. Her eyes were locked on the rift, brows furrowed, confusion twisting her expression. "Why? Isn't Adam out yet?" She had assumed he stayed behind deliberately to make sure nothing ambushed them as they exited. At that time it seemed like a logical and sensible reason. A single mutant goblin ambush at the wrong moment could turn their desperate escape into a massacre. Adam leaving last was exactly the kind of thing someone like him would do. But he should have walked through right after her. He should have. A cold thought struck her like a blade to the spine. Did something happen to him? Scarlet's breath hitched. A shiver crawled up her body as flashes of her dead teammates surfaced. The torn throats, the twisted limbs, the fear frozen in their eyes. The idea of Adam, someone who felt so untouchable and overwhelming, meeting the same fate because he chose to stay behind for them, stabbed into whatever fragile piece of her psyche was still holding together. Her knees buckled. A medic darted forward, catching her before she hit the ground. "Easy. Let's get you checked." She didn't resist this time. Her body moved on autopilot as they guided her toward a nearby treatment tent. She wasn't bleeding, bruised, or poisoned, but the things she saw in that rift, those would leave marks deeper than any wound. As she crossed the tent's threshold, Scarlet looked back over her shoulder one last time, eyes fixed on the shimmering rift as anxiety gnawed at her chest. "Please, be okay." It didn't take long before the manager finally arrived at the rift's entrance. His black uniform, lined with golden stripes, fit him perfectly, and despite the gray hair and the age carved into his features, he carried himself with authority, far more authority than yesterday, during his brief interaction with Adam. He had been compiling a detailed report for the higher-ups when the urgent call came in. Survivors had emerged from the mutating rift. To the manager, this was of vital importance. He abandoned the report instantly and rushed to the rift. Now, as he stood before the swirling anomaly, one of the acolytes finished relaying everything they had gathered from the traumatized survivors, and shocked didn't begin to describe the manager's expression. He stared at the acolyte and asked again, needing confirmation. "So you're telling me Mr. Adam did not just take down a single unranked level 2 mob goblin, but took down a whole 15? "Yes, sir," the acolyte replied. The manager continued, incredulous. "And he threw a dirty bronze-grade knife at a suspected unranked level 2 elite goblin and sent it flying before finishing it off with that same dirty bronze knife, thus creating the exit that allowed the survivors to escape." Hearing the manager phrase it like that, especially the emphasis on dirty bronze, the acolyte almost couldn't believe it himself. Even though he was the one who wrote the report, it still sounded absurd out loud. "Yes, sir." He still repeated, albeit a little bit bewildered by the details of his own report. Silence hung between them for a few breaths before the manager spoke again. "Where is the girl? The one who left the rift last?" The acolyte straightened and answered, "She's under sedation now, sir. It was the only way to calm her down." The manager nodded slowly. When she wakes up, inform me immediately. I need to know why our hero hasn't left the rift yet. On your orders, sir. The acolyte bowed lightly before walking off. The manager turned back toward the mutating rift, staring into its unstable reflection. He didn't believe Adam had fallen, not for a second. Finally, he muttered under his breath, meant for no one except the boy still inside. Whatever you're planning, I hope it's the right call. With that, he turned and walked away as the remaining acolytes continued standing guard around the shifting rift. A full day passed with nothing unusual happening. But on the next day, and the days that followed, the area around the mutating rift became a hive of activity. Survivor after survivor staggered out of the portal, sometimes carrying the corpses of the fallen, and sometimes emerging with no bodies at all. But the absence of corpses wasn't because they couldn't bring back the dead. It was because there were no dead to bring back. Every single person in those groups had survived. Not one perished. The acolytes on guard watched it all unfold in disbelief. A mutating rift was supposed to be catastrophic. It was an abrupt, unpredictable eruption that claimed countless lives due to its suddenness. Yet here, the death rate was lower than in a normal rift. It defied logic. Survivors came out weeping, laughing, embracing each other with trembling hands. Some fell to their knees in relief. Some shouted prayers. All of them were simply grateful to be alive. When the manager received the updated report, only one word left his mouth. Unbelievable. And unbelievable it was, because nearly all the survivors credited their survival to a single person. A boy with negligible essence capacity. A boy drenched head to toe in blood, looking less like a savior and more like a devil crawling out of hell. A boy who wielded nothing but a dirty bronze knife soaked with the blood of countless goblins, and yet saved them all without hesitation. Word of his deeds spread like wildfire. Now, from the old grandmother who sat by her shop front to the scruffy street cat that dove into the trash bins behind her stall. Everyone knew the name of the one who achieved the impossible. Everyone knew the name Adam. The entrance to the rift was surrounded by acolytes, but this time they weren't merely standing guard. They were fully prepared to enter. Each acolyte was connected by special links not only to one another but also to the dozens of martial artists who had volunteered to assist in the clearing effort. A full week had passed since the rift began mutating. No more survivors had come out since then. But according to the mission hall statistics, the number of people who exited was astonishingly close to the number who had entered, only a 2.5% difference. For a mutant rift, that was miraculous. And now the week was over. The mutation was nearing completion. Soon they would finally be allowed inside. At the very front stood the manager, wearing a pure silver-grade conduit armor over his usual uniform. The polished plates gleamed under the morning sun, making him look more like a battlefield commander than a bureaucrat. He stared at the swirling, mirage-like rift. Get ready to go in. The rift will stabilize in 3 minutes. Weapons were drawn in unison. Among the martial artists, familiar faces tightened their grips. Scarlet, the martial apprentice with the 5-star martial spirit, and many others Adam had saved. None hesitated when the mission hall called for volunteers, and the reason for this was already very obvious. It was to help Adam, who was still in the rift, in whatever way they could. However, the mission hall had an additional, more pragmatic reason for mobilizing such a force. A freshly mutated, unranked Level 2 rift was far too dangerous to leave open to fester, so every available resource had been mobilized to clear it the moment entry became possible. The mission wouldn't be easy, but they intended to succeed at all costs. The plan was simple: enter the rift and unleash hell on everything inside. Just then, the rift began to swirl faster, a telltale sign that it was stabilizing. All eyes focused on the spiraling, bending mirage. Light twisted unnaturally, like an optical illusion melting in real time. And then, in one instant, it stabilized. In the next, it collapsed into nothing. Silence swept across the field. Hundreds of people froze, staring at the place where the rift had been, and at the figure now standing there. A bareback faced them. The person was shirtless, their only remaining clothing a pair of trousers shredded into near rags. Their entire body was coated in dried, crusted blood, so much that the coppery stench seemed to flood the whole area. In their hand hung the broken remains of a knife. Scarlett's eyes widened, her breath hitching, in an almost disbelieving whisper, as she spoke. Adam. Everyone gathered remained frozen, stunned not just by the rift's sudden collapse but by the figure now standing where it had been. They were so caught off guard that none of them knew how to react to Adam's presence. Not until Scarlett whispered his name. That single word struck the crowd like a hammer, as a chill ran through every martial artist present. It didn't take long before someone finally voiced the thought burning in everyone's mind. Did he clear the rift all on his own? That was it. The dropped needle in the silent room. The whispers exploded instantly. Is this normal? I knew he was strong, but this. What kind of talent lets someone solo a mutant rift? Why have I never heard of this ability? Oh my stars. I'm standing in front of a living deity. Come on, don't be dramatic. No, shut up. Look at him. Look. Excitement rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Completing a run alone? Rare, but not unheard of in upper-tier sectors. Rescuing survivors alone? A heroic achievement that earned prestige. Completing a run in under 24 hours? Legendary, reserved for true prodigies. But clearing an entire mutating rift alone, with no support, no preparation, and no backup. That wasn't a feat. That was something only the gods ordained. The manager stood still as Adam walked toward him, every eye locked on the blood-covered boy approaching with steady, unhurried steps. No one even flinched at the overwhelming stench of dried blood. When Adam finally reached him, he spoke plainly. "It's good you're here, manager." The manager blinked, taken aback. Does he appreciate that we mobilized a full strike force because we thought he was trapped? For a moment, his chest warmed at the thought. Until Adam continued, "I just wanted to know how much I'll get for clearing the rift." As Adam spoke with the manager, Scarlett simply stared at him, quiet, unmoving, and almost afraid that if she blinked he might disappear. She hadn't slept properly in a week. Every night had been filled with the same nightmares. The faces of her group members, the screams, the blood, the helplessness. The possibility of Adam being in danger only added to her destabilizing state. And delivering the news to their families. That had carved the wound even deeper. But when survivor after survivor began leaving the rift, and every single one of them spoke the same name, Adam, everything suddenly became beautifully clear. Adam hadn't been trapped. He hadn't been in danger. He had chosen to stay behind to rescue more people. So when the mission hall called for volunteers to help clear the rift once it stabilized, she didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. This was her chance to repay the person who had saved her life. That singular purpose kept the nightmares at bay. But now, seeing him there, alive, uninjured and only ragged and soaked in dried blood as he casually spoke to the manager, a small, fragile smile appeared on Scarlett's lips. She whispered softly, almost too quietly for even herself to hear, "Everything is going to be okay." Adam sat on his bed, no longer bloody or smelling like a walking massacre. Instead, his skin carried the clean, sharp scent of the expensive soap he'd used to scrub away a week's worth of gore. Fresh clothes replaced the rags he'd walked out of the rift in, finally making him look like an actual human being again. The chaos at the rift entrance had died down hours ago. Once people realized Adam had truly come out alive and the mutant rift was no more, most simply went home, dazed. Some even needed sleep to convince themselves that the impossible sight they'd witnessed wasn't just some collective hallucination. Even the manager had left, promising Adam he would contact the higher-ups to determine what would happen regarding the Rift Clear reward. Low-tier sectors like this one had no procedure for someone solo clearing a mutating rift. So now Adam lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. He didn't have his official reward yet, but monster parts? Those had no special procedures. Meaning, for the second time in his life he wasn't broke. He grabbed his newly bought phone, thumb tapping into his banking app with almost reverent anticipation. The moment the page loaded, the balance hit him like sunlight through clouds. $200,000. Adam couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. Mom always said a rich man is a happy man. But the words left his mouth bittersweet, as the smile faded a little and a shadow passed through his eyes. Before the weight in his chest could grow heavier, he quickly brought up his panel, an easy distraction and a familiar comfort. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, akip kunakt.
Slot. Soul 2 rapid E poison F. Body 5 empty. Adam lay on the bed, eyes fixed on the glowing panel hovering above him. Nothing had changed. His special talents were still the same because he had nothing new to equip, mutated goblins or not. Their talents had remained Poison G and Poison F. Only their levels had increased, not their talents. He exhaled and shut the panel with a thought. Why don't I train a little? The words slipped out quietly, more to break the lingering heaviness in his chest than anything else. He sat up, stood, and began shoving the few pieces of worn-out furniture toward the walls. Once he made enough space in the middle of the cramped apartment, he took his position. He lowered himself into a deep horse stance, thighs parallel to the ground, spine straight as a spear, his arms extended to his front, palms facing forward. He inhaled slowly. 1, 2, 3, counting up to 15 as he let his lungs empty and his muscles tremble under the stillness. Then, without rising from the stance, he drew both arms inward, palms still forward, pulling as if dragging a massive, invisible chain toward his chest. He exhaled for 15 counts, tightening his core and legs until they burned. Next, he shifted, rising just slightly and clenching his right fist as it coiled back to his hip in a sharp spiral while his left hand stayed open as a guard. He held the tension for 3 silent counts. Then, bang! He snapped his waist around and unleashed his right fist in an explosive thrust, stopping just shy of full extension. His center of gravity dropped instantly back into the deep stance. Ha! The shout echoed off the peeling walls. He repeated the sequence, this time with the left fist. By the time the second punch landed, exhaustion slammed into him. His legs quivered. His breath came in thin strands. But he didn't stop. He grit his teeth and forced himself through the cycle again and again, 99 more times. Sweat poured down his face and soaked into his clean shirt. His muscles screamed in protest, but he kept punching until the final strike left his arms numb. Finally, he rose out of the stance, swaying slightly. He placed both palms over his chest, facing downward, and slowly guided them toward his abdomen as he exhaled. The moment his hands reached his lower belly, essence flowed. A cool, refreshing current washed into his body like a breeze on the hottest day of summer. It sank into his bloodstream, spreading clarity, before fading as quickly as it came. Adam clicked his tongue. There's still not much difference. Adam wiped the sweat from his skin and rinsed himself off before collapsing onto the bed again. The brief surge of essence he'd gained from his practice was laughably small, nowhere near enough to push him toward the martial apprentice rank. A G-rank cultivation talent. It just wasn't it. Even though the movements he practiced came from the standard cultivation technique humanity created when essence first appeared, Adam already knew the truth. Even using an upgraded cultivation technique wouldn't change anything. His bottleneck wasn't the method. It was him. Should I have just equipped one of their F-rank cultivation talents? His voice was barely a whisper. He was referring to Agnes and Favor, the 2 martial apprentices, who died during his first run in Gob Valley. He never equipped their cultivation talents, but now the question lingered. Would it have made a difference? Adam shook his head. No, it wouldn't have. It'd be faster than what I have now, but not fast enough, and using up one of my only 2 soul slots for it would be a waste. He leaned back, staring up at the ceiling as he reasoned it out again. 2 different special talents give me far more power than an F-rank cultivation talent ever could. He'd analyzed this from every angle and he still believed he made the right choice. But the thought stuck in his mind. If I had an extra slot, Maybe I would have considered it. That was the true problem. To gain another slot, he needed to rank up. But with a G-rank cultivation talent, that could take years. If only there was another way to improve my soul, he muttered. Then an idea sparked in his mind. I'll just ask the manager tomorrow. He seems knowledgeable. Decision made, Adam slid down fully onto the bed. His body sank into the thin, uneven mattress, but he barely noticed. The exhaustion from a week inside the rift and the training he'd just pushed through crashed over him like a wave. His eyes closed, and for the first time in days, Adam slept peacefully. Adam woke before dawn, washed up, and dressed with the same calm efficiency he used in battle. Afterward, he made a brief stop at his mother's memorial before heading for the mission hall. He didn't slow down. One use of rapid and the reception blurred past him, faces turning too late to recognize him. It was better that way. The manager had given Adam the go-ahead to come straight to his office for anything he needed. Adam intended to take him up on his offer. He stopped before the manager's office and knocked. "Who is it?" An old voice called from inside. Adam instantly activated Connect. His vision shifted, walls dissolving into outlines of essence as two soul flames appeared inside. One positioned very close beneath the other. He instantly shut it off as he cleared his throat. "It's me, Adam. I sent a message that I'd be arriving. You must not have seen it." He had sent no such message. Inside, he heard a muffled curse, then frantic shuffling, clothes rustling, something hitting a desk, hushed swearing. After a few seconds, the door swung open. A flushed young woman stepped out, one of the receptionists from the reception area. Adam said nothing as he walked in, closing the door behind him. The manager sat behind his desk, looking equal parts embarrassed and exhausted. "Sorry, Adam. I must have been too busy to notice your text." "It's understandable." The manager gestured for him to sit. Adam took the seat while the old man cleared his throat, trying to regain his dignity. "It's good you came. The higher-ups have already decided on a reward for you." Adam lifted an eyebrow, waiting. "Oh?" he asked, leaning forward as the manager prepared to spill the rest. "The higher-ups decided that for an achievement like yours, the best reward would be something beneficial to your growth." Adam had been listening before, but at that line he locked in. The manager smiled at the reaction. "They've decided to give you access to any unranked level 3 incursion." Adam's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. He knew exactly what an incursion meant. Unlike rifts, temporary pockets of foreign space, an incursion was a piece of Urds itself that had been altered when a rift's breach influence began to spread. They didn't vanish. They didn't reset. They became living, permanent scars on the world. And most of them existed deep in the wild zones. But what mattered wasn't the danger, it was the resources. Every incursion had a natural resource tied to its mutated environment. A guaranteed harvest. If one wasn't known yet, it simply meant no one had discovered it. Rifts had natural resources too, but most were either buried in obscure corners or so rare they weren't worth the search. Incursions, though, entire clans were built off farming them. Adam didn't even care that it was an unranked level 3 incursion. It wasn't a rift, so there would be no essence overload. Not that his current power would trigger one anyway. Furthermore, the fact that the mission hall gave this as a reward meant that they had a gauge of what he was capable of. The manager slid a thin tablet across the desk. "These are the unranked level 3 incursions in the wild zones surrounding the low-tier sectors. Just know that none are close to our sector." Adam skimmed the glowing list, each entry a different environment, different monsters, different core resources. "You'll have to reserve the day you prefer to enter," the manager added. "Choose carefully. You only have 3 weeks. After that, the permission expires." Adam nodded, eyes moving down the list slowly, absorbing every detail. Monsters, terrain, resource type, resource effect. Each line represented a possible path forward. His fingers hovered over the tablet as his thoughts narrowed to a single point. Which one would give me the biggest advantage? Adam studied the tablet for several long minutes, mentally weighing each option until 3 stood out, 3 incursions that actually aligned with what he needed right now. The first, Hornet's Nest, an incursion swarming with giant, wasp-like monsters. Their special talents were Sting G and Sting F. Nothing impressive. But the natural resource there, Power Gel, was valuable. It was a common-grade resource that, when ingested, boosted essence absorption speed for a short period. Useful, but temporary. The second, Iron Ram's mountain home to iron-coated mountain goats, known for their brutal Charge F and Charge G talents. Its resource, Rama Grass, was far more practical. It strengthened essence pores, eased strain, and allowed a martial artist to absorb essence much longer than their baseline. A steady improvement, but still limited. Adam exhaled softly, then scrolled to the third. The third, and the one his gaze lingered on. Siren Swamp, an eerie, humid marsh crawling with humanoid female creatures. They moved unclothed, with large black eyes that seemed too innocent for their kind. Their talent was Lullaby F and G, a hypnotic, sleep-inducing talent. But the resource, Soul Pearl, a common-grade resource that, when dissolved in bathwater, nourished and strengthened the soul, soothed the body, and made essence flow smoother and cleaner after each session. This is it. Essence boost and soul strengthening. 2 problems solved at once. Adam didn't hesitate anymore. He lifted his head. I've made my choice. The manager leaned over, glancing at the highlighted entry on the tablet. His brows twitched upward with a surprise he quickly masked. A bold choice, Mr. Adam, he said with a polite smile. Very well. When would you like to reserve your entry? 5 days from now, Adam replied calmly. I hope that's not an issue. No issue at all. The manager was already tapping through the reservation interface. I'll finalize it immediately. Is there anything else you need? Since you came directly to me, I assume you were looking for something specific. Adam stood slowly, shaking his head. No need. This already handles my problem. The manager exhaled with dramatic relief. Thank the stars for the convenience. Adam only nodded, expression unreadable, before turning and leaving the office. He had gotten exactly what he needed. Now he just needed to prepare. Adam's next stop was the Marshall Market. Unfortunately, getting there meant passing through the Mission Hall's reception, and the moment he stepped in, he became a magnet. Heads snapped toward him. Conversations paused. Several martial artists who had been waiting for missions straightened at once. In seconds, every gaze in the room locked onto him. Adam kept walking, expression cool, posture sharp, each step giving off the unspoken message. Don't approach me. Even then, it took actual effort, plus the tense, warning looks of several senior martial artists, to keep an excited crowd from forming around him. Whispers still erupted anyway. That's him, Adam. The one who cleared a mutant rift single-handedly. No, you don't understand, he saved dozens. A genius in a low-tier sector. Can you imagine? He might actually put the sector on the map. Some were breathless with awe, explaining to those that had been in other rifts to get the full gist of Adam's deeds. Others sounded like they were witnessing a legend being born. Adam kept his face still, almost bored-looking, but inside, this is embarrassing. He regretted not using Rapid to bypass the reception, but since he was heading to the market, that wasn't an option. He couldn't just sprint past them like a criminal. More importantly, he actually needed to buy something. As he finally reached the branching hallway that led toward the market, a sudden thought tugged at him. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? He slowed half a step, trying to summon the memory. Yet there was nothing. He clicked his tongue softly. If it's important, I'll remember, he muttered to himself, brushing it aside. With that, Adam pushed forward and stepped fully into the Marshall Market. Adam stepped into the Marshall Market, eyes scanning automatically for one familiar figure. Julie, the fox-eared salesgirl who was usually easy to spot. But his search bore no fruit. There was no sign of a bushy tail or fluffy ear. Did she take the day off? Felt unlikely, but he brushed it aside. He had business to handle. He turned and instantly found himself surrounded. Every free sales attendant within sight snapped to attention the moment they recognized him. Hands shot up. Smiles brightened unnaturally. Voices overlapped, all of them trying to get his attention. "Sir Adam, over here. I can assist you."
No, me.
"I'm free. I'm free." Oh, stars. He looked at me. He actually looked at me. Meanwhile, attendants who were still stuck helping customers wore devastated expressions, as if fate had robbed them of the greatest opportunity of their lives. Adam kept his face neutral. Eventually, he settled on a short human girl with bright eyes and an eager posture, the type of girl some degenerates would happily pay extra to satisfy their fetish. Her enthusiasm nearly radiated. Adam didn't waste time. "My conduit was destroyed, so I need a replacement of the same type." She blinked once. "Of course, what grade, sir?" "Dirty bronze." Her eye twitched, but she kept her smile intact. Dirty bronze was the cheapest, bottom-of-the-barrel grade. Most martial artists moved past it as soon as they could afford to breathe properly. For someone like Adam, now a rising star, to deliberately choose it was bizarre. But Adam had his reasons. It wasn't because he was cheap. No, the real reason was simple, natural, and unavoidable. Adam couldn't use any conduit above dirty bronze. Not yet. A conduit wasn't just a weapon. It was a bridge. A connection forged between a martial artist's core being and a crafted object capable of holding the resonance that could bind to that being. Every conduit carried this resonance factor, a subtle but powerful harmonic frequency that allowed the user's essence, intent, and physical force to synchronize perfectly with it. That synchronization was what separated conduits from ordinary metal. It made every strike heavier, every movement sharper, and every technique more fluid and lethal. But this resonance came with rules, strict rules. First, resonance meant only one conduit could be used at a time. The body couldn't maintain harmony with two different resonant frequencies, no matter how skilled the martial artist was. Second, the resonance factor was irreplaceable. Once destroyed, it was gone forever. Even if the weapon itself was repaired, reforged, polished, or rebuilt, without resonance it was nothing more than a normal blade. A conduit could never be fixed, only replaced. And third, and most important for Adam, a martial artist could not wield a conduit above the grade their rank allowed. Their body, essence pathways, and soul simply couldn't withstand the resonance pressure. And Adam, who had yet to step into the martial apprentice rank, was completely restricted. Dirty bronze was all he could use without backlash. Sure, with his current power he could force a stronger conduit to cooperate, but in a real fight he'd be battling two enemies. The monster in front of him, and the rebellious conduit in his hand. Not worth it. So the dirty bronze knife he had just purchased was the most practical choice for now. Once he secured the new conduit, Adam shifted to the next part of his shopping. He turned to the short sales girl. "I need resources to help with essence absorption." Her eyes sparkled. "Of course. Please wait a moment." She returned with several processed resources, nothing too special, nothing too rare. Processed materials were always weaker than natural ones, but Adam wasn't buying them for their full effect. He only needed support for when he eventually acquired the soul pearls. After all, soul pearls nourished the soul first, and enhanced essence flow second. He needed something to complement them, something that would give his absorption an added boost, not just a smoother experience. It was better to buy them now while he had money. Life was too unpredictable to be a miser. After selecting the absorption boosters, Adam grabbed a few rations as well, just enough to top off his stock. Everything totaled $73,546. He paid without hesitation. It was a lot, but resources were always the pricier part of cultivation. This wasn't indulgence. This was an investment. And a good one. He stored everything neatly into his storage ring. Then he turned and walked out of the martial market, and the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he activated Rapid. To the onlookers, 1 second he was there and the next second he had vanished like a short-lived illusion. Many martial artists blinked in disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes. Others cursed under their breath. Most hadn't even seen him move. Adam slowed as he approached the apartment complex, his steps steady, until he turned the corner toward his unit and froze. His door was surrounded. A cluster of familiar faces crowded the narrow hallway, whispering anxiously as they hovered around his entrance. For a moment Adam wondered if something had happened, but then one of the older women spotted him. "He's back." The entire group turned in unison. Dozens of eyes locked onto him. Eyes filled not just with admiration, but something deeper, something close to reverence. There was a look of respect non-martial artists often had when facing someone who walked a different path, someone who could do things they could only dream about. They had given Adam that respect the moment he awakened a talent and had the prospects of becoming a martial artist. To them, all martial artists were the same regardless of talent, but after his achievements in the Rift, that respect had ignited into full-blown devotion. Adam raised an eyebrow. What now? He walked forward, and instantly the hallway parted for him, neighbors stepping aside as if a noble had arrived to claim his throne. Adam slipped between them until he stood in front of his own door, and finally saw what they were gathered around. 3 men. 2 of them were huge, thick-necked, and broad-shouldered. The third was smaller but dressed in a sharp, obviously expensive suit. All 3 were kneeling, or rather prostrating fully, with heads pressed against the floorboards, oblivious to anyone around them. At that moment the realization hit him like a falling mountain. I knew I was forgetting something. The men kneeling in front of his door weren't worshippers. They weren't beggars. They weren't random intruders. They were from the loan group he owed money to. The 3 men kneeling in front of Adam's door belonged to the company Always Smiling Solutions. The man in the middle, dressed in an expensive suit, was the owner of the supposedly fine and clean establishment. And right now, he wished he could go back in time and stop himself from making such a stupid decision. After all, who in the sector hadn't heard of Adam, the man who had soloed an entire mutant rift? It was no surprise, then, that the members of Always Smiling Solutions had also heard of it, and to say the owner was terrified would be an understatement. As he knelt with his forehead pressed to the ground, his thoughts raced. Why did we give such exaggerated rates? Adam had come to them for a loan of $13,000, and just like any other sucker they had duped, they had given him the money, along with their usual, absurd repayment interest of 70% stacked monthly. After 6 months, Adam owed them a ridiculous $67,600. This was a sum he obviously wouldn't have been able to pay back. However, they had their ways to make back the money, although it wouldn't have been pretty for the previous Adam. It was already clear that Always Smiling Solution was a filthy company. A 70% interest rate was absurd, but they got away with it because the owner himself was a martial apprentice with a 4-star martial spirit. That backing allowed them to act brazenly, targeting non-martial artists or martial artists without talent or support. But this time they had bitten off far more than they could chew. They had rushed here to make amends, terrified that Adam, after becoming so powerful, would seek retribution for their foul practices. So they came first, hoping to appease him before anything happened. But just then, a calm voice broke the tense atmosphere. "Is it because I'm owing you guys money that you won't allow me to go into my own home?" The neighbors were stunned by Adam's statement. None of them had expected the men prostrating at his door to be loan sharks. Loan sharks weren't exactly known for courtesy when collecting debt. As for the 3 men, their blood ran cold the moment Adam spoke. The owner jolted to his feet instantly, kicking the 2 men beside him as he barked. "Why would you block Mr. Adam? Do you want me to skin you alive?" The 2 large men scrambled upright, not daring to complain. Both bowed their heads in a perfect 90-degree angle and said in unison, "We apologize, Mr. Adam." Their submissiveness surprised Adam, though he didn't show it on his face. "So," Adam said calmly, "what exactly are you doing here?" The fact that they had been kneeling at his door made it obvious. They weren't here for the money. Unless loan sharks had suddenly adopted a new debt collection method he wasn't aware of. The owner quickly bowed again. "Mr. Adam, your presence precedes you." Adam's eyebrow twitched at the exaggerated performance. "We are simply here to make amends," the owner said. "Amends?" "Yes," the owner continued. We did not start on the best terms, so to remedy that, we brought something to show our sincere apology. He nudged the large man on his right. The man immediately produced a briefcase, clearly from a storage item like Adam's own ring. The briefcase was handed to the owner, who snapped it open. All the neighbors gasped. Silence hung for a moment, until a small child whispered loudly, "Mummy, why are those strange-looking men giving Uncle Adam so much money?" Her mother stroked her head, answering, "They did something stupid, so they're paying their way out." "Oh," the child said, with an exaggerated understanding that made a few neighbors chuckle. Adam looked at the stacks of cash inside. "How much is in here?" $300,000, Mr. Adam," the owner replied without hesitation. The neighbors felt their breath vanish. Most of them had never even seen such an amount in their lifetime. Adam, however, barely reacted. The sum was larger than what he had earned so far, but with his recent income and achievements, it simply didn't hit him the same way. The owner, however, mistook Adam's calmness. Will this move him? He started becoming anxious. But he calmed down as Adam reached out, took the briefcase, and said casually, "Apology accepted." The owner nearly collapsed in relief. "Thank you, Mr. Adam. We won't trouble you any further," he said, bowing deeply before hurrying off with his two men. Adam watched them leave, then shook his head. He gave his neighbors a small nod before entering his apartment. Slowly, the neighbors dispersed, each of them still reeling from the sight. They couldn't help thinking how easily martial artists made money. But if Adam could hear their thoughts, he would have told them the truth, that this wasn't normal. He was just that good. Unfortunately, Adam couldn't read minds. As Adam stepped into his apartment, the first thing he did was slip the briefcase into his storage ring. A small breath escaped him. He was finally a man without debt. "But there really is no privacy in this building," he muttered, a faint chuckle slipping out. He wasn't annoyed. The busybody nature of his neighbors was something he'd grown used to. Honestly, he was guilty of the same curiosity himself. Adam glanced around the worn-down one-bedroom apartment and scratched the back of his neck. He had no intention of moving. This place was home. Every crack in the wall carried memories. It just needs renovating. Then it'll be good as new. He would handle the renovations after returning from the incursion. For now, he needed to prepare for the journey ahead. Just then, his phone buzzed. A message flashed across the screen. It was a reservation reminder for Siren's Swamp. The manager had already done his part. But beneath that message was another notification. It was from his bank. Adam raised a brow, curiosity piqued, and tapped it open. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Celo T. SOUL 2 rapid E poison F. BODY 5 empty. Star power, 14+. As Adam opened the message, the numbers nearly blinded him. A credit alert of $1,500,000. Current account balance, $1,626,454. Beneath it was a short note. A small token of our gratitude for your tremendous deed. Signed, Mission Hall Management. Adam stood in the middle of his cramped one-room apartment, staring at his phone in silence. The alert was so sudden that his mind stalled. He genuinely hadn't expected the Mission Hall to be this generous. But the phrase small token said it all. For the Mission Hall, this amount wasn't even pocket change. A slow smile crept onto his face. "So now I'm a millionaire," he muttered. He shook his head in disbelief. Never in his life had he imagined reaching that point, yet here he was. Sliding his phone away, Adam began organizing the last things he needed. He had a train to catch tomorrow morning. Pulling off his clothes, he changed into something more comfortable and collapsed onto his old bed. "First time I'll be leaving the sector," he whispered, smiling faintly at the ceiling. "I wonder how the experience will be." With that lingering thought, Adam's eyes closed, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. The outer zones were the largest portion of the Alliance, a massive expanse divided into 5 core regions. The low-tier region, where Sector 516 belonged, followed by the mid-tier, upper-tier, high-tier, and finally the elusive top region. Together, these 5 made up the fully governed and protected parts of the Alliance. But even with their combined size, they still paled in comparison to the Wild Zones. Vast, untamed, and vile, the Wild Zones stretched endlessly across the outer zones, filled with monsters of every shape, size, and strength. Their overwhelming presence was the very reason travel between sectors wasn't common, and why transporting goods from one sector to another was absurdly expensive. Every journey risked running into something that could tear caravans apart in seconds. Air travel wasn't any safer. The monsters that dominated the sky were a different breed entirely, and humanity had adapted better to the ground than the skies. So the safest way to travel was neither by road nor by air. It was by train. A train so fast that, by the time the monsters turned their heads, it had already vanished into the distance. And that was what Adam was staring at now. He gazed at the long, aerodynamic machine with a hint of awe. It resembled a bullet train, sleek and elongated. But there was one striking difference. It had no tracks. This was done for a single purpose: maximum speed. No matter how smooth or well-lubricated tracks were, they still created friction that would slow the train. So the engineers who designed this beast removed the tracks entirely, installing anti-gravity pads beneath the train and carving out dedicated aerial routes between destinations. These routes were periodically cleared of threats by martial artists. This was the pride of the Outer Zone, one of its greatest inventions, and a bold declaration of humanity's ingenuity. Adam's attention shifted as the crowd around him began moving. People were already entering the train, and he didn't waste a second before following them. Most, if not all, were martial artists heading out of Sector 516 in search of greener pastures. It made sense. 516 was a new sector even among the low-tier regions, and opportunities were limited. For many, leaving was the only path forward. Adam understood that sentiment. But he also felt differently. This place was full of many memories. To leave Sector 516 felt like leaving a part of himself behind. But even though he couldn't predict what the future held, he knew holding on forever was impossible. Change was constant and inevitable, and even he had to abide by it. As he settled into his seat, he leaned back slightly, exhaling through his nose. I just hope that change doesn't come too soon. The moment the last passenger stepped aboard, the entire cabin experienced a strange, weightless sensation, the same feeling one got when an elevator began its ascent. The train lifted several inches off the ground. A voice crackled through the speakers. "Travelers of the 67 Express, fasten your seat belts. We are about to leave the station." A booming cheer erupted from outside as the thrusters activated, their hum growing deeper and stronger. Adam glanced out the window. Families and friends stood on the platform, waving at the martial artists heading off toward better futures. Some shouted promises to return wealthier. Others vowed to find a way to bring their loved ones with them next time. And some, like Adam, sat alone, carrying nothing but their ambitions and the weight of their own path. The thrusters roared as they gained full traction. The farewell shouts blurred into the background as the platform seemed to slide away. Then, in the next instant, the train blasted forward, vanishing into the distance like a streak of light. As Adam looked out the window, the world outside was nothing but a smear of colors and indistinct blurs. The train was moving so fast that even with Rapid-E active, he doubted he'd be able to keep up. Yet despite that insane speed, the cabin didn't even feel like it was moving. No shaking, no rattling, just silence and comfort. Adam let the marvel go as he settled deeper into his seat. The journey from Sector 516 to Sector 418, the closest sector to Siren Swamp, would take roughly 4 hours. Given the sheer size of Erds, that distance was massive. The fact that the train could cover it in mere hours didn't diminish its speed. It only proved how terrifyingly fast it really was. With nothing else to do, Adam allowed himself to properly take in his surroundings. First class, and it lived up to the name. He had an entire cabin to himself, large enough that he could practice comfortably if he wanted to. A sleek shower stall gleamed in one corner. A small, elegant bar stocked with drinks sat to the side. And against the far wall was a bed big enough for two. There was also a mirror by the side and, on seeing his reflection, Adam knew a haircut was in order. The mission hall sure knows how to spoil someone. There was even a noise cancellation feature, one he'd instantly activated the moment he discovered it. Thankfully, it worked both ways. He wouldn't hear anything from outside, and no one would hear whatever happened inside. Just then, a soft, refined chime rang through the room. A moment later, a smooth female voice echoed from the speaker. "Mr. Adam, your room service." Adam's brow twitched. Room service. It hasn't even been an hour since we left the station. He exhaled and activated Connect. The world thinned, that strange overlap of sleep and wakefulness pressing against his senses as his cabin door blurred, turning transparent like a fogged glass clearing. Behind it, a single soul flame burned. The hostess. But the moment Adam read her flame, his eyes narrowed. Predatory. Not malicious or hostile, just sharp and hungry in a way that didn't match her polite tone earlier. A quiet realization settled over him. So that's what this is. He rose and finally opened the cabin door. A serving cart rolled in first, gleaming trays stacked neatly. Then the woman stepped through and shut the door behind her with a soft click. She wore a tailored, above-the-knee hostess uniform that hugged her figure, long white socks, polished heels, and her hair styled into a tight, elegant bun. With her doll-like makeup, she looked almost porcelain. But when she saw Adam, she was slightly shocked, though she hid the expression well. "Mr. Adam," she finally said, her voice smooth and honeyed. "This is a complimentary selection from the crew of Express 67. If you need anything else, I will be here to help." He tilted his head, studying her features before asking, "Are you good with your hands?" A few minutes later, a low VRRMM vibrated through the cabin walls, ambiguous enough that anyone outside could assume anything. Then silence. The hostess stepped back, wiping a hint of moisture from her brow. "I hope you're satisfied with my service, Mr. Adam." Adam studied the mirror, brushing stray strands of freshly trimmed hair into place. "You're definitely good with your hands." "I have 4 younger brothers," she said with a breathy laugh, adjusting her uniform. "I had to pick up a few skills to keep them in line." "You must care about them a lot." She paused, meeting his gaze. Something real flickered beneath the porcelain veneer. "Everything I do is for them." Adam nodded. She recovered her professional smile soon after. "If you need anything else, just call. I'll come right away." Adam gave a small nod of acknowledgement. The hostess opened the cabin door, composed again, and slipped out, leaving Adam alone. Adam let out a small laugh to himself once the door shut. She was kind of cute, but the truth sat clear in his mind. The moment he'd read her soul flame, he knew she hadn't come only to deliver food. There had been intent, subtle, layered, and opportunistic. Yet the instant she stepped in and actually saw him, that desire had fizzled out like a candle in rain. He shook his head. I guess seeing someone young enough to be one of her brothers discouraged her. Adam wasn't dense. Fame had its gravity. It pulled all sorts of people toward him. It wouldn't be surprising if she'd recognized his name among those in first class and decided to try her luck, whatever form that took. "It is what it is, I guess," he sighed. He wasn't looking for anything intimate. Not now. Not with everything piling on his path. That simply wasn't the agenda. Adam pushed himself up and crossed the small cabin, collapsing onto the bed with a quiet exhale. He'd already eaten the food she brought, and with nothing left to do, sleep felt like the only logical move. As he settled into the mattress, a thought drifted lazily through his mind. "I've been sleeping a lot lately. Wonder why that is." The question barely had time to form before his eyes slipped shut. He fell asleep instantly, no tension, no lingering thoughts, just darkness. Outside the cabin, Express 67 sped through the sectors, stopping and starting, letting passengers spill out and in one after another. Hours blurred by in steady rhythm. Finally, after countless stops, The train slowed for its last destination. Sector 418. As Adam stepped down from the train, the platform felt oddly empty. Only a handful of passengers disembarked with him. Most had dropped off in earlier sectors. Hardly anyone from the low-tier outer zone willingly came this far. Sector 418 bordered the mid-tier region, and the dangers here were enough to crush anyone whose dreams outgrew their actual strength. Adam scanned the platform. His gaze locked onto a man in a sharp black suit, driver's cap perched neatly on his head, holding a sleek plaque with Adam's name printed across it. Adam approached as the driver looked him over. Fresh fade, short-sleeve white shirt, black jeans, and clean sneakers. His brows pinched slightly before he asked, "And you are?" Adam didn't hold the question against the man as he told him his name. The man froze for a moment, clearly expecting someone, older, taller, rougher, anything but the casually dressed teenager in front of him. Adam noticed the stunned look and gave a dry smile. "It's okay. I have that effect on people." The driver shook himself out of it. "My apologies, sir. But may I see a piece of identification?" Adam handed over his marshal license. The driver ran it through a portable scanner, and a confirming beep beep sounded soon after. He returned the card immediately. "My deepest apologies for earlier, Mr. Adam." Adam nodded once. "Please follow me, sir." He led Adam to a glossy, luxurious car waiting by the curb. The driver opened the back door with practiced professionalism. As Adam slipped inside, the door shut with a soft click. Moments later, the engine hummed to life and they were off. The ride was smooth and brief. Soon they pulled up to a towering hotel lined with warm lights and polished stone. The driver stepped out, opened Adam's door, bowed lightly, and drove away. Adam now stood in front of the entrance. A hotel employee in a fitted suit hurried forward, posture crisp and respectful. His expression flickered, surprised at Adam's youth, but he quickly masked it. The driver had clearly warned him. "Mr. Adam," the man said with a practiced smile, "you're just in time. The others have already arrived." Adam blinked. "Others? Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunak.
Cello T. SOUL 2 rapid E poison F. BODY 5 empty. Star power, 14 plus. Adam sat in a wide, brightly lit hall, rows of seats facing a raised stage at the front. The man who welcomed him had escorted him here before disappearing to attend to other duties. Now Adam was alone among a crowd of strangers, except these strangers carried themselves with a very particular kind of arrogance. Why didn't the manager mention that others would be granted access to the incursion? Before bringing him here, the employee had explained that the mission hall had opened entries to Siren Swamp for multiple people, not just Adam. The reasoning, apparently, was simple. The incursion was vast, so multiple entrants in a single reserve day wasn't an issue. Adam would have accepted that easily. He believed in merit. If someone achieved something impressive, they deserved the reward. But then the man told him the list of accomplishments. And Adam was impressed. Not by the accomplishments, but by the audacity. Reaching martial apprentice rank. Finally manifesting a martial spirit. Learning a proper technique for the first time. All respectable milestones, sure. But compared to soloing an entire mutant rift, it was like comparing a spark to a sun. Adam leaned back, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the groups around him. Each cluster dressed in expensive fabrics, polished conduits, and wearing expressions that radiated entitlement. And finally, everything clicked. Anipo babies. These weren't ordinary martial artists. They were clan heirs, children of influence, money, and bloodline power. The kind who got opportunities not because they earned them, but because their families breathed in the right air. Adam let out a small sigh. Well, this should be interesting. From the conversations drifting through the hall, Adam pieced things together quickly. These martial heirs weren't from the low-tier region at all. They were from the mid-tier regions of the outer zone. And that made sense. Low-tier clans didn't have the influence to secure spots in an incursion. After all, they held the same power as the mission halls of the low-tier regions, so they couldn't simply wave their authority around and expect results. But mid-tier clans? They had enough weight to push the mission hall of a low-tier region into compliance. Adam's eyes moved across the bustling hall. Still, there are a lot of people. Is this the norm? Before he could listen further, the lights abruptly dimmed. A single bright spotlight snapped onto the stage. The sound of heels echoed, deliberately unhurried and confident, until a figure entered the light. A mature woman stepped into view, dressed in a sharp red dress suit, black heels clicking with each step. A black veiled hat obscured most of her face, revealing only a sliver of cheekbone and bold, velvet red lips. The room fell silent instantly. Adam leaned back, watching her with mild amusement. She's strong. Her presence alone crushed the chatter, snuffing out the air's arrogance like snuffing a candle. Then she spoke. We, the Mission Hall of Sector 418, are pleased to host such young talents. Smug smiles bloomed across the air's faces. Some even straightened proudly, basking in the implied praise. But then her tone hardened, becoming colder and clipped. And I am here, as the manager of the Mission Hall of Sector 418, to inform you, we will not be responsible for your lives. A beat of stunned silence passed. Thank you. And without another word, she turned sharply and walked off the stage, heels clicking like hammer strikes in the quiet. The hall stayed frozen for several heartbeats after the manager left. Then, like a dam breaking, the noise exploded. Who does she think she is? As if we'd make her responsible for our lives. This is why I hate coming to backwater regions. Uncivilized, the lot of them. My daddy will hear about this when I get back. TCH. And I was thinking of adding her to my harem. What a waste. The airs vented non-stop, outraged, offended, insulted. To them, the manager's statement wasn't a warning. It was a disgrace. Why would they need protection from a low-tier mission hall? Their clans had sent guards. Their strength was more than enough. Their egos made sure nothing less than reverence would satisfy them. Adam tuned their tantrums out entirely. His gaze stayed fixed on the stage where the manager had stood. She did the right thing. These products of status and bloodline were undeniably powerful. Some even rivaled or surpassed the manager back at his own sector. But an incursion was still wild zone territory, a place where unpredictability reigned. Having connections didn't mean having immunity. If they came here on the wings of their clans, then they should rely on their clans, not the mission hall, to keep them alive. But then a small frown tugged at Adam's brow. Wait, am I going to be treated the same? He hadn't begged for access to Siren Swamp. The reward had been given to him based on pure merit. If merit meant anything, he should logically receive advantages the heirs did not. Unless the mission hall didn't care about merit at all. Let's see what happens. The heirs soon began filtering out of the hall. They had 4 days left before they could enter the incursion and plenty of time to prepare or relax. Adam rose to leave as well, but just as he took a step toward the exit. Crazy Adam? A voice, annoying, loud, and unfortunately familiar, cut through the hall. Adam stopped mid-step and turned toward the voice. A familiar blonde head and pair of blue eyes came into view. Adam blinked once, then let out in a flat tone. Small Dick, it's you. The young man's face twitched violently. I keep telling you it's S'more, not Small. His frustration was practically vibrating off him. Adam smiled as if genuinely confused. But that's what I said. S'more Dixon. Adam knew him from the 1-month compulsory martial training every newly awakened had to take. Unlike most of the trainees, S'more actually had talent. Enough talent to catch the eye of a mid-tier clan scion, who later whisked him and his family away from the low-tier region entirely. But that wasn't the main reason he was memorable. S'more had been the only other trainee besides Adam to awaken a special talent. While Adam's talent was rankless, S'more's had awakened an F-rank special talent, making him able to compete with martial artists twice his age. S'more crossed his arms and eyed Adam with an exaggerated sigh. I see you're still as crazy as ever. S'more called him Crazy Adam for a reason. Back during their 1-month compulsory training, Adam had earned that moniker the hard way, by doing exactly what no one else with a G-rank cultivation talent would dare. He trained, and then trained more. Adam was always the first to arrive at the dojo and the last to leave. His effort overshadowed everyone else's, even those with actual talent. There were plenty of other trainees with G-rank cultivation talent. It was one of the most common, after all. Advancement was painfully slow for them. Some stayed martial apprentices their entire lives. With enough patience, they could still make a living, but reaching true power was nearly impossible. Yet Adam trained like none of that mattered. He trained like talent was irrelevant. He trained like he was chasing something more than survival. He trained like someone with a purpose. That kind of zeal was infectious. It motivated the others at first. Even those with G-rank talent tried to mimic his work ethic. Those with F-rank talents felt a spark, too, though they wouldn't admit it. But reality always hits. Humans need results. Without results, motivation dies. And G-rank results? They were brutally disappointing. No matter how hard they pushed, their progress remained tiny and barely noticeable. Hard work did yield benefits, but only if your talent allowed you to reap them. Most trainees gave up on matching Adam's intensity and the fire faded gradually. Except it didn't fade for Adam because he kept going every single day. To the others, it became bizarre, even wrong. They watched a boy break his body day after day. His meager progress was invisible, his essence barely increasing, his body not visibly improving. Yet he returned each morning ready to break himself again. They whispered among themselves. They tried to rationalize it. And eventually the conclusion formed. Adam was crazy. Because only someone crazy would willingly endure that level of suffering for no visible gain. Only someone crazy would challenge his limits without having the talent to back it. Only someone crazy would keep going while everyone else quit. And that was how the moniker Crazy Adam stuck. So what are you doing here, anyway? In all honesty, he found Adam's presence weird. He'd assumed Adam would be rotting away back in their old sector, or getting himself killed doing something reckless. The idea that Adam had made it this far out into the mid-tier border region made zero sense. Even being in this hall didn't make sense. It was reserved for clan heirs and their entourages. And Adam? He was clearly neither. Business-related, Adam replied simply. Then he gave a tiny nod. It was nice catching up. He turned and walked out of the hall without another word. S'more watched his back, brow furrowing. Is he crazy enough to sneak in? No security would have noticed him. Maybe he's working here as a busboy or something. It was the only explanation that made sense to him. Dixon. A smooth, authoritative female voice cut through his thoughts. S'more stiffened, turning quickly. A group approached, but his focus zeroed on the woman leading them. He immediately bowed. I greet the heiress. A poised, mature woman with short blue hair, sunglasses, and a brown waistcoat left open to reveal a short black skirt and white crop top stopped before him. Her entourage stood silently behind her like shadows. What are you doing? Wandering around? S'more chuckled awkwardly. Just saw an old colleague, so I decided to say hi. Her expression didn't change. She studied him for a moment before saying, Very well. I won't pry into your personal matters. S'more blinked. Personal matters? What does she think I'm doing? But don't let it distract you. We cannot come behind the Faradays in this. S'more bowed deeply. I understand, heiress. Good. She turned and walked out of the hall, her entourage following. S'more following after them. Meanwhile, Adam had already located his room. It was nearly as comfortable as the first-class train cabin, maybe even more so. And with 4 days until the incursion opened, he saw no reason to do anything but rest. He lay down on the bed, fatigue already tugging at his limbs. I've been getting tired a lot lately, he muttered. Something's definitely wrong with me. But sleep claimed him before he could think about it any further. When Adam opened his eyes, his breath caught in his throat. His palms were pressed against a blood-soaked floor, his back resting against a cracked wall. His clothes were drenched in red, but none of that was what froze him in place. It was what lay before him. His mother. Her lifeless body sprawled in a widening pool of blood, a knife embedded deep in her chest. Her eyes, those warm, gentle eyes, were wide open and fixed on him. Outside the apartment, monstrous screams echoed through the ruined streets, but none dared approach the building. It was as if the stench of death itself repelled them. Adam didn't hear the monsters. He didn't register the blood on him. He saw nothing except her corpse. Then, click, the apartment door handle turned. Adam's eyes jerked toward the entrance. The old door creaked open, revealing a curtain of suffocating darkness beyond. His heart hammered violently in his chest as something stepped inside. Adam's body locked up. His limbs refused to move. His lips fused together as though invisible hands held them shut. Only his trembling eyes remained free. The creature walked on two legs. A silhouette, but not human. Its form was made of shadow, absorbing every trace of light around it. Darkness clung to it like smoke. Every step consumed the floor, devouring it into nothingness. It stopped beside his mother's corpse. It stared at her for a long, horrifying moment. Then it stepped over her body and her corpse dissolved into the shadow, erased as though it had never existed. The creature turned toward Adam. Slowly and inevitably, a terrified child stared back at it, because that's what Adam's face reflected in that moment. Powerless boy, a victim trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape. The creature extended a hand toward his face, and suddenly Adam's mouth broke free. His eyes flew open, and he was back in the hotel room. His body was soaked in sweat. The lights were off. Night had settled outside. His chest heaved as he dragged in desperate breaths. "What type of nightmare was that?" he whispered, rubbing both hands over his face. "I would like to know as well." Adam's heart skipped as instinct took over. Rapidity activated in a blur as he moved, grabbed the common knife from his storage ring, and lunged off the bed. In an instant he had an intruder pinned to the floor, the blade pressed to their throat. "It is not nice to sneak up on people," Adam said coldly, seeing who it was. The room fell silent, the knife gleaming inches from the manager's neck. Adam pressed the blade a fraction closer. "So, manager," he said calmly, "tell me, what are you doing in my room in the middle of the night?" The woman pinned beneath him stared back with a blank, unreadable expression. Her veil was gone, tossed somewhere across the room from the sudden tackle. Without it, the burn scar along her scalp was fully exposed, the mark pushing her hairline back unnaturally. Neither of them cared. Adam didn't care about her appearance, and the manager didn't care that something she normally hid was now exposed. What mattered was simple. She had entered his room while he slept, and Adam needed an explanation. She finally spoke. "I came to meet you," she said evenly. "I knocked, but there was no answer, so I assumed you were asleep." She continued without hesitation, as if there wasn't a knife resting against her throat. "I was about to leave when I heard you scream. I thought you were in danger, so I forced my way in." Adam watched her closely. Connect was active. Her soul flame was steady. There was no distortion, no malice, no deception. She was telling the truth. After a brief pause, Adam stood and withdrew the knife, sliding it back into his storage ring. The manager rose as well. She retrieved her fallen veil from the corner of the room, dusted it off, and placed it back over her head. There was no irritation in her movements, no sign that she'd just been pinned to the floor by someone more than half her age. "Mr. Adam," she said calmly, "you're stronger than you look." Adam shrugged lightly. "I get that a lot." Then his expression sharpened. "So," he said, "why did you want to meet me?" The manager studied Adam through her veil for a long moment before speaking. "It's because of your rewards," she said calmly, "for handling the mutant rift." A look of realization flickered through Adam's eyes. "Good to know they didn't forget." She continued, "Because of that achievement, The Mission Hall of Sector 418 has been tasked with providing you full support while you explore the Siren's Swamp incursion. A smile crept onto Adam's face. That's more like it. While he wasn't particularly worried about the incursion, knowing someone had his back still mattered. The heirs might have their clans standing behind them, but Adam had his own connections now. The manager reached out, pulling a tablet seemingly out of thin air, clearly from a storage ring, and handed it to him. "Mr. Adam, this is for you." Adam accepted the tablet, studying it briefly before lifting his gaze to her, curiosity plain on his face. She didn't make him wait. "This tablet contains locations within Siren's Swamp with the highest probability of finding soul pearls," she explained. "It also marks routes that avoid areas with the densest monster activity. The data was gathered from previous expeditions, so you can trust it." Adam looked down at the tablet again, this time with renewed interest. Then he looked back up. "Thank you." "There's no issue at all," the manager replied. "The Mission Hall treats people like you well. After all, merit is what truly matters." Adam sensed there was more beneath those words, but he chose not to comment. Instead, he simply nodded. "If you need anything, Mr. Adam," she added, "inform any member of the staff. They'll lead you to me." She gave him a final nod before turning and leaving the room, the door closing softly behind her. Adam was left alone, tablet in hand, the quiet of the hotel room settling around him. As the manager walked through the corridor of the building, her expression remained perfectly stoic. Staff members bowed or nodded respectfully as she passed, but she didn't acknowledge a single one of them. No greetings, no pauses, just measured steps and a cold presence. They were used to it. The manager of the Mission Hall of Sector 418 was known for her curt demeanor and emotional distance. She rarely showed anything beyond professionalism. But today that facade was cracking. Her thoughts churned violently as she walked. Almost unconsciously, her hand rose to her neck, fingers brushing the spot where a blade had rested moments ago. She stopped in front of her office door. "He's more monstrous than I thought," she muttered under her breath. Then she stepped inside, closing the door behind her. That encounter of being forced to the floor so effortlessly was something she wouldn't forget anytime soon. She wasn't weak by low-tier standards. In fact, her talent was exceptional. And yet, the ease with which Adam had overwhelmed her only reinforced the image forming in her mind. Meanwhile, Adam had no idea he was occupying someone else's thoughts. He sat calmly in his hotel room, scrolling through the tablet. "The number of soul pearls in these low-risk zones is already substantial," he murmured. It was obvious whoever compiled the data knew exactly what they were doing. But Adam's eyes didn't linger there for long. He shifted his focus to the regions marked with heavy monster concentrations. There, the difference was stark. Some high-danger zones yielded less than the safer areas, but that was just a few, as most high-danger zones possessed soul pearls that far exceeded safer zones. Vastly so. Adam's lips curved upward. "The higher the risk," he said softly, "the higher the reward." As he continued scrolling, a small icon caught his attention in the corner of the screen. Discount shop. Adam didn't hesitate. He tapped it. The listings in the discount shop weren't much. That was expected. The Mission Hall still had to make its own money. They couldn't possibly offer everything to Adam at cut-rate prices. As Adam scrolled through the available items, his interest quickly faded. Nothing there was useful to him. He already had enough resources. Buying more would be pointless. His body wouldn't be able to absorb that much anyway. As for conduits, he'd already replaced his broken one. His excitement dulled. He could have bought discounted resources and sold them later, but Adam was certain the Mission Hall had safeguards against that. He wasn't in the mood to stress himself over loopholes and consequences. Just as he was about to close the page, a spinning wheel suddenly appeared on the tablet screen. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunak.
Cell T. SOUL 2 rapid E poison F. BODY 5 empty. Star power, 14+. Adam blinked at the screen. Game. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the mission hall to use such a blatant gimmick. Still, Adam was familiar with this kind of setup, and a small smile crept onto his face as he examined the interface. The wheel was divided into 10 segments, each a different color, every one marked with a question mark. From the center, an arrow stretched upward, fixed in place. Beneath the wheel sat a single button with one word displayed clearly. Spin. "There's no harm in trying," Adam muttered as he pressed the button. The wheel began to spin fast. Colors blurred together as it rotated wildly. 13 seconds passed before it finally slowed, clicking segment by segment until the arrow settled on the red section. A notification immediately popped up. "Congratulations. You have won. Please wait a moment. Your reward is being prepared." Adam waited in silence. A processing screen appeared, complete with a dancing panda perched cheerfully above the word processing. The animation was absurdly amusing given the setting. Then it ended. A new notification filled the screen. "Here is your reward. Type 2, Tier 1 armament battle ready." Adam felt the air leave his lungs. "I actually got an armament." His excitement surged instantly. Armaments were tools used by elite martial artists. Since a martial artist could only synchronize with one conduit at a time, something had to compensate for other aspects of combat, most notably defense. Armaments filled that gap. Unlike conduits, armaments didn't bind to the core being. They carried their own independent power, which allowed multiple armaments to be used simultaneously. Of course, they had a glaring flaw. Once a martial artist grew too powerful, armaments would inevitably fall behind, becoming obsolete. Conduits, on the other hand, always scaled with the user. Even so, armaments were still incredibly valuable. And a Type 2, Tier 1 armament was nothing short of exceptional. Adam grinned and pressed the claim button. The screen shifted to a new page, displaying the image of the armament battle ready. Beneath it was the original price, $2,400,000. A bold red slash crossed it out. Beside it glared a massive 90% discount, revealing the new price, $240,000. Adam hesitated just for a moment. This feels like daylight robbery. But temptation didn't win. He calmly entered his card details and confirmed the purchase. A message appeared shortly after. "Your package will arrive in 2 business days." Adam leaned back slightly and chuckled. It would have been rude not to accept an offer like that. Then a thought surfaced. The longer I stay here, the more it feels like the old guy was holding out on me. He was referring to the manager of Sector 516. Is our sector really that poor? Adam didn't dwell on it. Instead, he glanced back at the tablet. "The package will arrive before the expedition," he murmured. "So, what do I do until then?" Adam felt restless. Sleep wasn't an option, not after that nightmare. And with 3 full days left before the expedition to Siren's Swamp, the idle time weighed heavily on him. He flopped back onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. "Why didn't they have a reservation for a closer day?" he muttered. He'd already chosen the earliest available slot. Yet somehow it still felt unbearably far away. And worse, I can't even visit Mom from here. Normally, when that tight, pent-up feeling built up inside him, Adam would go to his mother's memorial. Just being there always grounded him, cleared his head. But distance made that impossible. Adam sat up abruptly. "Let me just take a night stroll," he said to himself. "That'll be more exciting than rotting in here." He threw on a hoodie to ward off the chill and slipped into a pair of joggers before leaving the hotel room. The night outside was alive. Neon lights bathed the streets in color, signs flashing and pulsing as businesses thrived well past midnight. This was a sector bordering the mid-tier regions. Commerce here never truly slept. Adam walked without a destination. A few women tried to get his attention as he passed, calls and laughter drifting after him, but he ignored them without slowing. After a while, he felt he'd walked enough. Then he stopped. A sign glowed ahead of him, letters blazing in neon purple. Arcade. Adam tilted his head slightly, then shrugged. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The arcade was packed. Despite the late hour, the place buzzed with activity. People clustered around machines, lights flashing, music blaring, laughter and moans overlapping in a constant hum. Games had always been a means of escape, and in times like these it was no surprise business was booming. Adam headed straight for the counter. He already knew what he wanted to play. After presenting his martial license and purchasing a 3-hour gaming card for $2,100 at the attendant's suggestion, he moved deeper into the arcade. He passed rows of fighting games, racing simulators, and monster shooting booths. The last one tempted him for a brief moment, but only briefly. Those were for mundane and non-martial artists. Adam had no intention of wasting time on those. He stopped in front of a scanner mounted beside a reinforced door. Sliding his card across it, he heard a soft hiss as the door unlocked and slid open. A few nearby gamers glanced his way, curious, but quickly lost interest. This wasn't unusual. Adam stepped through. The door shut behind him, sealing off the noise of the main arcade. Inside was a completely different world. Before him stood dozens of sleek gaming pods, each one large enough to fully encase a person. Dim lights lined the walls, and the air itself felt heavier and charged. There was a reason Adam had been required to show his martial license before purchasing a ticket. This game dot was only for martial artists. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunak.
Celo T. SOUL 2 rapid E poison F. BODY 5 empty. Star power, 14+. The game was called Essence Online. It had been created during the early days of the Alliance, back when humanity was still struggling to understand the true workings of Essence. At the time, a revolutionary form of technology had emerged, one that bridged essence and machinery. The concept was simple yet profound. An Essence avatar. Using specialized systems, a digital avatar was created entirely from a martial artist's essence. Anyone capable of controlling essence could manipulate this avatar freely. However, the avatar could only exist within a digital environment, making it unsuitable for real combat. But it had one crucial feature. Whatever the avatar felt, pain, strain, pressure, was transmitted back as feedback to the martial artist who created it. This made the avatars invaluable for training. Initially, the technology was restricted to martial clans and high-ranking alliance officials. Over time, as the technology stabilized, it was released to the wider martial population. A shared network was soon established, giving birth to what became known as Essence Online. Even then, access was far from cheap. But that didn't matter to Adam. He wasn't buying one. He was only renting it for 3 hours. Adam scanned the card he'd received at the counter against the pod scanner. With a soft mechanical hum, the pod opened. He stepped inside, settled into the seat, and the pod sealed shut around him. At first, there was only darkness. Then a notification materialized in the void before Adam. "Do you want to create an avatar?" "Yes," Adam answered calmly. The message vanished, replaced immediately by another. "Please wait 1 minute while your Essence avatar is being created." A countdown appeared. 1 o'clock, 0:59, 0:58. As the timer ticked down, Adam felt a faint pull. His essence was being drawn away gently, and the amount was so small he barely felt it, despite his meager essence capacity. As he waited, Adam found the process faintly amusing. It even asks for permission before draining essence. Of course, he understood the reasoning. The pod drained essence at a controlled, harmless rate, but if something like this were allowed to draw freely, it could be lethal. Consent was required, and more importantly, the flow could be stopped at any time. After all, it was his essence, and he was always in control of it. The timer continued. 0:03, 0:02, 0:01. Midnight. Avatar created. Adam felt it immediately. A subtle connection formed like a smaller, distant extension of himself. Another notification appeared. Connect to avatar. Adam didn't need instructions. He instinctively understood. Exhaling slowly, he let his consciousness flow outward. In one moment, he was lying inside the pod. In the next, it felt as though he was moving at light speed. It was only his consciousness traveling. His physical body remained in the pod. Older generation pods didn't offer the smoothest transition between physical and digital states, but the sensation passed quickly. Then, the world stabilized. A final notification appeared before his eyes. "Welcome to Essence Online." The notification faded. Adam's vision cleared, revealing the space he now stood in. It was a vast white expanse. No walls, no doors, no windows, and no visible light source. Yet it was brightly lit, cool, and perfectly ventilated. The air felt clean, almost natural. This was his personal space. A private staging area before entering the wider world of Essence Online. Adam glanced around and let out a short breath, half amused. At this rate, my 3 hours will be up before I actually do anything. This space existed for setup purposes. Here, a user could decide whether to appear anonymous or known. Adam chose anonymous without hesitation. He couldn't alter the physical appearance of his avatar, but anonymity allowed concealment options, masks, cloaks, robes, and similar coverings. Adam selected a simple robe, letting it drape over his form. Next came the username. Adam didn't overthink it. He entered one and moved on immediately. Then the final choice appeared before him. Select mode. There were only 2 options in Essence Online: Battle Mode and Extermination Mode. Battle Mode focused on fighting human opponents, either AI-controlled combatants or real players. Extermination Mode, on the other hand, dealt exclusively with monsters generated by the system's AI. The monsters followed patterns, and once those patterns were learned, they became predictable. Still, they were effective training tools. Fighting real opponents was better in the long run, but only battle mode allowed that. Adam barely hesitated. He selected Extermination Mode. Adam didn't choose Extermination Mode just because he wanted to blow monsters' heads apart. Though that was definitely part of it. The real reason was far more practical. In 3 days, he would be entering Siren's Swamp, facing monsters he had never encountered before. Reading reports could only take him so far. No matter how detailed, paper descriptions couldn't capture instinct, movement, or behavioral nuance. If I'm going to fight them, I might as well understand how they move first. Watching monsters act, how they hunted, how they reacted under pressure, how they coordinated, would give him far more than static information ever could. He wanted to feel their rhythm before facing the real thing. That was the true reason he'd come to the arcade. The night stroll had been to clear his head, yes, but wasting 3 free days before an incursion was unacceptable. Productivity had always been one of Adam's ways of coping. Even if the monsters here were driven by artificial intelligence, the difference wouldn't be that large. Monsters weren't particularly intelligent to begin with. Their habits were repetitive. Their instincts crude. Copying those behaviors wouldn't be difficult, certainly far easier than mimicking humans. Adam wasn't done yet. Within Extermination Mode, he still had to choose the game type. He selected Solo Hunt without hesitation. Then came the monster selection. Adam didn't pause. Sirens. The moment he confirmed, the white expanse around him began to dissolve. The ground darkened, becoming soft and uneven. Moist air rolled in, heavy with the scent of decay. Murky water pooled at his feet as twisted trees rose from the ground, their roots submerged in black sludge. The swamp formed completely. Just before full control was granted, one final notification flashed before his eyes. PTS Daddy has signed in. Adam had decided to use the username PTS Daddy. There was no deep philosophy behind it. He just thought it sounded cool and didn't see any issue with it. It's not like I'll regret the name in the future. With that settled, Adam finally took in his surroundings. Just as expected, he stood in a swamp. Dark, stagnant water stretched in every direction, broken only by twisted roots and half-submerged trees. A thick mist clung low to the ground, and the air carried the damp, heavy scent of rot. This was clearly the natural habitat of sirens. Adam glanced down at himself. His avatar was cloaked in black, the fabric casting deep shadows over his form. He pulled the hood up, letting it obscure his face almost entirely. Then, the murky water in front of him rippled. Two webbed hands broke the surface. The creature hauled itself out of the swamp, water cascading off its body. Adam got a full view of it as it rose. The skin was a slick, oily blue. Its limbs were slender but strong, with webbing between the digits and sharp claws at the tips of its fingers. Large, black, bead-like eyes gave it an oddly innocent appearance. Long, human-like blue hair flowed down its back, and fin-shaped ears protruded from the sides of its head. It was completely bare. The full body of a female-shaped creature stood exposed before him. The siren tilted its head to the side, studying Adam with open curiosity. And in that moment, Adam realized one crucial detail he had completely overlooked. Adam completely disregarded the naked female-looking creature standing in front of him. "I don't have a weapon." That realization snapped into focus instantly. He had always relied on his common knife, but his conduit was in the real world, sealed inside his storage ring. Here, inside Essence Online, the only thing he had on him was the robe he was wearing. Nothing else. Adam clicked his tongue lightly. "Guess my hands will have to do." The siren was still staring at him with open curiosity when Adam vanished from its sight. Its already wide, beady eyes expanded even further as sharp rows of teeth flashed into view. Instinct screaming danger, but it was too late. A punch landed squarely on its right cheek. Boom! The siren was sent flying, its body slamming into a tree before dropping hard onto the swamp floor. Mud and water splashed outward as it struggled to rise. Adam flexed his fingers once, impressed. "Gotta give it to the designers," he said calmly. That punch felt real. He watched the creature wobble, clearly dazed. Even the reactions are perfect. He didn't dwell on it. Adam stepped forward, intent on finishing it off. But before he could move with rapidity again, the siren suddenly opened its mouth. No sound came out. Instead, a crushing heaviness slammed into Adam's mind. His vision blurred. A powerful wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if sleep itself had been forced into his skull. In Essence Online, the avatar's senses were as real as those of a physical body. They were scaled for safety but were not dulled. Pain still hurt, pressure still crushed, and effects still worked exactly as they should. The sudden drowsiness washing over Adam was proof of that. The siren had activated its special talent, Lullaby G. And this wasn't some weak monster. It was an unranked level 3 creature. Compared to the mutant goblins Adam had slaughtered before, this siren was far stronger. This talent carried real weight, and with Lullaby in effect, Adam was exactly where it wanted him. The siren staggered forward, still shaken from the earlier punch. Its movements were slightly off, senses dulled, but its intent was clear. The AI was frighteningly precise, mimicking the behavior of a wounded yet dangerous predator perfectly. At this rate, there'll be no difference between AI and real monsters. Adam's mind was a mess, but there was no time for that now. What mattered was that he was under the effects of a sleep-type talent. Adam forced his eyes open, his consciousness fighting to stay afloat as the siren crept closer. Its expression twisted into something ugly. Rage, hunger, and malice blended together. If Adam hadn't known it was artificial, he would have believed the creature truly hated him. The siren reached striking distance. It licked its lips. Then its claws swung down, aiming to tear him apart. But a faint smile curved Adam's lips beneath the shadow of his hood. In the next instant, boom! His fist connected with the siren's right cheek again. The impact was monstrous. The siren's body spun 3 times in the air, before crashing down several meters away. Its face was completely caved in, bone and flesh distorted beyond recognition. Adam shook his hand, instinctively trying to fling the blood off his knuckles. But before it could even splatter, the blood dissolved into motes of light and vanished. The siren's corpse followed, breaking apart into the same shimmering particles before disappearing completely. "Neat," Adam said with mild approval. The reason he'd been able to defeat the siren despite its Lullaby G talent was actually very simple. His star power surpassed its own. Adam's current star power sat at 14 plus, while the Siren, an unranked level 3 mob unit, possessed a star power of 11. The gap was significant enough that Adam had never truly considered Siren's Swamp to be dangerous to him in the first place. That was why he'd chosen it. He knew he was strong enough to handle it. Under normal circumstances, when a martial artist's star power exceeded that of a monster, certain effects, especially lower-tier status abilities, would fail to fully manifest. In this case, Lullaby G simply didn't have enough authority over him to knock him out. But the real reason went deeper than a crude, "my power is greater than yours" explanation. And although it had nothing to do with his awakened talents, it most definitely involved his equipped talent. Special talents were never just abilities slapped onto a person and left at that. They came with added benefits. Every special talent reshaped its wielder from the inside out, altering the body at a molecular level so it could safely wield the power it granted. Muscle fibers were reinforced, bones subtly strengthened, neural pathways refined. Endurance increased, mental faculties sharpened. Without these changes, the power itself would be lethal. Take Rapid E. It gave Adam explosive speed, but without a body capable of enduring that acceleration, he would have liquefied long ago, bones shattered, organs ruptured, flesh torn apart by its own momentum. Poison F worked the same way. Resistance wasn't an afterthought. It was built into the transformation itself. And if, by some divine fluke, a person survived using a special talent without their body being altered, the result would be pitiful. Their ceiling would collapse. A star power meant to sit at 14 plus could plunge all the way down to 3. That was how critical the alteration was. That was also why Adam could resist the Siren's Lullaby G. It wasn't immunity born from arrogance or brute force. His mind had simply been honed too far. The combined effects of his special talents had elevated his mental faculty to a level the Siren couldn't easily breach. It had only worked once because it caught him off guard. It won't happen again. Adam was certain of that. With that resolve, he left the area, his figure melting into the terrain as he moved on to find the next hunting ground. Adam moved through the swamp unhindered. The terrain that would have slowed most players to a crawl meant nothing to him. Mud sucking at his boots, twisted roots clawing at his path, stagnant water exhaling rot with every step. None of it mattered. What did matter was time. 3 hours. That was all he had before the system forcibly ejected him. If he'd known it would take this long to locate the Sirens, he would have persisted and requested more. But the request had already been made. 3 hours locked in stone. I need to find them fast. As he moved, a stray thought surfaced. If I sing, would that draw them out? The idea vanished as quickly as it came. It was an intrusive thought, nothing more. Adam pushed forward, scanning the swamp with sharpened senses. Still, with how long it was taking, an uneasy suspicion crept in. Is this game rigged? Then he stepped between 2 lakes of stagnant water. A narrow stretch of mud lay between them, dark and slick, untouched for who knew how long. Adam walked through it calmly, without a shred of caution. Above him, thick leaves trapped moisture until gravity won, forming droplets that swelled and fell, plopping softly into the murky water on either side, ripples spreading. The realism was absurdly precise. Every sound, every reaction of the environment, it all felt too real. Then the final drop fell. The moment it struck the surface of both lakes, Adam stopped. The water didn't ripple gently this time. It exploded. The stagnant swamp lakes on both sides churned violently as multiple figures burst free from the depths. Pale blue-skinned bodies arced through the air, claws extended, eyes locked onto him with predatory hunger. Sirens. Time seemed to slow. Mud clung to Adam's boots as shadows loomed overhead, claws poised to rip him apart mid-leap. So this is where you were hiding. Adam's gaze sharpened as the Sirens descended. Adam didn't waste time. The instant the Sirens revealed themselves, Rapidity flared to life. The world lurched and then slowed. Bodies that had been mid-lunge now drifted through the air like insects trapped in amber. claws inching forward far too slowly to matter. He didn't have his conduit, no common knife, but he still had his hands. Poison F activated, a faint green sheen crawling over his knuckles and fingers, invisible but lethal. Adam shifted his stance smoothly, weight settling, timing precise. The closest siren reached him first, as his fist drove forward from beneath. The punch landed squarely right below its eye, and at the moment of impact, Adam extended his middle finger, spearing deep into the eye socket of the siren to give Poison F the perfect entry point. The effect was immediate. The siren was launched backward, its body folding in on itself before it slammed into another that had been lunging from behind. Both forms collided, and the first exploded into white motes of light. Adam was already moving. He flowed into the next target, fists snapping out in brutal succession. Every strike was laced with poison. Some sirens dropped instantly, a single clean blow enough to end them. Others staggered, forcing Adam to follow up with 2 hits, sometimes 3, before their bodies finally destabilized and shattered into motes of light. Either way, they died. This time, their lullaby G did nothing. Dozens of mouths opened, the silence stretching, and crawling through the air like mist. Adam felt it brush against his mind like a fleeting haze. There was a dull pressure, but he shrugged it off. He was prepared, focused, unaffected. Still, he adjusted his priorities. His gaze locked onto the sirens that sang first, the ones whose mouths opened wide as they tried to disrupt him. Whenever he struck without dealing with them, that familiar dazed sensation crept in. It was fleeting, yet it was enough to throw off his aim and make him miss vital spots. So he hunted the singers first. Those using their special talent fell immediately, their cooldowns rendering the rest harmless moments later. Once the lullabies stopped, the remaining sirens were nothing more than targets waiting their turn. Adam carved through them methodically, fists rising and falling, executions clean and efficient. One by one, the swamp filled with fading light. When it was over, no siren remained in the area, only drifting motes dissolving into the humid air and the quiet ripple of stagnant water settling once more. After clearing the area, Adam didn't slow down. He went after more sirens, this time with a pattern in mind. It didn't take long to notice. Regions where the air felt heavier, where humidity clung to the skin and stagnant water pooled unnaturally close together. Those were their nesting grounds. A simple observation, but a decisive one. The descriptions didn't mention this. One had to figure it out on their own. It wasn't because it was too difficult, but because it was too simple to notice. Once he understood that, the swamp stopped feeling vast. His search tightened. His efficiency skyrocketed. Sirens surfaced only to die. 22, 34, 56, 67, 88. At some point, Adam lost count. He was on a streak, his roster filling with clean kills. No hesitation, no mercy. Every siren that revealed itself dissolved into motes of light moments later. Digital or not, monsters were monsters. Game is still game. Adam was a menace. He was moving toward another humid cluster when the world abruptly shifted. A notification flared into existence before his eyes. Adam halted mid-step, caught completely off guard. He'd been so deep in the flow state that the sudden intrusion snapped him out of it. The text hovered in the air. You have entered the solo hunt rankings for extermination mode in Essence Online. Adam blinked. What? Before he could process it, another line appeared beneath the first. You may now view your current position on the game leaderboard. Adam stared at the message for a second before muttering, "How do I do that?" The system answered immediately. A translucent ranking interface unfolded in front of him, layers of light stacking neatly into place as a scrolling list materialized before his eyes. The moment Adam's name entered the leaderboard, people noticed. Essence Online wasn't some small, niche game, it was global. There were millions of players across regions, servers, and time zones. Stepping into any ranking, no matter how low or new, was enough to turn heads. It meant one thing and one thing only: you were doing something right, or something insane. The game had 3 major ranking structures. First was the main ranking, encompassing every player regardless of mode. It was a brutal hierarchy dominated by monsters and veterans. Then came the mode rankings, split between extermination mode and battle mode, where specialists carved out their reputations. Finally, there were the game rankings, sub-rankings tied to a specific game. Adam had just entered one of those, the Solo Hunt ranking, and that alone was enough to light a fire. Within minutes, the Essence Online forum erupted. Rando 123. Bro just joined the game and already entered the rankings. Nanopacliff, and he only did it from a single map, how insane. Scient player. The person upstairs is right. What dedication. We might have a stagnant water in our mist very soon. GG3000. What type of username is PTS Daddy? Crying face. Nanopacliff. Has blocked GG3000. Rando 123. Has blocked GG3000. Scient player. Added GG3000 as friend. The thread exploded. Replies stacking faster than moderators could skim them. Speculation ran wild. Some called it luck. Others suspected an alt account. A few whispered about whales or exploits. None of them were right. The Essence Online forum was in chaos, and it was all because of one person. A player who didn't care in the slightest. Deep within the swamp, Adam stood quietly, eyes scanning the glowing ranking list hovering in front of him. Solo Hunt ranking. -1989. -1990. -1991. -1992. PTS Daddy 1021 points. Adam stared at it for a long moment. Beside his name was his avatar profile, but thanks to the anonymity setting he'd enabled, it showed nothing more than a cloaked figure, face hidden in shadow. 1992 out of 2000, he muttered. Not bad. The words came easily, but the truth was he was stunned. He hadn't even known he was earning points. The position was one thing, but the number beside his name caught his attention even more. 1,021 points. That wasn't something you stumbled into accidentally. Curious, Adam tapped the small icon beside Solo Hunt ranking. Information expanded instantly. What he learned was simple but important. This leaderboard was exclusive to the Solo Hunt game. Not extermination or battle mode as a whole. Just this specific game. Anyone below the top 2,000 technically existed, but without enough Solo Hunt points, they didn't qualify to appear. In the grand scheme of Essence Online, this ranking was minor. Compared to the mode rankings or the world ranking, this was barely a bronze league. Still, reaching it this fast? That was noteworthy. Adam nodded slowly, understanding settling in. He then tapped the icon beside his own name. A second panel appeared. Playtime. Active games. Accumulated points. Session history. So the only thing that stays anonymous, Adam said quietly, is my appearance. Everything else was visible. And that's when he noticed something else, something buried in the details. A crucial piece of information. The true value of points. Essence Online was a popular game, but its mechanics weren't common knowledge. Non-players or fans knew the name. They knew it was exclusive. They knew only martial artists could log in. Beyond that, nothing. It was the same way someone might know League of Legends just because everyone talked about it, yet have no idea what a Nexus actually was. Surface familiarity without real understanding. Adam was exactly the same. He knew of Essence Online. He knew it wasn't accessible to ordinary people. That was it. No guides. No deep dives. No theory crafting. Him logging in tonight hadn't been planned. It was a whim. Nothing more. Other than that shallow awareness, his mind had been completely blank. Which was why what he just discovered hit him like a truck. There's a shop? Adam said it slowly, disbelief thick in his voice. He'd been hunting barehanded this entire time. No conduit. No weapon. He'd assumed drops worked like every other game, kill monsters, loot gear, move on. The idea that monsters didn't drop weapons at all hadn't even crossed his mind. Not only did monsters give points, but those points could be spent in a shop. They should at least make this option visible, Adam muttered irritably. How is a newbie supposed to know this? A pause. Don't tell me saying menu brings up the menu. It did. Adam exhaled slowly. He was good at the game thanks to his talents and instincts. But at the same time, he might have been the worst player imaginable. Zero preparation. Zero system knowledge. Running on raw ability alone. After calming himself down, Adam finally brought up the menu properly. His eyes skimmed through it quickly, already planning to buy at least a basic weapon before continuing the hunt. Then the menu vanished. A system notification appeared instead. Your time is up. You've got to be. Adam didn't even get to finish cursing. His body broke apart, dissolving into motes of light as the swamp vanished around him, the world blinking out as he was forcibly ejected from the game. A notification flashed into existence. Cient Player has sent you a friend request. A pale hand rose and tapped decline without hesitation. The person wore a Royal Guard white suit threaded with red velvet designs. A crimson cape draped neatly down their back. Short blonde hair framed a silver rabbit mask that covered only the upper half of their face, leaving their sharp blue eyes exposed. Their lips were a rich, almost succulent pink, unmistakably vivid against the cold mask. The terrain around them was barren and rocky, jagged stones stretching outward in uneven ridges. They walked calmly, boots crunching against gravel, unhurried and unbothered. After a while, they stopped. Then, after the pause, they stepped forward again and jumped. As they ascended, the truth of the land revealed itself. Calling it gargantuan was an understatement. The terrain was a creature, an enormous being formed entirely of rock, so vast it could be mistaken for a mountain range while lying dormant. As the rabbit-masked figure descended, it landed lightly upon its chest. The stone beneath their feet fractured. Then, boom! The creature's chest exploded. Cracks raced outward like lightning before the entire mass collapsed inward, disintegrating into countless motes of light. A kill clean and absolute. Landing firmly on the earth, the rabbit-masked figure kept their eyes fixed ahead. They simply continued walking through the falling glow. With a name like that, they said casually, voice calm and amused, a person definitely has to be interesting. Their blue eyes narrowed slightly. It's been a long time since I saw such an interesting username. A sharp, ringing cut through their thoughts, stopping them in their tracks. Moments later, a translucent screen appeared, displaying an incoming call. Caller, no fun, Sebastian. They stared at it for a moment. TCH, I guess fun time is over. With a flick of their hand, they summoned their menu. Light folded inward, the world dimmed, and in the next moment, the rabbit-masked figure logged out. Adam's pod opened with a soft hiss. The first thing he saw was the ceiling of the room he'd logged in from. The other pods were still arranged neatly around him, their interiors dark. Adam stepped out without a word. 3 hours. His allotted time had expired. There was no extending it now. He moved toward the exit of the pod area. The door slid open smoothly, releasing him into the arcade proper, and he paused. It was empty, surprisingly so. Most of the lights were already dimmed, machines powered down, the lively noise from earlier completely gone. Adam walked to the counter, planning to extend his hours anyway, if only to secure another session. But the attendant shook his head. The arcade's closing, the man said, sounding more tired than annoyed. Honestly, the only reason I'm still here is because you were still logged in. Adam stared at the attendant for a beat before exhaling a long, slow sigh. As he turned away, a thought surfaced, sharp and mildly irritated. No wonder he had insisted I buy 3 hours instead of the 5 I'd planned. The attendant didn't want Adam's session to impede his clocking out time. Instead, he suggested a 3-hour test run to get a feel for the game. If Adam liked it, he could always extend his stay. Conveniently, though, 3 hours was exactly when the arcade closed for the night. Adam shook his head. Played cleanly, but played nonetheless. Still, there was nothing he could do about it now. Tomorrow was always an option. He left the arcade. The nightlife outside was still active, but noticeably thinner. Fewer shops were open. Fewer people lingered, It felt like a different place compared to the bustling streets he'd walked through earlier that night. Adam made it back to the hotel without incident. Even the girls who had called out to him earlier were gone, likely already finding customers for the night. Before entering his room, he activated his Connect vision and swept the area. No one. Satisfied, Adam pulled his hoodie off, hung it neatly, and lay down on the bed. He stared up at the ceiling, breathing slow and steady. His mind was clearer now. The game had helped with that. But the nightmare from before he left still lingered at the edges of his thoughts. An unwelcome presence he couldn't fully shake. Sleep didn't come easily. Adam stared at the ceiling for a while longer. Then, with a thought, he pulled up his panel. Adam's panel hovered in front of his eyes, crisp and familiar. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Slot. Soul, 2 rapid E poison F. Body, 5 empty. The panel itself was a byproduct of his special talent, Equip. Adam was of the assumption that its interface-like nature came from the game logic embedded in the talent, a systemized way of presenting what his body and soul could currently hold. But that wasn't important right now. His panel hadn't changed much since he equipped Poison F, and that made sense. His current focus wasn't stacking more special talents. Not yet. He needed to increase his slot capacity first before even considering that path. Adam spoke aloud, his voice low in the quiet room. But it doesn't have to be a special talent. The implications of that statement ran deep. Adam knew better than anyone that special talents alone wouldn't be enough to properly build his strength. They were powerful, yes, but lacked a proper foundation. What he truly needed was a cultivation talent. And that was the problem. He couldn't just go around killing random martial artists to equip their cultivation talents. Even if he did, most of them weren't worth it. Finding a corpse with a suitable cultivation talent was rare to the point of being unrealistic. His thoughts darkened. Nobody back home has a cultivation talent high enough to even consider. As grim as that sounded, it was simply the truth. Adam exhaled slowly. But the heirs of the martial clans. That was a different story entirely. His gaze hardened as the thought settled in, the panel's glow reflecting faintly in his eyes as his path forward began to take shape. Adam's eyes snapped open to the sound of knocking. He lay still for a moment, then looked around. Pale light filtered through the curtains. Morning already? I must have fallen asleep. The knock came again, firmer this time. Adam activated Connect instinctively. His vision shifted as information washed over the space beyond the door. Fortunately, there was no hostility or threat, just a single presence. He rose from the bed and opened the door slowly, as a trolley was pushed into the room, neatly arranged and covered with a white tarp. The male attendant guiding it stopped just short of the threshold and handed Adam a letter. "This is from the manager," the man said. Adam accepted it and gave a small nod. "Thank you." The attendant bowed slightly in return. "It is my duty, Mr. Adam." With that, he stepped back, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Adam stared at the door for a few seconds before turning his attention to the letter. He opened it. "Compliments of Sector 418. We hope you enjoy your stay. Manager Vanessa." Adam was quiet for a while. "If I weren't so sure," he said slowly, "I'd think they were just really nice people." Adam wasn't an expert in human psychology, but Connect provided a basic understanding, which was a start. From what he sensed, the manager felt a faint desire of possession toward him. It wasn't romantic, but it was a desire nonetheless. Adam didn't want to overthink it. When the time came, he planned to let the manager down amicably. He folded the letter and set it aside. His gaze shifted to the trolley. Unfortunately, Connect only worked on living things. It couldn't tell him anything about food, poison, or traps hidden in objects. Still, based on the manager's attitude and the attendant's demeanor, the meal should be safe. Adam reached out and pulled back the tarp. His eyes widened at the sight beneath it. Adam couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, staring at the trolley in silence before finally muttering, "All this, for me?" The sheer amount of food was absurd. Compared to what he'd been served in first class on the train, this was on an entirely different level, at least 10 times more. The trolley was packed to the brim. Pastries stacked neatly beside bowls of vegetables and fruit. Fresh salads glistened with dressing. Carbs, bread, rich sauces, and multiple cuts of meat filled every remaining space. It wasn't just a meal. It was a spread. Adam rubbed the back of his neck, genuinely baffled. How am I supposed to finish this whole thing? His eyes swept across the trolley again, counting it unconsciously. If this keeps up, I'll be too fat to head back home. He snorted softly at his own joke and reached out anyway. It might have been far too early in the day for a meal this heavy, but that was a concern for regular people. Martial artists didn't get obese. They could eat as much as they wanted. The excess would be burned away in battle or training sooner or later. Most of them lived on cheap, high-energy formulas purely to save costs. Adam had been the same. Even after getting loaded, he hadn't truly adapted to a rich mindset. It was proof that money didn't change a man. Mentality did. But lately, he was being spoiled. Constantly. If this continued, he might actually get addicted to this lifestyle. His gaze landed on the pizza. Guess we'll start here. The thing was massive, practically chairman-sized. Adam grabbed a slice and brought it to his mouth. The moment he bit down, flavors exploded across his tongue. Cheese stretched, sauce hit just right, the crust crisp and warm. He chewed fervently, eyes narrowing in appreciation. Just like the good times. For a brief moment the world felt simple. Growing up, food had never been something Adam took for granted. When his mother was still alive, she worked herself to the bone just to keep food on the table. Aurora was good with her hands, exceptionally so. She could fix almost anything. But this was the Martial era. Technology had replaced repairmen, automated systems handled maintenance, and only those who were truly struggling relied on a handyman anymore. Business was never bad, but it was never good either. Just enough to survive. Nothing more. Yet despite all that, there was one thing she never compromised on. Every New Year, every birthday of Adam's, Aurora always bought a large box of pizza. Adam could still remember it clearly, the last time in particular. He had been at home, bent over schoolwork, tired and distracted, when the door opened late at night. His mother had stepped in, holding a pizza box in her hands, her face lit up by that warm, beautiful smile she always wore when she was happy. That night had been his birthday, the last one they celebrated together. As Adam finished the slice in his hand, his movements slowed. She would have wanted to see this, to see the man he had become. But she was gone, and Adam would be damned if he disturbed her rest with regret or weakness. If he wanted to honor her, truly honor her, then he had to live his life to the fullest, to push his potential to its limit, and to kill every creature responsible for the world that took her from him. Adam finished everything on the trolley. Every dish, every plate. Afterward, he took a long shower and freshened up, the lingering weight in his chest settling into something firmer and resolved. He dressed, tightened his hoodie, and said quietly, "Let's go play a game." He still had 2 days left before he could explore the incursion. 2 days to sharpen his skills. Adam left the hotel room. As the door closed behind him, a gentle breeze nudged the lid of the empty pizza box shut, briefly revealing the logo stamped on top before it disappeared from view. Forever Pizza. There was a reason Adam was so focused on Essence Online. Most would argue it made more sense to sweep through the rifts surrounding Sector 418. After all, these Level 3 rifts were manageable, profitable, and efficient. But Adam wasn't short-sighted enough to confuse activity with progress. Those rifts would only give him money. Nothing more. Despite being Level 3, they were still unranked rifts, which meant the highest grade special talent they could ever produce was F grade. Adam already had Poison F, and even that was pushing the upper limit of what those rifts could offer. As for the others, he'd read their descriptions. They weren't enticing, not even close. Giving up Poison F for any of them would be a downgrade, and his second special talent, Rapid E, was in an entirely different league. No F-rank talent from those rifts could compare. From a growth perspective, the choice was obvious. There was also the matter of money. Adam wasn't the smartest person, but he was far from an idiot. He firmly believed that you could never go wrong with having too much money. But belief didn't mean blindness. He knew where his priorities lay, and right now, currency wasn't the bottleneck holding him back. Progress was. The mission hall had already provided him with optimized hunting locations, information handed to him on a silver platter. Ignoring it outright would be foolish. Adam wasn't arrogant enough to do that. But blindly following it? That was just as bad. What he wanted was understanding. By hunting sirens in Essence Online, he was developing his own sense of their habitats, their patterns, their behavior. Even if that knowledge was incomplete, even if it was imperfect, it would stack with the mission hall's data. Augment it, sharpen it. That was how he planned to extract the highest possible benefit from the incursion exploration. As he walked toward the arcade, a thought surfaced. The only real regret is that it's not real monsters that are dying. Adam let out a quiet sigh. But sacrifices need to be made for the highest benefit. The thought settled unchallenged. Moments later, he reached the arcade. The doors slid open, lights spilling out as Adam stepped inside, already setting his mind back to the game. The moment the arcade attendant saw Adam walk back in, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. What is he doing here again? After last night, the man hadn't expected to see Adam so soon. What kind of martial artist, especially one this young, had this much free time? Most would be diving headfirst into rifts, grinding for resources or chasing merit. Shouldn't he be in a rift somewhere? Adam approached the counter with an easy smile. I enjoyed the game yesterday, he said casually. So I'd like 15 hours. The color visibly drained from the attendant's face. 15. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was nothing he could do. It looked like he'd be staying late today. Adam noticed the expression and smiled a little wider as he paid the amount. Without lingering, he turned and headed toward the pod area. The arcade was noticeably emptier than the day before. Most people were either at work or in school. Rows of machines sat unused, lights dim, the usual noise reduced to a low hum. Adam didn't mind. He entered the pod room, selected one of the empty pods, and lay down. The hatch closed smoothly, sealing him inside. Then, his consciousness accelerated. That familiar sensation returned, like being pulled forward at the speed of light, reality stretching and blurring. This time, Adam was ready for it. As he entered his personal space, he navigated the interface with practiced ease and selected his game. The world shifted. A notification appeared before his eyes. Welcome back, PTS Daddy, to Essence Online. The Essence Online forums exploded again. For 2 straight days, Adam did nothing but run the siren map in solo hunt. The moment he logged back in, he didn't hesitate. 500 points vanished as he purchased a dirty bronze conduit, a common knife. The point deduction didn't affect his ranking. It still read 1992 with 1021 points. Only his spendable points had dropped. And that was enough. With a proper conduit in hand, the entire script changed. If Adam had been a butcher yesterday, today he was the god of death. The knife boosted him in ways bare hands never could. Power flowed cleaner. Strikes landed truer. Sirens fell one after another, their resistance crumbling instantly. The swamp became his domain. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The more he hunted, the more he adapted. It was instinctive, almost frightening. Adam began to feel where the next large cluster of sirens would appear. Before the water even stirred, he was already moving. His efficiency climbed with every hour. Elite sirens started appearing more frequently. Their Lullaby F, a tier above the mob unit's Lullaby G, washed over him uselessly. Wide, black, beady eyes stared at him in disbelief each time, right before Adam killed them. Clean cuts, precise strikes, they exploded into motes of light all the same. And his ranking climbed. 1992, 1890, 1780, then 1781. Some pumped-up player had surged ahead, clearly trying to outshine the rising streak. For a brief moment, Adam was pushed down. But the challenger had no idea what they just invited. When the rankings updated again, Adam was ranked at position 1490 of the solo hunt rankings. The forums went silent for half a second. Then chaos. In just 2 days, a player had blasted out of the top 2000s and secured a spot in the top 1500s of the game, Solo Hunt. This was unheard of. Threads multiplied. Speculation ran rampant. Accusations? Awe? Envy? All of it flooding in faster than moderators could respond. Soon, only one question remained, spammed endlessly across the forums. Who the hell is PTS Daddy? White motes of light drifted lazily into the air, the sign of recently slain sirens, as Adam stared at the ranking hovering before him. Solo Hunt ranking. -1490. PTS Daddy 3,121 points. -1491. -1492. -1493. Adam felt a quiet satisfaction settle in. The ranking was good, better than he'd initially expected, but that wasn't what truly pleased him. What mattered more was the knowledge he'd gained over the past 2 days. Siren movement patterns, habitat preferences, trigger zones, aggression thresholds, all of it. When he layered that knowledge on top of the information the mission hall had already given him, tomorrow was shaping up to be a huge harvest. And Adam hadn't forgotten why he was here in the first place. Natural resources. The Siren's swamp incursion was rich in one thing above all else: soul pearls. With enough of them, Adam was confident he could increase his soul slot capacity. One more slot meant one more equipped talent. That single addition would change everything. Satisfied, Adam decided to log out. He checked the timer. Only 7 minutes left. Unlike yesterday, he hadn't paid for extended hours. As the logout prompt appeared, a memory surfaced. The look on the arcade attendant's face earlier that day, the visible relief when Adam told him he wasn't staying long. Adam chuckled softly. The thought lingered with him as the world dissolved, his body breaking into particles of light. The swamp vanished, and Adam logged out, already planning what tomorrow would bring.